ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे ये वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, उसने बोला किसकी सुनो?
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
$200,000, 20 teams, 4 maps, 3 weeks, and it is indeed the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, fueled by Mountain Dew, and of course sponsored by Airtel, who are a preferred network partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. My name is Blair, and joining me as usual is going to be Experiment, looking fresh, looking cash today, and of course Fixes, who I still cannot get around the fact that he is so clean to look at, so smooth, rosy cheeks. I just want to like grab them right there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is the final day of week 2. We've been having some insane action, some crazy games, some pretty cool storylines as well. But without much further ado, let's start with the show here. XP,
yes sir.
It's the final day. It's the final day of week 2. Now we have one more week remaining after this. Heading into today, it's a lot of storylines coming in. So both of you have I'm sure a lot of things to talk about. Actually, let's start with you. Like, what, off the top of your head, coming in, you look fresh, showered, went to the bathroom, cleaned up, had a cup of coffee. What's on top of your mind right now?
Well, I think you said it all. It's going to be an action-packed day because week 2 has been a blast. Literally, because it's been a blast. I'm just thinking of all the grenades that were lobbed, metaphorically and literally. But it has been a blast. The action has been epic, and I'm pretty sure it's going to trickle down to the last day as well.
It will indeed. And Fixes, I want to get back to you, but before that, we do have the overall standings right now. And as it stands, one team remains right on top. They cannot be moved. They are an object which is truly immovable. They are a rock, and they are orange. Orange rock, 7 chicken dinners, 150 total kills, 402 points, 28 games played. And of course, below that is everyone else. Does it really matter is the question, but of course it does. A lot of teams are battling it out for the second and third spot at the very least, because right now, as we head into the final day of week 2, Godlike, IND, we have Fnatic, we have all these teams battling it out for the 2 slots right below Orange Rock, who look indomitable right now. And over here, we got VSG Crawlers, we got Soul, Extreme Thumblers, Celts, Elementrix, John Mara, INES, Deadeye's Guy, and Hype. Now, they're kind of the bottom of the table here, but Fixes, let's be real. With still 5 days remaining of play, there is a chance that a couple of these teams can potentially, they can drag it back, they can bring it back, they can potentially upset some of the teams who are on top of the leaderboards right now.
Considering what we saw from the Nepali teams like Deadeyes yesterday, I'm pretty confident that they are going to bounce in today and play a really, really good game of PUBG Mobile.
A very good game of PUBG Mobile, indeed. And of course, we will be talking a little bit more in detail with some of the teams coming in. But I think some of the storylines we've seen so far has to be Megastars. XP, talk to me about this resurgence we've been seeing from Megastars in week 2.
Week 2 has been Megastars' time to shine. I mean, these guys have completely dominated it. The maximum number of points accumulated in the last 3 days. And I do believe they have one game to play today. I'm pretty sure they're going to put all that they have in that game and just try and make that little bit of catching up that they're doing just a little bit easier for themselves.
And catching up for what is a question everyone has on their mind, and I'll show you what. $61,500 for the league stage. That's what these teams are playing for right now as we do enter the final day of week 2. 10,000, 8,000, and 6,000 United States dollars up for grabs for the 3 teams alongside, more importantly, in my opinion, and I do believe a lot of us are going to be agreeing on this, the 3 spots of the World League. That is something which money cannot buy. It's about the best of the best representing the country and, of course, the team's colors on the world stage. We, of course, have prize money distributed equally amongst all the way to the bottom to 20th place. And, of course, the weekly prizes are $2,000 per week for the teams with the most points and $500 for the MVP of the week. That's a lot of moolah to work with, Fixes. But we, of course, have the main prize pool coming up later on, which is, of course, going to be the $138,500 for the finals, which is going to be spread over 3 days at the end of the league stage.
Obviously, look at the prize. We have $40,000 for the first place, and everyone's getting some piece of the chunk of the money that we have online. But yes, like you told, it's the position that matters. It's the place that they need in the World League that really matters. That one chance to represent your country on the global stage. That is the feeling, man. I mean, if I were playing, that would be my goal. Money, yes, we all know that does keep us going. But you know, that chance to have that crest, the Indian flag, I mean, that's a whole different feeling.
It could indeed be the Nepali flag or the Bangladeshi flag as well, to be very honest. Right? It's about representing your country, your nationality, your team, and of course, we do have the points distribution. XP, take me through this one and tell me why the kills matter more than it has in the past.
Well, the fact that the placement points have been reduced quite a bit considerably compared to the last couple of tournaments that we've seen. The kills are going to be important because we've seen that, you know, some teams, they might not finish in the top 5, but those kills that they get, the 1 point per kill is what is propelling them towards the top half of the table. And you know, talking about that, I'm just gonna bring out a team right now. But of course, we have our squad rosters on display for you. Group A: TSM Entity, Marcus Gaming, Team Hype, and the Cells. Entity had a good outing yesterday, and I'm pretty sure they're going to try and do the same today as well.
They're going to be playing all the games today, so that's an opportunity for them to claw back their number 1 position on top. Although it's going to be quite a hard fight indeed. We have Team Soul over there in Group B. For Group C, we have Synergy, Megastars, Janmar, and Umumba, who have been the very dangerous teams. Some people talk about Group D, but for me, Group C has been a group of very dangerous teams. And for Group D, of course, IND, Orange Rock, the number 1 team right now, Dead Eyes Guy, and of course Fnatic, who have had a resurgence of late. They have been looking very solid so far in week 2. And bear in mind, for those of you probably unaware, this tournament is the last tournament that this particular lineup, this particular iteration of Fnatic is going to be playing under the orange and black. And of course, the final group is going to be Powerhouse, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix. Godlike and Powerhouse do stick out for us here. But Godlike, XP, they have been slacking off a little bit in the past couple of days.
I mean, the last, 2 days to be exact, have been quite dismal for them. They did make such a big impact at the beginning of this week, and we all thought that, you know, they're going to run away with it, and Orange Rock is going to have trouble just fending off the boys from Godlike. But they have a chance today, a lot of maps to be played, and the schedule is on our screens right now. Blade, just take us through this.
Yeah, there we have it. Miramar, it's a double Miramar day. You know, a lot of deserty action. We have Erangel, Sanhok, and Vikendi. All the maps will be played today, and of course, Miramar being the one getting played twice. If we look at the groups, we have A, B, C, and E playing the first game. That's going to be Group D, the group of death, containing the likes of Fnatic and Orange Rock will be sitting this one out. But after that, they're going to jump into the fray, and it's going to be the turn of Group C, who will have to sit this one out. And Group C, remind me, it does contain Synergy. Who else is there in Group C?
Megastars.
Go ahead, fix this.
I think we have Megastars, we have Team Shyanmar as well, and Umumba. So I think that's a group of mystery, to be honest. They've been giving some amazing performance. Sometimes they also do disappoint, to be honest. Like from Umumba, especially.
But you know,
right?
talking about Group C, I just want to point out one particular team, Synergy, and why it's important to talk about them. And lo and behold, they are on our screens. Wow. So Synergy, of course, Servi is leading the charge with 41 kills. No surprises over here. Servi, Ted, Austin X, and Strider are gunning people down left, right, and center. And that brings me to the point that I was just going to say right now. So the thing is, when we were discussing the placement points and why kill points are important, Synergy is probably one of those teams which has been the most consistent throughout this tournament. They have only 2 chicken dinners to their names. However, they have been raking in all those kills and stacking up those points, so to speak, which clearly shows the importance of getting those early kills, mid kills, and of course, at the late game as well. Except the fact that these boys are getting a lot of kills, their positioning play has been phenomenal. They have been pretty much top 5, top 8 all throughout this tournament.
Yeah, right now the battle is between TSM Entity, Godlike, Synergy, and Fnatic. So you have TSM Entity second place right now as it stands on 323 points and Fnatic on 301. That means I'm leaving Orange Rock aside because they're just way above everyone else, right? They've cracked the 400 mark. But if you look at the teams we have here, 4 teams are battling it out for 2 spots. And the point difference between a second place team and the 5th place team, that is Fnatic, is a grand total of 22 points. Can you understand? Can you comprehend what's at stake here? That's a very narrow margin. Anyone can steal it away. Fnatic could get the top 3. Synergy can get it. Godlike can get it. TSM definitely are in second place right now. And let's not forget Megastars. They're in 295 points. And IND right beneath them. It's insane how intense the game is right now. Powerhouse are a distance away. So are Yumumba. But a couple of good games here and there, having a good time, they're going to be able to catch up. So the competition is really heating in as we will be moving into week 3 very, very quickly. But let's talk real quickly, Fixes, about TSM Entity, who you've seen on your screen over here.
I mean, nothing much to talk about. Their stats speak for themselves. We have Z-God. I mean, this time Z-God has been that surprise package for me because I expected Jonathan to be on that higher point in the kill department, but it has been Z-God. He's been delivering so much. And with all those grenades, we saw, I think, in one match, he took like 4 or 5 grenade kills. It was maybe in Sanhok or something. That was amazing. The way this guy has improved over the past couple of days, that is absolutely stunning. But Clutch God, I really want to see more out of him, man. Jonathan, yeah, he's on that side. He's always delivering. He always does the job, but he's been a little bit slacky lately. But yeah, Clutch God, I really want him to.
I can see a smile in your face. I know you have something to say, but hold on to that thought. Just hold on to the thought for just a couple of seconds because we have a head-to-head right now with Elementrix and Team Hype. 2 teams who have struggled. Let's be real here. Elementrix had 1 chicken dinner. Apart from that, they've each played 27 matches, 185 to 150. The problem right now is if you look at the 7th place team, that's a team IND. They're in 293. That's over 100 more than Elementrix. That's almost like 140 points more than Team Hype. So the chances of these 2 teams making it to the top 3, it's slim. Let's be real here. Let's be realistic here. But at the same time, this is what you want to see. When we see the teams who are dropping off here, do they want to just quietly go into the night without a whimper, or do they want to fight and make sure that their final gasp, their final roar was heard? I'm sure they're going to be looking to definitely put up a showing here, even if they don't get the top 3 placings. And bear in mind, they still get to play the finals, right? They still have the opportunity to play out the final 3 days, the top 16. It's still a possibility. They still have a lot to fight for. But XP, you're smiling. You wanted to say something. Give it to me.
I mean, I'll just bring that up. But the overall standings for week 2 on display for us right now. This is, of course, post-match 35. Again, I mean, no surprises over here. Orange Rock have got a double in every single map except Erangel. And the fact that we are playing Erangel today as well, and they will be participating. Group D is going to be playing game 2. They might just make it a double over here too. If they do that, I mean, I'm pretty sure they are breaking all the records that have been. I don't even know whether the records have been set this far or not. But Orange Rock are completely dominating the rest. And talking about Godlike, week 2, like I said, they started off on a bang, and these guys were right up there. They were just they were creating hype, they were making waves, and it almost looked like they were unstoppable. But then again, a couple of roster changes, I think, might have mixed up that little synergy that they had going for them. Again, Cronton being benched was, it's 2 sides of the same coin. Some will say that, that was the right decision. Some will say you got to bring existence out a bit more. So, again, they have to juggle that up and see what is best for them. And meanwhile, let me just carry on with my thought over here. Looking at VSG Crawlers and Team Soul, right? Both these teams have crossed that 200 mark barrier, and of course, Team Extreme have as well. But Team Extreme, I don't know. I mean, they've got to fix something out. They have been playing phenomenally. Yesterday, I was really impressed by them.
You were indeed, and yeah, I won't lie as well. They had that crazy game when they were just dominating everyone, having a very high fragging affair. But yeah, I just want to remind everyone, Dix, is that it's not just about a top 3 spots. You also, if you get the top 16, you get to play the finals. XP, I want you to finish your thought here now. I know we've had a lot of stats coming in, but now we have to talk.
I've got to get this off my chest because it's going to keep eating at me from inside. I mean, as good as Fixes is looking right now. I wonder if you ever watched that show, Modern Family.
Why you bullying me, XP?
And there was a very this is a compliment right now. I mean, I really think that the way I mean if I bring Manny in the room right now, Fixes,
I'm going to Google Modern Family because I never had a chance to watch it, Manny. Right, I'm just going to Google that right now. Literally.
You have to.
Oh yeah. I see.
Fixes, you're looking good.
I think everyone can Google Manny from Modern Family, and yeah, Fixes looks like Manny a lot, and I think it's a compliment, man. It's a compliment.
No. I mean, thank you, gentlemen, but but we have to talk about the fans, right, Blay?
Yeah, I just want to bring that. Thank you for bringing that up, though. We, of course, have a fan moments here for that hashtag PMPL fans. It's a very simple thing. Everyone has their own favorite team, So a few have Team Soul, a few of them have Fnatic, a few of them have whatever team you're a fan of. Send a video of you supporting your favorite player or your favorite team at video@nodwin.com. Send it across. If it's good enough, it's going to be shown live here in the broadcast, so your favorite player or your favorite team can definitely see that. And on that note, we're going to be jumping in straight into the game. We're not going to be wasting any much more time. It is going to be on the plains of Miramar. XP Fixes, this one's yours. Take it away.
All right, Fixes, let's get right into it. Now, the plane path is going to head from the west to the east direction, more or less. And again, I mean, the fact that everything is in dropping distance, it's not going to be an issue for the players to reach their destination. I'm just looking at the lineups right now, and a big surprise again coming in today is, of course, that Mortal from Seoul is setting this one out. We have Sangwon, Regulatos, Viper, and Aman playing. Now, you said yesterday that you missed Mortal, and I'm not going to say that it was evident in the game because they did have a few good moments, and they just got caught out, right? But do you think this is the right call on their part?
No, I would still stick to my word because the kind of filter that Mortal gets inside the team, the way he filters all those calls, and the way he positions the team, that is one thing that Team Soul has always been good at. Obviously, we have to accept that Team Soul has taken good positions, but then again, during the fights, they look so clumsy. They look so unsure. That is when you need a player really experienced, and who better than Mortal. But apart from Team Soul, I'm really worried about Team TSM Entity. They started off so well. They were doing so good. Jonathan was doing so good, but then again, some things, so small mistakes, and they kind of piled up. But
let me tell you something that you're going to like right now. We have Neo, the one, is going to be joining us today. Gothic is, of course, setting this one out. TSM Entity will be represented by Jonathan, Clutchgod, Z-God, and Neo. Now, having a look at the circle, pretty much all the teams are going to be in it, barring a few. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of a kerfuffle at El Azahar, where we have VSG Crawlers who are going to be taking on Team Extreme at some point or the other. So that is going to be a fight to look out for right off the bat. Both of these boys, both these teams are looting up, the same area, so to speak. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have some clash at some point or the other. But if you have a look elsewhere, everyone is pretty comfortable right now, right off the bat.
XP, do you see one thing? INES, they again are making those changes with their drops. Yesterday, they were on the eastern side of El Pozo. Now they're on the southern side. I mean, why are they looking so unsure? You need to pick up a position. You need to take a place. You need to loot there. You need to get inside the circle. But then again, if you're constantly changing your drops during a league, when, the stakes are too high, I really have to question this decision.
I kind of see where you're coming from, but the fact is, like we said, they have to do something drastic right now. They are on the bottom half of the table. I mean, see, they basically going to try, and I'm not going to use the word spoil sport. They want to fight. They want kills. They want redemption. They want recognition. They want something to be remembered by. So the best way to do that right now and win our hearts while doing so is actually going in for those fights with the big boys. And we have seen them that they started. I mean, they had an incredible day on day two of week 2, I do believe, right? But then a few mistakes here and there were made, and they kind of fell short. I was expecting a lot more from them yesterday. However, that was not on display. I'm going to come to INS in a second because I do have VSG crawlers up on our screens right now. Now, VSG crawlers fixes. Yeah. Or should I say Manny? I don't know. What do I call it? I'll stick with fixes right now.
Yeah.
I'll stick with fixes. Anyway, they are ranked 11. Yes. And they are about to crack that 100 kill point. And, I mean, that is whenever you get a big ton, be it any sport, it's kind of like a morale booster because we do know that these boys possess the artillery, the firepower, the cojones to actually go and get the job done. But they are just falling a bit too short. And before I give it over to you, another big change over here. Existence Fixes is playing instead of Fronten. Now that I'm sure you have something to say about.
I mean, I'm really happy with this change. I'm really happy about both Team Godlike and Team TSM Entity. Now they want to, kind of go all in. They're putting all the cards on the table right now, and they're like, hey, we know we messed up a few points, but now I think we're in the zone. We realized our mistakes. We've worked on it, and today we're definitely going to perform out of our minds. So, but the first thing, I want to see if TSM Entity actually go on a warfare with Team Godlike because they're just their neighbors. They can afford to do that. They've got the men, but by the looks of it, TSM Entity wants to retreat. But getting back to VSG crawlers, I have really seen them struggling with their rotations a lot. They're a team that can perform amazing, but there are moments when they choke out. Like yesterday, we saw a Viper, right? He just 1v3'd VSG crawlers, and there was just that one guy remaining. I think that was Avi. So they need to work out on their rotations, the way they're positioning themselves. Apart from that, we both agree they've got players who are amazing with their gun skills. Everyone's a monster, but that those small little bits and bits, those are the things that kind of change the game.
Was it a 1v3? I do believe you're talking about that moment when Viper. That Viper is literally a viper in the grass right now. I do believe he did get them off guard. Of course, see, like I said, nothing against the players. I mean, all of these guys who are playing on our screens right now, be it from TSM Entity or Elementrix and everyone in between, they have done something amazing to get to the stage, and they are all high caliber players. So the thing is, I do believe that the level of competition is not too varied at the PMPL South Asian stage. So what I mean by that is, everyone can point a weapon at the enemy, hit that trigger button, get that spray under control, and potentially get a knock. Now, what matters is how all four of them work together, because after all, this is a team game. And talking about working together, Megastars on display for you right now at rank 5. Now, these guys had an amazing last 3 games yesterday, especially because if you have a look, Erangel wasn't too good for them, where they got eliminated by Team Extreme, I do believe, somewhere around the 12th or 13th position. After that, of course, Vexy, the man who everyone considers to be so sexy, this guy just went all out bonkers and, just did a wonderful job for his team. Of course, Encore, who hasn't had the best outing so far, really kind of helped his teammate, just hunker down, get those kills, get those knocks, and potentially propel them. They did come out with a victory against Powerhouse in the second Erangel that was played, and I think they have been super consistent. And Capshi over here, I think he's been given a timeout by his team. He is not wearing the dunce cap, but he is sitting in the corner.
I mean, I'm just wondering what he's up to. But apart from them, talking about
bug over there in the corner.
I mean, talking about Megastars, the best thing I love about them is that they've been sticking together for so long. I mean, they're the only roster that hasn't changed. They were formed after PMCO. Just one member, Snacks, I think, left. and Vexy joined them from the other Megastars lineup to this Megastars lineup, and since then they've been abysmal. The way they have built that synergy together, the way they trust each other, you can't rule one player out. And talking about Megastars, don't you think they are on a hat trick? They had back-to-back 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and entering into today. So if they get a chicken dinner, then that's a hat trick.
Well, we're going to have another record that's going to be broken. But meanwhile, we have the boys from Godlike Gale, trying to figure out where the enemy is. They are pretty much surrounded by Team Extreme at one end, TSM and Powerhouse at the other. Now, if you have a look at the zone is going to shift towards the northwest, and El Pozo comes into contention. Of course, we've seen a couple of fights break out at El Pozo between INES and U Mumbai Esports. Again, INES start off well. They almost wiped out UME. However, Bansing with amazing cover from afar got the job done and made sure that his team survived, not just once but twice. So INES have to obviously see, the thing is they have nothing to lose right now, so I think they can actually go all out and try and get as many kills as possible. And talking about kills, Extremes on top, sorry, I beg your pardon, Elementrix on top has actually got a knock on a member of Godlike. That grenade is going to be lobbed. It might actually be a good one. It is a good one. However, it does not do a lot of damage. Smokey, I do believe, is going to get picked up. Smokey and Existence got out a little bit trouble over there, because if you have a look, Hastar and Gil are right below them. Where are the other members of Elementrix? And in the distance, TSM Entity joined the fray.
Oh my god, this is going to be a massacre. And as we see, on top is on the rooftop. He's not being contested. He has that free area to actually, get shots raining everywhere. But Mr. Hughes might just head in towards his demise, as is heading towards Team TSM Entity. And let's see if Team TSM Entity do want to engage in that fight. But Poo Man does come to help him out. Mr. Hughes does take down Smokey in the process, but Hastar does knock out Mr. Hughes on top. Will finish off Smokey, but Team Elementrix and Team Godl are in a mission smash, and Team TSM Entity might just take the better of them.
Now, Poopuman has been knocked out courtesy of Jonathan. Now, that is going to be a major mistake. Elementrix are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. On top and Shagar are going to have a lot of weight on their shoulders, because they now have to contend with 3 members from Godlike, Existence, Gale, and Hastar, and potentially a full squad in the form of TSM Entity. Again, now the thing is, they thought that, that left flank near the ridge is going to be clear. Shagar trying to get a few shots off on Godlike, who know that TSM is also coming to play. They are moving out of harm's way temporarily, because they might be moving out of harm's way in this situation, but they are heading straight towards Powerhouse. And Powerhouse, as we know it, have been on quite a roll. Doc leading his team from a front, and he's been racking up those damage pointers. Of course, he's been getting a lot of knocks here and there, a lot of kills, and somehow, one way or the other, that man survives till the last few teams are left.
Obviously, but getting back into this particular fight, do you think TSM Entity is going to push? Because by their body language, I really, I'm looking, they're savages, right? They just want to spot out one member, take him down, and instantly ram in all the vehicles onto them and finish them off. This was a very good decision by Team Godl that they decided to back off, because obviously they did not want to get in the middle of everywhere, because I saw that if they would have extended that fight, then they were going to get butchered by Team TSM Entity, and that's a good decision that they backed off.
Oh, that is, of course, a good decision. But have a look at the curveball thrown in by the zone. We are now heading north, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going towards greater fields, where, of course, we only have one team in the zone so far, and that team is U Mumbai Esports. Now, U Mumbai Esports are going to have a lot of work to do right now. This is going to be their last game for the day. They are going to be sitting the remainder of the 4 games out. And, again, if they have a good outing, they can actually end their day on a good note. Of course, coming back strong in week 3, their last hurrah of sorts. But VSG Crawlers CG trying to lay down some lead in the direction of TSM Entity. Now, this is what is exciting because all these teams are going to have to migrate, and the fact is that you don't have a lot of options available. We are going to see a lot of vehicular manslaughter and a lot of cars blowing up, I am sure, while Z-God returns the favor on CG himself, trying to get that elimination. At this point, all they can do is bang up their vehicles, so to speak, because we know Z-God hates those pickup trucks, right? I mean, you remember what happened in the last match, and Ali made a big mistake. Oh my goodness, he actually went and banged his vehicle up against that cacti, and that is going to be detrimental for him. He still hasn't been knocked out. Why? We'll come to that fight. Soul is having a fight with the boys from PH. Aman has been knocked and wiped out. This is utter chaos, Fixes.
Obviously, Team Soul, they're looking really good. Aman has definitely gone down, but Viper, look at him, finding Nova King in the fray and will take him down instantly. Zebra wants to rotate Bad Bug. Iconic. What an cover fire. That was amazing knock on Viper and will finish him off as well. Sangwan does want to spray him down, but will not succeed. But Sangwan is kind of exposing himself, just has that little bit of cover from the rails, does realize that he is in the open, would go inside cover, but the damage has been done. Team Soul again melting down, yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what I want to bring up right now. Team Soul, wait a second, Regal Toss gets finished by a Hype, so Hype Prototype is going to steal a kill for his team. What's surprising is the way Soul, they are trying to play that spread out gameplay of sorts. Everyone has their vehicles, but this is just... what is happening? Because they are not able to cover each other. It's like they are playing a one-man army situation right now because everyone is going off in his direction. I get it. Okay, suppose if you are in a convoy and you want to get from point A to B and you get shot on, you know, in the middle of that journey, yes, you do scatter around a little bit because that is what we saw over here. PH opened up and, you know, they went down. I'll come to my point in a second. The same thing is happening right now between Godlike and TSM. TSM Entity have got a couple of knocks on Godlike in rotation. That is what I said. This is going to be absolutely crucial how these boys are going to move into the zone. Sangwan, of course, is the last man remaining for his team. No kills to his name yet, but we know that he is a very, very capable person. And have a look at the zone again. It's just playing ping pong with these boys.
Obviously, the Team Marcus Gaming, for an instance, I thought they are at a good position, but then Booyaka, you have that zone shifting a bit towards the southeastern side, and look at the cluster of teams. Most of them do not have to move in, but it will be very detrimental as to who takes that center spot. Team Tamilas, in the meanwhile, they have that warehouse for their cover. They're looking good. They just do not acknowledge the fact that Sangwan is right beside them. And Niku, I think he's just done for good. He cannot be given a res, and Kazi is also almost very low on his HP, and he will try to get inside the circle. But Team Tamilas, they are kind of scouting around. They're still unaware of the fact that Sangwan is lurking around right beside them. We know Sangwan to be synonymous with snakes. So I think if before getting eliminated, if he does manage to knock a player down and finish him off, that would still be an achievement.
You know what was surprising right now? Cells are unloading on UME, and if I have a look at the map that is open on my second screen, well, not my second screen, my phone over here, that is a long-range engagement with that Mini 14, almost about 250, 300 meters out. And wait a second, we have our first elimination of the game. Team Extreme are going to bow out, and Nang needs to get out of that vehicle before A is burnt to cinders, along with all that molten metal. But Godlike Gale is the last guy remaining from Godlike. He is going to have to traverse on foot by the looks of it, and I don't see anything. I mean, you never know. You never know. The gods might be favoring him right now. If nobody spots him, he can actually make it to the zone. Meanwhile, Mumba, these boys were under attack right now, but Servi is going to come in. This guy is going to go all out. We know that what he can do with the gun, but unfortunately, Rox gets the better of him. He gets a knock. Ted gets a knock on Rox. They are just exchanging knocks right now, but Synergy has 2 members down. Make that 3. Austin Vortex is the last guy remaining. Is he going to get that wipe on Cells? And he does. Austin X with a squad wipe, eliminating the boys from Cells from this game and sending them to the depths of hell.
I think a few mistakes were committed. Let's be honest. I really felt that the ADS they opened, that kind of took a few of those seconds, and that was the difference. That was the difference, because let's just admit it, XP, these two teams are very well experienced, and if they could have just hip fired, and this wouldn't have happened. Definitely Team Synergy won the fight, but Austin was the savior. But getting back and talking about UME, I really love the position. They have that high ground where it's really difficult to push you on, and they are having a good viewpoint as to wherever players are. So the recon factor is going strong for them. Team Megastars have definitely spotted out members of Team Synergy would want to take their vehicles out in the process, but still, I think one more vehicle, that is that minivan, still remains. Roach in the meanwhile taking down XZ, and Iconic with that bolt action taking down Venom. So I presume XP, there must be that slight tangy little smile on your face looking at all those bolt action knocks.
Absolutely, and coming to the game right now, we have Team Tamilas opening up on PS Zebra. He has been knocked out. That is going to be a major blow for them. The zone has shifted again, but this time it is in favor of Mumba, because like you mentioned, I come back to that. INES is opening up on Synergy, and they get knocked out instead by Megastar. So this is going to be a little bit of to and fro going on between the teams over here. Of course, SGE Servi is the last guy remaining by the looks of it for his team. He is going to have his work cut out for them, and Megastars are going to try and make sure they get that kill. They do get that kill, and I do believe that is going to be a double elimination. Of course, Jean Mara went out before them in 14th position. Following suit are the boys from Synergy. A good effort on their part to wipe out Team Sales, but however, that is the only action that we are going to see from them in this game. And talking about position, high ground is obviously a very important factor, especially since you have the 360-degree view around you, a bird's eye view of sorts, and you can control the lay of the land. But it is difficult coming back in. Wait a second. That is a good grenade. Avi does get the knock with the Molotov, I beg your pardon, but he is going to get knocked instead. VSG Crawlers in a world of trouble fixes.
Yes, and as we speak of Marcus Gaming, still keeping the fight alive, they did manage to knock down Avi. I really love their positioning. You see, they did provide those very essential cover fire for the teammate. Will definitely go in to try and save Max Cash, but it's looking really tough. But Megastars, look at the range, look at the barrage that they're having on Team INES. They took down Synergy, they're taking down INES, they're taking down everybody, man. And VSG Crawler's Evo, he's still fighting it out. Godlike Gil is at the fray. He will definitely spot him out, but Gil is having the trouble of his own as he's very low on the HP. But Sangwan still fighting out. Does take down Carry, does take down Manti. Okay, he's got that 2 knock. Now, he has to take another knock, and if it does manage to finish a couple, that's a huge achievement for Team Soul.
Soul's Sangwon is still in that location that we saw him last, and oh my goodness, CG, what are you doing, you madman? You almost just killed yourself. Had this been PUBG PC, your vehicle would definitely have exploded. However, I do believe Powerhouse have exited the game, and so have Godlike. So we are down to the last 10 teams. And if you have a look at how the zone is, well, zoned out, we only have one major compound in the zone right now, which is occupied by Team Elementrix. However, things are going to change in just a few seconds. Bhishma over here trying to pepper a few bullets in the smoke in direction of TSM Entity. VSG Crawlers are going to bow out from this game, and wait for it. What is the zone going to do? I am excited about this. It is going to throw everyone off their tracks, and they are all going to have to traverse down this mountain, which, like I said, is going to be a major problem. Marcus Gaming, of course, finding themselves being eliminated from this game as well, and that is going to be troublesome because, look, now I do believe Elementrix are in a good position, but they have to move in. Now, you know who's going to capitalize on this fixes? TSM Entity, because they are the only team right now in the new zone.
Absolutely. Team Tamilas, however, have different plans in mind as they take down Hype's prototype. Does take that plunge, have lost Manti in the process, but still wouldn't keep them short of going aggressive on Team Hype. Will finish off prototype and will definitely spot Gurkha and his comrade. But Evil Eye still trying to fire all those bullets onto Pansing. Gurkha does power out Mrs. Spray. Will take him down with that M16, and Carry pushes in. 2 members are there. Hype, they have got a lot on stakes right now. Carry is really low, and he has to. Gurkha needs to make that push, man. He's very low. go. He can do this. Yes, definitely. He succeeds in knocking him down. Now is the perfect time to give a res onto his teammate, but that's kind of too late as Striker and Gurkha are the last two members surviving from the squad. That's going to be that 1v1 fight. Striker has been spotted. Gurkha will take him down, and with that, he decimates Team Tamilas. Oh my god.
Beautiful clutch by Gurkha over here. He did get those 3 kills. And coming to the fight over here, Jonathan looked like he was in trouble, or was he reviving? Wait a second. We're going to make sure we get a fact straight. Mega Stars are still running strong. 8 kills to their names. These guys definitely want to make that hat trick and make history in PMPL and any PUBG Mobile tournament so far. That treble is going to be something huge for them. But Onko over here is patching himself up. TSM's Neo is laying down lead in the direction of Vexy. This is going to be a problem because the zone is going to be pushing in now, and Soul getting eliminated finally. We'll come to that in a second. The last 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is where TSM Entity can actually reign supreme. They have to wait, they have to be patient, they have to pick their shots, and they have to wait for the boys to come down the mountain. Now that is going to be super tricky, especially since we have limited number of vehicles, and at some point or the other the smoke will fizzle out. Kiki OP gets knocked out by Z-God, and Neo is definitely going to go for a little bit of a spray and pray situation in that smoke. He might just spot him out, but again the blue zone is going to force them to just come down a bit, and I don't see anything happening for the boys from UME. Destro is the last guy remaining, and he gets eliminated in 5th position. Fixes 4 teams: TSM Entity, Elementrix, Megastars, and Team Hype.
I think there's nothing stopping Team TSM Entity right now, provided the members they're still alive. They've got 3 people surviving. Neo definitely does spot down Gurkha. That's going to be an easy finish for him. But yes, he does manage to finish him off with that barrel on his 4 times. Team Elementrix still have those compounds, but for how long? As the zone has shifted and the compounds go against them. Encore Steel, being the last member surviving from his squad, has done the job so far. They've gotten 9 kills. He's still surviving. They've accomplished that objective. I think Chicken Dinner is going to be a little bit too difficult right now, considering we have Team TSM Entity with all the 3 members alive. But yes, he can definitely aim for that 2nd spot.
Now, what's going to work against TSM Entity, and this is a very small percentage, a very small chance, is if Elementrix and Megastars somehow sync up mentally and attack TSM at the same time. Of course, the chances are very slim. TSM are looking strong. All they have to do is just be patient, don't overstep, wait for the enemy to come towards them, because, well, forget that. Now we are down to a 2...
inside the circle,
Elementrix just lost a member. This, of course, is going TSM Entity's way. Yeah. I don't see any other way around it. Onko is going to get shot at right now. He is being risky right now. He is going in with a buggy. Is he going to make it to cover? Even if he does, he has a chance to get shot by On Top at the back. Remember, he does not have a lot of healing on him. Onko just has bandages, and wait, forget that. Jonathan is going to go in for the kill. He gets that kill, and Entity are looking to ruin everyone's day right now and go away with the chicken dinner. However, let me just tell you one thing. They do get the chicken dinner. Winner, chicken dinner goes to TSM Entity. And I've got to say one thing, Blair, if you have been watching, they always come out strong. They always come out guns blazing, win that first chicken dinner, and then for some reason or the other, things start to go a little downhill. Hopefully, yes. I think they might try and change that today.
Hopefully, but let's be honest, as the number of games lessen which you can play to kind of like get that 1st or 2nd position, you want to at least establish a comfortable lead like Orange Rock have right now, but you can't take anything away from them. They do get the chicken dinner. I do believe they had like 28 points in total right there. I can just find that for you, gentlemen. And yeah, we did have 8 kills. 28 points in total coming in the way of TSM. We have Team Elementrix having a great showing. Yeah, just the 4 kills, but they came in 2nd. Megastars, man, they go 9 down, kills. But not without a fight. Yes. 9 kills is massive indeed. And there's some pretty cool moments there, like Gurkha living up to his name. Just yelling, "Ayo Gurkhali," and just going for that 1v4 fight, living up to a legendary name indeed. And I just got to say, that was a very fun game to watch. It wasn't as chaotic as insane some of the Miramars I've seen so far. But it was well played out. Like, it felt like it was a proper flow there. And that final circle XP, the way, the moment TSM saw that, they were like, yeah, we got this one.
We got this one.
I mean, it looked like when Pixis said that, I love the way certain teams are perched up on the mountaintop in that eagle's nest, so to speak, and they're just going to dominate everyone all around them. I mean, I had it in the back of my mind that, wait for it. It's going to be different. And of course, the MVP for our day is going to be TSM Entity's Z-God with a perfect damage score. That is 500 to the dot, play.
That's perfection. That's exactly what it is. 500. You don't really see that. You don't see an exact round number on it. It's nice to see. It pleases me deep down inside. But you just got to point out, like, some of those, I think most of these teams had a lot of high fragging affair. Like, a few teams who came in the 4th and 5th position, they actually had a lot of kills going their way. Like, of course, Gurkha getting 5 kills all by his lonesome, ensuring that Hype have 6 frags. We also had Umumba. Again, they survived for so very long, fixes, but in the end, they weren't able to do much, just getting 2 kills and getting knocked out. Soul, though, I don't know, man. Like, it's rough, right? They went in so
Sangwon
deep.
still tried. Sangwon still put up a good fight.
Though.
Yeah.
Indeed, we do, of course, have the... we don't have a picture for Gurkha, but my word,
I like that.
I wish that's what he looks like, because that is badass as hell. Yeehaw! 485 points of health, damage rather, and 5 kills for him. That clutch was massive. And
Just
I do
have
feel...
a look at On Top's damage. Oh,
What? Oh my god.
2 kills, and 1,000
2 kills.
points. That is ludicrous indeed. And Vexy, listen,
Again.
he doesn't have 1,000 points of damage. He doesn't have 5 kills, but he's got 4 kills at 864. You can't keep him down. No matter what happens, whether they get a chicken dinner or not, whether they come bottom last or not, he's just gonna get those kills. This guy's unstoppable. He is the Grim Reaper of the PMPL South Asia XP.
If we just quickly talk about TSM Entity, of course, they walk away with top honors over here. The fact that they didn't play Gothic today, I mean, I'm
it
sure
works out.
It does work out,
yeah.
but one thing that I saw that stayed from when Gothic was in, they weren't rushing around willy-nilly. They were actually holding their position, waiting for the enemy to come, and when that happens, this is what you get to see. Number 1 position, 28 points, 8 kills, play.
Megastars, of course, coming in second there. The most number of kills, again, not surprising when you have someone like Vexy in a lineup, right? Closely followed by Elementrix. You just have the 4 kills, but they get the 14 placement points. Hype having a great game as well this time around. Team Tumulas, can't really count them out. I felt like they got a little too over-eager there when they went to the fight with Gurkha, but hey, still, 6th position ain't that bad. Synergy, they got a team wipe. It was a very messy fight indeed. Against it was Celts, I do believe it was. But after that, they get knocked out. VSG Crawlers, again, middling performance from them. And then you have the rest of them. Powerhouse looking a little quiet as we start things off here on day 4, week 2 fixes.
Powerhouse went into a fight with Team Soul. Both the teams were not expecting each other. They just clashed during the rotation, and a lot of players were kind of off guard over there, and they got caught off. They had a lot of collateral damage. Team Soul, however, managed to escape. Sangwon was just that one player alive. Powerhouse also did manage to escape, but Sangwon survived longer. And the best part was he still managed to take one player of Team Tamilas down. But Blay, if you ask me about the Dar Ke Aage Jeet Hai moment one, I think that's Gurkha. The way he took that fight, I was impressed.
It has to be, right? That should be coming up later on. And we do have the overall standings for you at the moment. Orange Rock haven't played yet, but they are going to be playing the remainder of the day. So that's an exciting prospect for me. TSM Entity getting the chicken dinner is definitely going to help matters quite a bit. They get to the 2nd place, 352 points. Still 50 points behind Orange Rock, but now they're tied for the total number of games played. And so is Godlike, who are in 344. The problem for Megastars and Synergy, though, they're in the 4th and 5th place right now, XP. And they've played 4 more games than the top 3 teams. That means there is a very distinct possibility they're going to drop down the rankings, because Fnatic's only played 28, IND have only played 28, Powerhouse have only played 28, and yeah, your thoughts on this? Even though they've looked very good, now the position is a little shaky, right?
So what's going to happen is Group C is going to be setting out the remainder of the 4 matches. And of course, Synergy, Megastars, Janmara, and U Mumbai Esports are setting this one out, as all of them have played 32 games. Not a lot of changes on the overall standings right now on your screens. We obviously saw this just a little while back. I do see Team Extreme have kind of fallen down just a little bit because, well, Team Tamilas had a very good game. Elementrix had an even better game, and they have actually been climbing up. We saw Deadeye guys when they were playing. Of course, they are going to be playing 4 games right now, so we might see a little bit of upward projection from them.
It hurts to see them dead last again.
It does. But then again, they have 4 games right now. Now, what's going to happen now is that the Group D, the group of death and destruction, the group of winners is going to be coming in. Orange Rock is going to play the rest of the 4 games. Fnatic is going to play. I do believe Team IND is coming in, and we were talking about Dead Eyes Guy are also going to be participating. So, but the best thing is now, look, Orange Rock are sitting at the tippity top, right? They are that immovable rock, and just like an immovable rock, we have an immovable Gurkha over here, who is going to go away with the Dar ke aage jeet hai. This is the way he set it up. He gets that first knock on Mr. Spray, and Gary thinks that he's going to retaliate, instantly. He does get a knock on his teammate Venom. Venom goes down. The karaoke was clipped in that little bit of exchange. The way he gets up and tries to shoot is phenomenal, but Venom does get finished from Striker up there, and Gurkha doesn't like it. Gurkha's like, you finished my boy, wait a second, let me get my sights on you, boom, 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 and there you have it. That's a squad wipe. That is a squad wipe, an elimination, a clutch, whatever you want to call it, but Gurkha did an amazing job.
I love the fact that, I'm sorry just to cut you off right there, I love the fact that I'm a big fan of military history.
Oh yeah.
And the Gurkhas are regarded as some of the most fearsome warriors
if some of you
history.
Watching don't know about this, you need to Google this right now, because it's just amazing.
I mean, there is an entire arm of the British Army right now. The British military even have their own Gurkha regiment. They are some of the most feared warriors on the planet. And one of the most famous stories I've heard, multiple of them, in fact, it would be one Gurkha soldier all alone against the enemy, and they're like 5, 6, 7 of them. He's literally clutching it, and he just takes out the dagger which the Gurkhas carry on their belt. He yells "Ayo Gurkhali," and he goes in. He's like, "I'm just gonna go in." There's no fear of death. And for me, that moment, I think it's very fitting. It's very poetic that it's a Gurkha who managed to clutch it out and get those 4 kills, pretty much all on his lonesome. He avenges his team. He gets a team wipe. And Team Tamilas, you gotta say they got a little too overeager. The spacing was really off. There was no immediate trade potential. But then you give this opportunities, someone like Gurkha is going to take it away from you, right?
Had Team Tamilas actually come down in full force, I'm pretty sure they could have overpowered Gurkha, and he would have finally had to lay his Kurkri, right? Kurkri or Kukri? Kukri. Yeah. He would have had to lay his Kukri down to the ground. But again, the thing was, they were hoping that the zone might get a shift back up on the mountain. That is the mistake that was made. Had all of them come down, descended upon Gurkha at the same time, it would have been a little trickier for him. But that is the way the peak rumbles, and you can't turn back the clocks. So that is what happened over there. But this was an interesting fight on our screens right now. The way Godlike decided to get out of harm's way, because they were aware of the fact that TSM Entity is also joining in the fray, and eventually they did win the game. Was an interesting maneuver on their part.
It wasn't it. Godlike they're still there, but they have been missing on the kill feed. Is that a right term for me to use here? They haven't been as impactful. Even so, they're in 12th position, but you see them in action. You know what I'm trying to say?
They don't look confident, to be honest.
Talking about Soul, if I could just interject right now, look at the way they are spread out. They were coming in their convoys.
Viper, this is a misplay. This was a misplay from Viper, hands down.
Yep. I mean, he wanted to go for that kill. He wanted to get that 1 point, and instead he lost his own life. I mean, that was kind of silly on his part. But this is what I'm talking about. They scattered Fixes. They scattered in every which way, and no one could cover each other. So how do you expect them to, play a team game if you're not going to play like?
I'm gonna bring it up. Like when it comes to esports in general, for that matter, any team game, right? It comes down a lot to communication, working as a unit, and sometimes individual plays do happen. That's why we have the all-time greats. You have the Faker in League of Legends. You have a Simple in Counter-Strike. You have, so many big players out there. And there are those special moments where a player stands up. Someone like Vexy we have here in South Asia who's going to stand up. He's going to be like, you know what? I'm going to go for the play right now. There are times for that. And there are times when you have all 4 players alive. You're going for a team fight and then you just overextend and you get taken down. That's when you don't go for it. I feel like there were too many individual plays coming in, not just from Seoul, but I feel like a few teams did that. Team Tamilas, for example, when they wanted to wipe out Gurkha earlier there. But overall, if you look at it, it's the teams who seem to work in tandem as a unit who seem to be coming out on top. Orange Rock, obvious team to be picking over there. You have, of course, some megastars as well, alongside Vexy. You have Synergy. These are the guys who are consistently good. And even Fnatic, they had a rough week 1 where they were looking disjointed, discombobulated even. But now, they're coming back with a vengeance, and I, for one, with the Group D coming in, I, for one, am ready to see what the 2 Orange boys are going to be doing. Rather, the 8 Orange boys. We're going to have Orange Rock and Fnatic jumping into the server, and not Team IND as well.
Fixes, what are you going to take away from this game? Because I'm sure you have a lot of things to say. We're talking about mistakes being made, and I know you want to say something about Soul and TH over there. And of course, the end of the game over here was really quite easy for TSM.
I think we have talked a lot about Team Soul and Powerhouse, but let's shift our attention towards Team Godlike. In that fight against Team Elementrix, I really felt they were not looking too confident getting into the fight. Smokey was a little bit out of his pace. He was just coming out in the open. He got knocked, and again he committed that same mistake, which on top capitalized and instantly took his kill. But yes, we need to give a heads up to Team Elementrix. They were down to 2 men and still survived and made it to the 2nd position, considering the fact the way the curveball took the zone, the way it changed, and I think zone was an absolute MVP there.
We do have the kill leaders for you guys here overall. Vexy's just running away with this, isn't he? He's just running away with this. 10,000 points of damage. All right. Okay, he's broken it. He's broken the barrier. The first player in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia to break the 10K mark, and we still aren't done yet. We still have 1 more week remaining. Of course, the remainder of today as well. Zygot coming in second, a distant second and 44, closely followed by Mavi. Of course, we have the lads from Synergy as well, Sirvi and Ted. Just somehow, they're always in the top 5, and I feel like the top 10 kill leaders overall hasn't changed the past few days. It's been the same faces, and it's just been Vexy just pulling ahead further and further, if you ask me.
Absolutely, and we'll have a look at the bottom half of that top kill leaders, and a new face coming in, 2 new faces actually, because we didn't really see this in week 1. We were focused on the top 5, PH Dark and IND Slayer coming in and just putting in that work for their team, making sure that not essentially carrying them but doing their bit for them, because again, like I said, that it's a team game. Everyone has to play their part. But Jonathan with 39 kills, he is going to try and capitalize on the fact that they are going to be playing another 4 games right now, and just to catch up with the leaders. But coming to the leaders, I know you're ready for this play. I know you're waiting. I know you're anxious to see what Orange Rock does, because we know their playstyle. They are going to start off, dare I use the word passive, because we know that is what Mavi said, that we are going to take it easy. If we have to fight, we'll fight. But then if we are going to be forced to fight in the later ends, we are coming at you guns blazing.
I'm actually gonna be against that mentality, right? That it's a very slippery slope where you play passive to retain onto your top spot, but what happens is other teams can overtake it and things might go downhill. Yumumba, prime example. Godlike, prime example. Playing safe, what does it happen? That means you lose a killer edge. But whether that's gonna happen or not, we're gonna be finding out. Orange Rock, Fnatic, IND jumping into the fray, and that's gonna be map number 2 of the final day of week 2 after this break.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
तो मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला, उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा, उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है। और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings.
And we're back with Game 2 of the final day of Week 2 here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Of course, fueled by Mountain Dew and sponsored by Airtel, who are, of course, our preferred network partner. My name is Blair. Joining me, as usual, it's going to be Experiment and, of course, Bane Fixes. And quick shout out to our two gentlemen here who have been giving me a lot of company. You can follow them on their Twitter or Instagram handles. I think the Instagram handles, rather. We're at _experiment with a 1. That's a 1. That's not an I there. And, of course, at Pain Fixes down there. It's not physics, it's fixes. And if you want to follow me at Official Play on Twitter or Instagram, I really don't care whether you do or not. I just sprout random crap on my social media. If you want to give us a shout out and follow us, or want to message us, like send any of your thoughts or of the games or whatnot, follow us, drop us a message. We'll be very happy to answer you back. Now, what have you all been waiting for? IND, Orange Rock, Fnatic, and Dead Eyes Guy are going to be jumping into the server for the final 4 games that they're going to be playing, or rather anyone's going to be playing for Week 2. And that means by the end of today, each team would have played 32 games in total. Experiment.
Yeah.
What's the pressure on Fnatic and Orange? Orange Rock, maybe not so pressured. We spoke about how they're going to take it really easy. Fnatic?
Well,
okay, all right.
No. There is pressure on them because now we've seen this from Orange Rock. They are off to a flying start, even in the last couple of tournaments that I had the privilege of casting and watching as a consumer of esports. Right? They always, boom, right off the start, they are the fastest sprinter out. Right?
Yeah.
But they tend to something happens and they just fall a little short after the midway mark. So we have already crossed the midway mark. They're still going strong.
Yeah.
So now the pressure is definitely there. They can't take it easy, because if they take it easy, it just takes one bad game to get that. Now I am going to say this, to get that mood a little low, but with Mavi at the helm of things, I don't think that's going to happen. But they can't take it easy. That's what I think.
They can't take it easy. Well, hold on. We did see 2 teams switch real quickly there. Production, I'm not fast enough. My eyes, it hurts. But there we go. IND coming in and going away.
Man.
Now, will that be? Is that how IND are going to be today in the server? Because they're just going to come in and just get knocked out like that? Or are they going to be fighting this one out? Tell me.
I like that.
I really want to see a lot out of Team IND today. They've been performing very, very well lately, especially Slayer. The way he has been doing with that Car 98 or the bolt action, as we speak of, has been commendable. Sir, Trance has also been delivering alongside Snacks. But the best part I love about today are all the players are back. Kiki is back for you, Mumba. We've got Neo back. We've got a lot of players back. So it's going to be an amazing, amazing match.
It is going to be an amazing, amazing match. And on that note, Fixes, I'm going to bid you farewell. Just for a moment, though, just for this one game, as XP and me are going to be bringing you, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the action. It is going to be on Erangel. It's going to be starting off on Lipovka and heading all the way towards Quarry. And Neo, as you can clearly see, he's taking his own private jet. It's like, listen, dogs, I'm coming back into the server. I'm coming back to the tournament, and I'm flying in style. I don't got no time for y'all plebs. I'm coming in on my own little chartered private jet.
You know, I think TSM have been actually doing that for a long time. I mean, I wonder how they are back, because I did see Jonathan on his private plane a couple of games earlier as well. TSM Entity, what's their secret? I think a lot of money behind them by the looks of it. But of course, they are going to be heading to their favorite position, which is going to be, in my opinion, West Georgia Paul is what it seems like, because, well, TSM Neo is already there. He is already there while his teammates have to catch up.
I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like TSM, so rather PUBG Mobile. Of course, a bug, but at the same time, it's like maybe. It looks kind of cool, though. It looks kind of cool. It's like, you know, the one coming in. If everyone's watched The Matrix, you do realize, hold on.
Speaking of zone with him.
Speaking of the Matrix and how everything is a simulation, what is going on with that circle? Like Zarki, Saverni shooting range, and Stalber. We saw something similar to this yesterday, but it wasn't so much water in the first circle. XP, what is going on here?
I think maybe the computer systems are thinking this is Vikendi. I don't see any snow. Maybe we're kind of messing up the map. Do you see any snow around? It's all green for you too, right? So this is Erangel. And looks like,
I don't know. Has the snow melted? Is this Vikendi? Has the snow melted? Have the ocean levels risen? Is it because it's summer? I don't know.
I think global warming has finally caught up. But anyway, this is Erangel, and that is kind of a strange map, strange zone indeed. But, you know, it might be strange for the players, but definitely exciting for us, because guess what? We are going to see action right off the bat. And Fnatic ranked 6th, 301 points, just cracking that 300 mark. These boys, not a lot of kills to their names, play. Have a look at that. 60. Oh, wait, that just changed. I was just stuck on the kills. But again, well, I'm going to take my words back, because Fnatic have been raking in the kills, but these guys, you know, they need to pump up the action today, not pump up on the brakes. They need to actually just hit that pedal to the metal and get the job done.
I'm gonna break out the math for you guys, right? Right now, the top 3 teams are Godlike, Entity, and Orange Rock, Team Entity, TSM Entity, and Godlike. Cool. They will have played 28 games. This is going to be the 29th, and they're, of course, going to be playing all the remainder of the games today. That is going to make it 32, correct? Right. So Orange Rock, TSM Entity, and Godlike, they're in a good spot, top 3. Now, the 4th and 5th place team are Megastars and Synergy, who have already finished a quota of games for week 2. So now they're going to be stuck on their points they have, which is 340 and 330. Now, Fnatic, I want to talk about Fnatic and Team IND. Fnatic are 6th, IND are 7th. Now, Fnatic are on 301 points, IND are on 293. They're very close to each other.
Right.
For them to take down Godlike and TSM Entity, the gap is about 50 points, right? 50 points, give or take a few points here and there. That means they not only need to have a hell of a game, a hell of a day today, they also want to wish and pray that TSM and Godlike have rough games for the remainder of today. Now, is that going to happen? We don't know. It's very hard to gauge. TSM Entity, especially starting off with a chicken dinner today, is definitely going to make things grim for Fnatic and for IND. But is there a chance? Yes, it is. And if there's ever a time for Fnatic to come out all guns blazing, waving the flag around, making that org happy, and going out with a hurrah, today is the day.
I've got a question for you. All right, so we know that the league stage is going to produce 3 qualified slots for the World League, 1, 2, and 3. Now, of course, currently that is occupied by Orange Rock, TSM Entity, and Godlike. So I completely agree with whatever you just said right now, the way that, you know, Fnatic and IND have a chance to make it to the top 3 and get a few shots. Wait a second. Jonathan over here. Is this going to be a first fight between Jonathan and Viper? Viper is in big trouble, and he gets knocked out. What are these boys doing? What are they doing on this side? Why is Viper on the military island? And Wait, it's not the military island. I beg your pardon. This is, of course,
it's towards Milta.
right next to. Forget it. It's supposed Georgia Paul.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's the Georgia map.
The bridge caught me off guard. I am sorry. I apologize.
I'm taking a look at the map. I'm taking a look at the map right now, and I'll tell you where they are. Seoul,
I see it. Yep.
And Sangwon are let me do the math. 1.5 kilometers away from each other.
Absolutely, and that is kind of. So I figured that they're going to go on that west coast like they have been, because whenever TSM Entity, we mentioned this, whenever these boys are playing, Seoul does not touch foot in West Georgia. And it looks like what happened was that Sangwan, for some reason, is on the northern side of the bridge. He is north of the bridge. He is north, probably one of the northernmost western points on the map right now in the zone, right? He is way up there. He's basically just under Zarki.
At this point, he should just go to Zarki and just stay there.
He should go and loot up over there. But the thing is, I think Viper was going to try and get to his teammate. But why
was it worth it? The risk.
No,
the
not
risk.
at all. Not at all, because they know that TSM Entity is going to be looting this place, and you are in a buggy. You're going to be heard 160 meters out. That it's going to get heard. And all these boys have good sound sense. They have good headphones. You're going to hear a vehicle coming in, and it's going to be so easy to shoot a single occupant in a vehicle because he can't shoot back at you. But now that brings me to the question that I was actually going to ask you, Blair. So we know that 3 slots are going to go for the world stage, for the world league from these stages that we are seeing right now. Now that means whoever finishes 4th or 5th has yet another chance to make it to the world stage. Of course, we're going to have the finals after this, right?
Indeed,
you think it's going to make sense, huh?
Mm-hmm. No, I wanted to complete a thought, and then maybe I could put my inputs.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I mean, so my question is, once the top 3 teams are gone and the others are going to be vying or fighting for those 2 slots, is it going to get easier for them, or is it going to get harder?
I don't think it's going to be easy. I think nerves could be a problem. And bear in mind, even when you get 4th or 5th over here, sure, you qualify for the final stage, right? But when you reach the final stage, it's only 3 days of action. The pressure is more. Everything's on the line. You don't get second chances. And more importantly, everything is reset. Everything is reset. You might have had 400 points or 500 points in total in the league stages. It comes down to 0. Now whether you're Fnatic or IND, you're on the same playing field as a Dead Eyes guy, perhaps, or even an INES, right? Who have been struggling right now. So then all the underdogs, now they know, okay, this is our one chance to make it happen. It's not going to be easy. You've been fighting it out for 3 weeks. You won the top 3 spot. Now, Orange Rocks seem to be unsurmountable at the moment, but TSM and Godlike, there's still a chance. And I'm talking about only week 2. Week 3 still remaining to be played. But when you enter week 3, you want to be in a good spot. You want to be close enough to knock them down and at least enter week 3 with a little bit of a positive attitude, feeling like, hey, you know what, guys? We're in a top 3 position right now. We just have to hold on to this, and then boom, we're through to the World Finals. But for right now, though, 16 teams in the running. Of course, we have just 1 casualty, and that was unfortunately Viper, caught out in the open on an unfortunate rotation. Speaking of rotations, Waste rotating towards his teammates. Now, I'm sure they can hear the vehicles in the distance. Do Powerhouse, who had a quiet game. They were very uncharacteristically quiet in this one. But what a resurgence we've seen from them in week 2. They weren't a team who was on the tip of our tongues, XP, when it came to week 1. But week 2, boom, we're just talking about Powerhouse, especially this guy, Dark and Iconic, just being phenomenal so far.
I think phenomenal is the right word, but they have they have a big fan base over here in India, and people were expecting them to be powering through right from week 1. But again, like I said, I've kind of spent some time with these boys, and I know how their minds work. Once they have a good game, they get that momentum, and they're like a steamroller, almost nigh unstoppable. But we did see them kind of falter up a little bit today. Dark getting knocked out earlier, and the first test of sorts is obviously going to be up against Fnatic by the look of things. And on the other side, I did make that little mistake of Military Island, but who did go to Military Island as always? Team IND, because these boys love that place. I mean,
are they still there? Oh, okay, they're still in the blue.
They're making their way back. But again, it's the first zone. It's not going to do a lot of damage. The boys from Seoul, Regeltos and Aman, however, have found their way to the north side of the map, just in and around Zarki, and that too because they took a boat. They realized that Viper got knocked and finished, and of course TSM Entity has blockaded the road up ahead of sorts, so they were not going to take that chance. But Fnatic is now going to move out. Of course, the zone has kind of imploded on itself, so there's not a lot of action that's going to take place. Everyone who is currently nestled in either a compound or either, they have that ridge cover is going to stay there for the time being. I do believe the first few fights that we see breaking out are going to be just south, well, actually north of Rozhok, coming up along that bridge.
Well, the team you do see on your screen right there, this is the team. This is the one to beat. This is the one to defeat. This is the one to knock off their mount, so to speak. Orange Rock. I mean, I think we've given them enough accolades so far. I think we've given them all the accolades. They are looking for their 8th chicken dinner XP. I never thought I'd probably say that, especially considering we're not even done with week 2. That's an average of a chicken dinner a day. 7 days done, 7 chicken dinners. If you get one more here today, they've averaged 1 chicken dinner every day. What more do you want? That's them keeping the bellies full. Like a chicken dinner every day. Heck, I don't get that in life.
Well, I mean, they definitely are leading good lives. That's a really good diet. Chicken dinner a day, that's enough protein for them. All their protein needs are definitely met.
Get them gains, bro.
Get them gains, and these boys are going to get buff at some point, well, in game and in life as well. But now that's the thing, right? I mean, they are at the top. I mean, it's good to be a winner. It feels good, and everyone is going to be vying for your spot. But again, you have a massive target painted on your back, and like I had mentioned earlier, Orange Rock. The issue that they have is it's not an issue per se, because of course, since the last couple of tournaments, the roster has changed. So, I'm sure they're going to bring something different to this game. But the trend has been that they kind of just, dare I say, fizzle out towards the end. It's not fizzling out. It's just the nerves. It's just the pressure. And, they ended up second in a couple of tournaments. So I wonder if that is going to happen right now. Because, again, it's 50-odd points that separates 1 and 2. Not a lot to cover if you have a good game today.
Indeed, 100% agree with you. And for Orange Rock, before we do see the next zone coming in, I just want to say, you said there's going to be a big target in the back, right? But if you come at the king, you best not miss.
Well, of course. Aha.
And that's, of course, a quote from The Wire, a great TV show, perhaps the best TV show ever made. We have a circle coming in, and Seoul, despite losing a player very early on in the game, they're looking pretty good here. Up north, they know there's no one further north of them, right? It's looking good. Dead Eyes guys as well. And this circle is pretty comfortable. However, if you look at the southeastern side of that safe zone, of that white line, that white circumference of that circle, it's going to get messy. It's going to get bloody. It is going to get quite brutal indeed.
There are so many names on that side that you can't even tell who is who, because that's exactly what I was talking about. That is just north of Rozhok, those 2 bridges which kind of lead to the other side of the massive island. So now the thing is, we are going to see this. This is going to be on display for us. Vehicular destruction. We are going to see some gun and runs. We are going to see some drive-bys. Of course, people traversing into that zone. Not a lot of
M24
cover
knock
in the form of compounds. However, you got to be careful in those buggies. The passenger in the back seat is exposed to such an extent. And talking about exposure, Team IND Snacks gets a knock on Machine. Machine goes down, and Bad Rev is going to have a tough time picking his teammate out. Well, his teammate is already down and out for it. But TSM Entity are unleashing what they have on hype. And have a look at that. One man knocks him, the other runs him over with a vehicle. That is just bullying play.
That's a vehicular manslaughter. I do believe that is a criminal offense. But right now, there are no cops anywhere around. It's just these bunch of guys with automatic rifles and snipers just duking it out. As the circle is going to be collapsing on all the players, the action is definitely going to be heating up. Bear in mind, when the circle came in, we had 63 players alive on the 3rd circle. That means only 1 casualty, which was an unfortunate Viper early on. And this means that it is indeed going to get hot and heavy. And I don't mean that sort of hot and heavy. I'm talking about brutal and deadly destruction. We spotted TSM Entity out there on that hilly slope. They haven't spotted anyone out. We have Team Tumulus over here. They have a control of this compound. And I like the way they're playing right outside of the building, not really getting pincered. And we can clearly see everyone's kind of found their little nook and cranny. They've set up camp and just waiting to light up the evening skies with a gunfire, as it will eventually happen.
I'm quite surprised the fact that Jonathan already has 3 kills to his name. TSM Entity have 4 altogether, and yet we don't have a squad that has been eliminated, which is, of course, we're going to have a few squads limping out there with 1 man left. However, the next zone shift is going to be detrimental because, again, the way TSM Entity are right now, they are playing from the periphery. They're not, like I said, they've learned something from Godlike. They were like, you know what, all right, we have to play aggressive, but we are not going to just drive around and pick a fight every now and then. We're going to wait for them to come to us, which is, of course, where they shine. Like I said, put them in against 1 squad, 2 squad, 3 squads, put them right in the center and tell them to hold this point. That is where they thrive. But now talking about that, we have the boys from VSG Crawlers kind of heading their way because they do have to capitalize on that hill, which is essentially an entry point into the next zone. And TSM is still lucky. The zone is now going to be coming a bit to the south. So Orange Rock, just have a look
Smack
at that.
center.
Those guys are dead smack center.
All right.
With a drop at their disposal.
That's just literally ridiculous at this point, right? It's the gods of war saying, all right, here you go.
Here you go.
Take the drop. I'm even expecting an AWM inside of that. They're like, yeah, just take it, just shoot people. Fnatic inside of the house. Now they are in a safe zone for the time being. Eventually it will move in, and look at the number of players around them. We have team number 12, that is VSG Crawlers, right outside of the circle, but that's fine. They can get in a little closer, but they're wary because the moment they climb over the little bit of a ridge, Fnatic's going to have a free reign all over them. We have Powerhouse in the distance as well. You can see at the back, and the zone is now finally shrinking in. Now they have a few. You have a couple of minutes here to try and find themselves in a bit more of a comfortable position. Fnatic away, just spotting players out, spotting the migration happening, and a mass migration taking place in the form of Powerhouse. And Abby just rattling off a lot of bullets here, announcing their presence. In the meantime, away spotting. Fnatic have eyes on almost everyone at the moment, as Jonathan from above, he's just taking pot shots at Powerhouse, and Powerhouse are not stopping, just kind of keep pushing on. And it's only Zebra getting turned to a zebra crossing, vehicle blown up. Now Dark gets off, he knows he's got to take the fight here, and Neo, of course, is aware for it. He's going to be tossing in the nade, but he spots Iconic out. Iconic completely unaware. There's a player there. Nade's going to be sailing in, and Dark, unfortunately,
he's going to get it.
Brilliant nade coming in from Neo, and it's just wiping them out. The man himself just going off, popping off, and Dark, he's got a sliver of health, and if he gets taken down, it's 2 members down, 3 members down, in fact, for Powerhouse. And this journey, they were having a grand old time just roaming around the countryside with the cars, XP, but it looks like it was all for naught. They have been destroyed by the man, the myth, the legend, Neo.
The one. And what's interesting is the way he still held on to that grenade when he had a clear view of Iconic. He knew that they're going to come back to this tree, and he's literally essentially going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, which is what happened. He got Dark and he got Iconic, and Iconic, of course, behind the vehicle. He is going to bleed out. There is no way that someone is going to steal his kill, unless, of course, that is Slayer. And if Slayer has an angle on him, that could be, just a loss on TSM Entity's part. But Slayer with that Car 98 8X, we know that this boy can use it well. He is going to try and put as much pressure as he can on TSM Entity. However, I do not see them moving from this spot right now. 7 kills to their names already. That vehicle blowing up can be a big blow to Slayer. He's got to be careful. He's got to move a little bit back away from it, which he has. He is still trying to pick a fight with Neo with that Car 98 out in the blue. Meanwhile, VSG Crawlers are lighting up the boys from Team Extreme. I think they are down to 1 man standing. Again, vehicular manslaughter. Everyone is just getting picked off one by one while they are rotating. I wonder if he's going to get him. Clutch Guard does get him. It's not Neo, but his teammate who finally gets that knock on IND Slayer. And of course, that is going to be a big blow to IND.
And that's going to be an eventual kill as well. There's no one nearby to go for the res, and that's definitely going to ensure the 8th kill for TSM Entity. They have entered the fray. It's like they never put their foot off the gas pedal. It's like 100% full on, pedal to the metal, continuing their form from the first game. They won the second check in dinner as IND Slayer will finally fall to the play zone, and that makes it 8 kills as Zigot's going to find the TSM Crawlers, one of their players, and IND Trance replying back. But Neo, he's on a streak, but IND finally get taken down, and it is Shagger with a bullet in the head, knocking out the final player of Team IND at TSM Entity. 9 kills to their name. Now they've lost Neo, but my word, has he inflicted so much damage, putting the pain on everyone before he got taken down in the end there.
You know, if people watching at home, if you don't believe in God, you are going to start believing in one God, the gods of PUBG, because they are being too kind to Orange Rock. The circle dead smack center on them again. So, you know, we discussed this earlier on that they're going to play a passive game, but the last few circles, they are going to hold their ground and make sure that the enemy come towards them. I think that is exactly what is going to happen. Meanwhile, TSM still on the periphery, on the southern side of the zone. They don't have a lot of issues over here because they do have Nova King, I do believe the last man standing for Powerhouse, but we do know that he can be quite a powerhouse himself. This grenade is going to force him to come out a bit to the left. It might do a little bit of damage, but that car is going to cover him up. He has been spotted out. Clutch Scout goes prone in the nick of time. Bullets whizzing past his head. And that is reaction play. That is what you call reaction time. And these boys have it in bundles. Powerhouse being eliminated.
10 kills. Keep track, guys. That's exactly the number of numbers I can count on my two hands. And I'm going to have to take on my toes if TSM continue the streak that they are on. They're not stopping anytime soon. And like I said, brilliant stop. They're like hunters. They're the alpha male, the apex predator in the forest right now. As Jonathan, I think he spots out a player there. I do believe that's Avi. No, he's across the hill. Now Aman from Seoul trying his best to rattle up a few bullets towards Team Tamilas. The 4 players from Team Tamilas who have taken a bit of damage. However, they have all 4 players alive. For Seoul, though, Viper getting taken down early in the game. The first casualty, in fact, means that they have a man disadvantage. And now they're taking fights on 2 fronts. As Z-God, look at a kill feed. He's going to get another knock into Avi, but finally, Hyozu is going to reply back, but let's hold on to this. Aman finding Wadusar from Deadeye's guy, as the dude, the Lebowski. He's finding a kill, and this is just like a 3-way, 4-way fight at the moment, XP. It's just people knocking each other out, left, right, and center.
The thing is, if you have a look at where Seoul is, they're in a good spot right now because they have the backs up against the wall, but the zone can actually come and just make things really, really, really bad for them. But the way everyone is spread out, they don't have a lot of competition on their side in the fact, you know, because of the way the topography is right now. They have that cover, they made cover with their vehicles, and everyone else is gunning each other out. But Aman does get another finish, I do believe, on Wadu. Wadu is going to be out of this game. CG Crawlers, he is the last man standing from VSG. Regaltos laying down the hurt on Gary OP from Team Tamilas. But now this is again a massive blow. The zone has shifted. Seoul is going to have to move in, and this is where it's going to get interesting because Orange Rock is sitting right on top of that zone, you know, basically blocking the entry. I mean, do we even have to mention that?
I just want to say,
I believe in God now. I believe that there's a God of PUBG. That is it. I believe.
I just want to say something though, right? You have Orange Rock in the middle, and now they're like, guys, I can hear a lot of gunshots. Where are everyone? But I'll tell you where everyone is. They're in their graves. You know why? TSM Entity is like, you don't have the zone, but we got the kills, and they're just mowing everyone down.
11 kills.
Absolutely. That's ridiculous, and, right? It's still not we still have 11 teams alive, mind you, and they're in 11 kills and 3 still in the server.
You know, I mean, a particular team have been particularly silent right now, and that is Fnatic, because they are actually in a good spot. Although I do see Scout is knocked out, Ash needs to act up again. I said that too soon. They are getting obliterated right now, and Team Tamilas is going to fall down. I do believe it is Marcus Gaming who are now going to take that prime location on the other side of the map, overlooking basically completely opposite Orange Rock. So Marcus Gaming in a good spot, and I think they did get almost got a squad wipe. Did they? Wait a second.
Not too sure
Wait a second. Nade is knocked. He does get knocked. Is that going to connect?
No. Yes. No. Yes. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Elementrix get knocked out though, and Fnatic, they're in such a rough spot at the moment. It's gonna be Smokey, Godlike. They're coming alive. You said that they've been playing not to win, but rather they've been playing not to lose, rather. Sorry, I'd rather rephrase that. They're not playing to win, they're playing not to lose. And that's what we've been seeing the past couple of days. But today, this time around, they have come alive as Orange Rock finally switching over to their perspective. They just have the 1 kill, finally getting out of their zone area. And now ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That is the end of Fnatic with 0 kills. What?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They've been super quiet. I do not see a single stir from them when they could have actually taken on Powerhouse earlier. They had a lot of options, but I don't know what's happening over there. We'll come back to that because we still have 6 teams in the fray. Marcus Gaming and Orange Rock with all their members still intact. TSM have lost one. Well, actually, they did lose one, and the one they lost is the one. Neo fell earlier. Marcus Gaming on a good outing. 7 kills for these boys. Orange Rock with 2. Well, this is where Orange Rock shine. And talking about shining, they are in probably the most covered, the most safe location as far as the map goes right now. And again, play. I wonder if the zone is going to be in the favor. Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Right at the edge of the zone. Yeah, so I think right now Godlike is going to be in a good position, waiting for the enemy to come in. But I'm not counting anybody. I don't know what to say right now because they have the zone, dude.
They have a plane for cover. They have a plane for cover and a car as well. It's ridiculous how these guys are so forward thinking that they're always ready for all the contingencies, every possible contingency. And I got to say right now, you smell that? You smell that? No. Do you smell that?
I know what you're going to say. Yeah, but I don't know if the Rock is cooking right now, Play, because
I'll tell you what it's cooking. I'll tell you what the Rock's cooking right now. The 8th chicken dinner. I can smell it in the air. I can sniff that. And now, the only team though, the only 2 teams who are going to be holding on to 3 teams rather. Godlike have a great position. They're in the circle. Marcus and TSM have 3 alive apiece. And more importantly, the blood is definitely boiling because Entity are on 11 kill streak. Marcus on 8. So Orange Rock, they want a chicken dinner, but they can't count their chickens yet.
I'm walking. I like that. I like they don't count the chickens before they hatch, eh? But I don't know, man. I'm not counting TSM Entity out right now. I cannot count them out. These guys have been playing phenomenally, but they're going to have to be careful because Marcus Gaming have been putting up quite a show over here. And just as I say that, Max Kosh gets knocked and loses his life, courtesy of Jonathan. Jonathan is out for blood today. He is on a rampage. He gets the dude down. Soul getting eliminated in 5th position. A better outing for them as compared to the last 4 days. You know, as far as their positions matter, their kills matter. Clutch God getting taken down.
Stop it, Jonathan.
Oh my goodness. OR is going to be out there just trying to finish this game as quickly as they can because we do have the last 3 teams remaining. Existence is trying to pick up his members. They both are knocked. Godlike down to 1 man standing. TSM Entity have been reduced to 2. And you know who is whole, Blay? You know who is whole?
Who is it? Tell me. Give it to me.
I don't know.
It is a Rock.
Some team known as, I don't know. Let me just look it up. Orange something Rock?
Yeah. Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it again. I told you I smelled it. I was like, what is that smell? It sounds familiar. It smells familiar. It is a chicken dinner that the Orange Rock are looking for. And look at Mavi again. Again, the point man, the guy who's going to take everything for his team. He's going to go out on a recon mission, finding out what's happening. So, all right, guys, there are a couple of players there. Godlike, Gil, and Kings left alive. For TSM, they have been on a war path. Decimate. I think they're like 12, 13, 14 kills right now, but they have only 2 remaining. It is going to be Z-God and Mr. Jonathan Wick. I'm going to crown him now, who has been phenomenal. But Viru, he's even got the ghillie suit to work with. Everything. And I mean, everything is going the way of Orange Rock here. And it just looks like a matter of time before to get that chicken dinner. But I say that. Let's not forget, there is 1 man still there. 14 kills, and Jonathan has been taking the majority of that. And if he has anything to say, he's going to deny Orange Rock. He's going to try his very best, but let's see what's going to happen.
Now the thing is, the way Orange Rock is trying to spread out, they're waiting for the enemy to make a move, right? And I do believe Jonathan's eyes are kind of set on Existence and Gil. Now, if he does, what's going to happen is, this is what's going to happen. The moment somebody shoots, Orange Rock is going to pounce on it because they might be expecting that it's a 4v4. They know that, okay, they only have 4 people to contend with. They can be single, they can be double, and now they realize, okay, it's 2 teams against them. Jonathan gets a knock and a finish on Gale, but he does get taken up with the lead. As I said, the moment he's going to shoot, these boys are going to bounce on them, but Z-God manages to take out 3 members of Orange Rock. It's going to be a one-on-one against Daljit. Z-God versus Daljit. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be Orange Rock or us?
No way!
Wait a second!
No way!
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! But Godlike come out on top with that winner chicken dinner. TSM Entity have just broken this game right now. They have broken the gameplay. 19 kills! What? Wow!
Gentlemen.
I mean,
oh my god. Oh,
wow.
Wait. We need to recollect our thoughts. We need a second.
I told you, the moment Jonathan is going to fire a shot, OR is going to bounce on it, but Jonathan was like, dare I say the bait? Oh god. Fix this. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm out.
You always
9 kills for Jonathan. I mean, wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Z-God, you beauty, man.
All right, I'm back.
That one clutch, just proning it down and absolutely raining hell onto its members of Team Orange Rock, and the way Z-God finished it up. Okay, we cannot rule anything out from Godl. They still have the MVP, Smokey. Took 4 kills, had 530 damage, played really well, and this was a breather that Godlike really needed.
Can I just interject right now? I get it. Okay, Smokey, well done. Honest to God, well done. 4 kills, 530 damage, and your team did come out with the top. Of course, Existence and Gale at the end, just powering through. If I talk about MVPs, if I talk about sheer damage, if I talk about sheer firepower, Jonathan, what's up, buddy? What's up? And all his naysayers who've been like, oh, he's been out of form. Well, your boy is back. Wow.
Oh my
God.
You still want to say something?
I don't know what to say.
I'm going to fix myself a cup of coffee right now. That's what I'm going to do for me, because
we're all in a shocker,
I need to
man.
wake up. I was literally just it was amazing. What an outing, and the way it all played out. If you think about it, Orange Rock had everything going for them, right? And again, I just
it was almost a 4v1.
All right, now let me tell you, the way on the left side of your screens, the way they were moving about, the way they were trying to peek and look, I knew at the moment somebody fired the shot, they just want to blindly take aim and shoot over there. That is what happened. Jonathan gets a knock on Gil, and from over here, the Jeet gets a knock on Jonathan, and Z-God, man, I mean, he held his ground.
Goodness.
I think they were expecting that. They knew that the enemy is on that side, on whatever particular side. Z-God knew someone is going to pop up. It's like those meerkats, right? It's like, wait for it, pop up, boom, he gets knocked out. Second guy gets up and looks, boom, he gets knocked out just from that little stray in the grass, and finally reloads his weapon, gets that next magazine in, knows it's a one-on-one. Well, doesn't really know it's a one-on-one because there was still a guy behind him, but knows that he got 3 members, goes in guns blazing, gets the Jeet, and unfortunately gets shot in the back. But wow,
applause.
Wow. Yeah, that was something.
But
I just want to add one quick thing. Like Orange Rock had everything going for them, right? They played it to perfection. They didn't do anything wrong. But just that, I love how in the 2v4, Jonathan's like, all right, I'm going to go on in. You pick up the remaining pieces. He went for it. He went for the fight there, and they knock him down. And before they had time to kind of like, isolate the final player remaining, the Z-God just struck there. And just that instant decision making to make that 2v4 happen was just sheer genius. And I think TSM, they deserve that. They deserve that. Not just for getting 39
However,
I think they'll still place first. I think they'll still play first.
It is going to be 33 points for them. 33 points for them. It's going to be 33. But forget that. Just have a look at this.
The damage, guys. The damage.
Oh no. Screen cap that, because that is elite. That is elite. 1337. That it's like everything. It's like the universe of the stars aligned for that to happen. 9 kills, elite damage, 1337, and Z-God with 1333. That's a combined total of 2,670 points of damage over 2 players in one match.
I can't even just get the maths. I'm not even going to calculate that. But I am going to say one thing. Almost had it. You were smelling something earlier, but I think you need to get your olfactory lobes checked, because that is something. I mean, I don't know what to say right now. Again, the fact is that, when you have everything going for you, and would you call it a slip up? How do you define that? Fixes. How do you define play? How do you define?
I'm gonna get back to you on that. I will get back to you 100%. I promise you there. But Godlike right there. Unfortunate. They get imagine getting chicken dinner and getting placed second, trailing by 6 points. How can that even happen? Wow. You know how can it happen? If the team placed second gets 19 points. That is ludicrous. 33 points in total. Unfortunately, they don't get the chicken dinner in the end, but I'm still like, it's as good as winning the chicken dinner if you ask me for TSM Entity. Godlike coming in second, but Orange Rock, they're going to be kicking themselves now. Albeit, considering the lead they have, they're still going to be okay, but I'm actually going to watch a replay what really panned out in the end, because it was just too fast to comprehend. XP.
I really want to go to break right now and just look at what happened, but The bottom half of the table, slightly disappointing. IND finishing in 9th. Elementrix and Fnatic, someone that we were expecting to actually get something done. Again, they got those placement points, but they didn't get in any action. They had a lot of opportunities to pick a few fights here and there. Even in rotation, even in transition, they had a few opportunities which they weren't really taking. So I wonder what went wrong over there, or not went wrong, but I wonder what they were thinking at that point. But I've got to give credit to Godlike as well. They've had a terrible, I'm going to use the word terrible, last couple of days. And again, it's just one game. Like we were talking, Blay, and Fixes. I almost called you Manny. While we were talking right now, the thing is, Orange Rock do have that 50-point cushion. Right?
Yeah.
And now everything is going to be even Stevens after this week. Oh boy. Godlike needed this win. And
not just Godlike.
And TSM Entity, of course. Everybody needed this.
How that really?
What's impressive right now for me is just simple math. 32 points. 32 points. At one point, it was over 100 points. Orange Rock Entity, the gap between first and second place. Now 32 points. Another game like this, 2 games like this, boom, Entity can be on top. However, Fnatic and Powerhouse, this was their opportunity alongside IND to kind of claw over the likes of Megastars and Synergy. Hasn't happened.
Still have 3 games.
It hasn't happened. They still have 3 more games, but every game that goes by without them getting more than like 5 or 6 points, it's another nail in the potential, the metaphorical coffin, so to speak.
I've got to wonder why, just if I'm going back now again as a nerd and as a fan of all these teams, I wonder why Slayer was caught off about 250 meters off from his teammate Snacks. Now, of course, what I think happened was that, he had his vehicle fixes.
He got caught out in the rotation, bro.
But he stopped his vehicle, got out, and then more
because TSM were just right over the head.
But then that is not getting caught off. If you stop your vehicle at a safe spot, take cover behind it and stay for about 20 to 30 seconds and
he kind of overextended, to be honest.
That's what I think happened, right?
Because
go on, Fixes.
Because the entire team was spraying bullets at him. Neo had spotted him. He'd sprayed a lot of bullets, and then again he peeks out to take a shot at Neo, and then Clutch God was like, hey dude, I'm there, I'll take you down. That's exactly what he did.
That's the thing. It happened 20-30 seconds after he stopped his vehicle. That's my only critique of IND Slayer, who is of course a good friend, and I am a fan of his gameplay. That's my only critique over here, that I think maybe he wanted those kills. He saw something happening earlier on. He saw that TSM were having that little bit of a battle with PH. Overextended, maybe. What do you think, Fixes?
I think that was yes, that was pure overextension. Coming to Slayer, he did not have a lot of choice, right? Because there was just one path that was going straight, and if he would have gone straight, he would have met Neo. If he would have taken that right angle, then he would have met the entire team of TSM Entity, because Clutch God was also there. And he did not have a lot of choice. He was just a little bit late during his rotation, and he got caught off guard. And obviously, I'll still question his decision, why he double, triple peaked again and again on Neo, and then he met his demise. That's just it. He just overpeaked.
Well, speaking of overpeaking, demise and whatnot, we're talking about the Durki Agijita moment of the day, brought to you, of course, by Mountain.
Beautiful.
Dude, I'm just shh. Don't talk. Just watch. Let's just watch for a moment. Let's not talk. My God, that was just phenomenal. Like Godlike was waiting patiently. It was a 2v4 experiment. We were talking about this one's over. I was saying chicken dinner was there. Unfortunately, turns out it's burnt. Doesn't really pan out. But the way that panned out is just you can't even script those. It's impossible. TSM Entity, Z-God, 49, Jonathan, 48. He's also cracked the 10k barrier, and I do believe with that streak is going to be right next to Vexy. Did Vexy hit 50?
4 kills. 4 was it 4 kills?
Guys,
yeah, 4 kills.
Guys. Who do you think is going to take that $500? Because we do have that the guy with the highest kills gets that $500. And I was for a second I thought that maybe no one's going to compete against Vexy. No one can really reach that 56 mark. But by the looks of it, I think they'll just do it in the next game.
Well, you can't count out the fact that Vexy is still gonna be playing. So look, that's one
I
thing.
don't think so. I think they've
Vexy's done for the day.
Oh, yeah, it's done for the day.
Yeah.
They're actually gone. It's actually gone. That means I agree with you. If TSM are gonna play like this, I'm sorry. If forget Vexy, Orange Rock are gonna be feeling a little shaky. That the soil is a little soft. Is that an earthquake? No. TSM Entity coming for you.
During the break, I just decided that, I like popping in and out of the chat every now and then. So I went and just asked the people a question. And I'm sure you guys watching remember this. I was like, all right, so TSM Entity out for the bang again today. These guys, of course, we've seen this happen from them time and time again. I asked them, do you think that momentum is going to be carried forward in the upcoming games? Do we need an answer? I mean, it's pretty much on display right now. If they... I'm expecting them to do the same in game 3. I'm going to say it right now.
Calling it out.
Hey, look at Slayer's position. You have a member of Team TSM Entity right above him, so he was barely helpless, man.
I just want to talk about how many points have TSM Entity got in the past 2 games? And we do the math.
A lot.
Production. A lot is a good answer, but I'm assuming it's 60 plus 52 in 2 games. 52?
No,
no, it has to be more.
Fuck. It is going to be. I'm sorry for those S words right now, but it is going to be.
I love how you're cracking open right now.
I know.
With all this plethora of emotions, I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame you, man.
Even Marcus Gaming, the way they played, if you just missed that right now, the grenades lobbed by Shadow, which I just said this. Fnatic is in a good spot. We haven't heard from them, and now they can do something. And just as I say that, boom, boom, and 2 grenades wipe out Fnatic, and Marcus Gaming took that spot. But again, coming down right to this moment over here, the way TSM Z-God just capitalized on this, and Blay, you and I were just losing.
I lost.
I haven't recovered yet.
So the crazy thing is, for a moment, I honestly got hand to heart. I really thought TSM had won that one for like 5 seconds there. I'm like, he's done it. And I completely forgot that Godlike still had a player alive. That's how intense it was. That's how chaotic it was in the final few seconds. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is game 2
points.
done. I feel like my body is done after that one. Like, after those 2 games, Entity have not just decimated everyone. They've decimated my voice. They've decimated my emotions. And you will rarely see this, XP. Fixes, cherish this. You'll never see me with this loss for words. That was an inhuman performance. We spoke with Powerhouse in a 36-point game where they had 16 kills. That was nothing. This was domination. This was
I think they just got
play.
started right now. Just got started.
Yeah, 62 points, I guess, in 62, 61 points in 2 games, and they still have 3 more games remaining.
60.
Yeah, 100% up more than 60.
I'm pretty sure they're going to break that 20 kill bomb mark. That's.
And of course, we have Godlike coming up for you guys right now. They can't really count them out. They still got the chicken dinner end of the day. We have to give them credit there. Smokey, Gil, Yamraj, Kings, and of course Cronton right there.
Look at the damage on Gil. Look at the damage. 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, he's always there. He's always there when it comes to the top amount of damage being dealt. And look at the knockout that's given as well. Almost double of that of the remainder of his teammates, apart from Smokey, of course. And Godlike definitely in the running as well. We should be having the final standings. We had a final standings a while back. I should hopefully have it on my...
in 3rd position.
Yeah, I hope they have it on my second monitor as well. But the way TSM are playing right now, they're going to run away with this. And potentially, by the end of today, if they don't tie it up with Orange Rock, they're going to come damn close to tying it up, right? And at that point, Godlike are going to be feeling a little scared because they're going to be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Our position might be very, very precarious right now. Because all it takes is a team like Fnatic or one of these other guys, or even IND for that matter, or Powerhouse, to have a couple of huge games coming in, and suddenly Godlike's position is looking shaky. So this chicken dinner is going to really definitely help matters. But for everyone else, this is worrisome. As we do have I have the standings for you guys. I'm just going to give a quick read of the standings before we call.
32 points? I think that's what you said, right?
They got 32 in this game. No, 19
No, 32 separates Orange Rock and TSM Entity, if I'm not wrong.
It is exactly 32. That you are correct indeed. And Godlike and Entity, the separation at the moment is a measly 14 points, 1-4. And below that, Megasauce and Synergy, they're not playing anymore, so their points don't count. Fnatic are on 305. That's how massive the lead is right now. But we're going to be finding out how the remainder of the day is going to be playing out. I need to get myself a cup of coffee because I need that after this game. And we're going to kind of do a very quick break, ladies and gents, and we'll be back with map number 3 of the day in the final day of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, brought to you by Mountain Dew and Erangel.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता
डर सबको लगता है गला सबका सूखता है पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ
माउंटेन ड्यू डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे ये वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था उसने बोला किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
Alright, you know what? After that one, I might need a vacation. And the best place to go for a vacation is Sanhok. And it is going to be map number 3 coming up for the final day of week 2. I don't really have my mojitos or my little umbrella hat, which I have stacked inside my cupboard. But XP fixes Sanhok. We know how that map plays out. It just starts off with a bang. There's no time being wasted. It can be chaotic. It can be quite a bloodbath indeed. What are you guys envisioning for the final Sanhok, mind you, for week number 2? XP, let's start with you.
Can we start with fixes? I'm still at a loss of words.
All
right. You said this one. Fixes. Let's go with you.
So one thing I'm looking forward to is where is TSM Entity actually going to drop, because Team Synergy is not playing. And last time, that matters a lot in Sanhok, because you have to be very, very precise with your rotations. You cannot mess it up, because just a small change might hamper your game. And last time we saw them dropping at Painan, which is kind of the center of Sanhok. Yes, bootcamp definitely is, but considering where the zone goes, it's very easy to rotate around Painan. So, and another thing, Team Elementrix is playing. They'll be going to Ruins. So I highly doubt TSM Entity want to contest them, provided the way they are, staggering up that lead.
Well,
my rebuttal is: does it matter where they drop?
It doesn't matter where they drop.
The way they are playing right now. I mean, again, it's just going to be like they are going to shoot at anything that moves. I mean, of course, not taking nothing away from you. Yes, strategically, sure. But
it's kind of like
it's momentum. It's momentum.
I'm sure you guys have watched Predator.
Yeah.
The original movie, right? And Predator, if you remember, there's one moment where the Predator comes in and kills one of Arnie's special ops teammates, and all the remaining soldiers, like there's this guy Jesse Ventura with a minigun, and he got Arnold with his massive rifle, and he got all of them, and just mowing down the forest, like literally a ton of bullets getting fired straight into the jungle. That is Entity for me right now. Literally, like you said, XP, kill anything that moves. If it bleeds, we can kill it, and that is our motto. And look at this thing, look at the full body just dropping, boom, right there.
The way he prone down, that was the change. I think that is what got him that final kill, because Daljit had kind of figured him out, figured the way he was moving. Then that sudden change in his movement. That was, I guess, the key factor that won him that clutch.
We talk a lot about like the macros of how to play PUBG XP. Yeah. We talk about the overall thing, the holistic way to look at the game. Like, all right, look at this team's rotation. Look at the way this team is flanking around. Look at the spacing between the members. Look at how they play in the circle. But we rarely have a chance to really talk about the individual nuances in the way the raw sheer skill that the players have as an individual. And speaking of raw sheer skill, Vexy, he's setting out the remainder of the day, but my word, 56 kills, and the only player close to him, the two players close to him are TSM's Zygon and Jonathan. They have 3 opportunities to knock him off the table, and they have a very real chance of making that happen. Jonathan, the second player to crack the damage, the 5-digit damage number. Zygon just shy by about 500 points. I am 100% sure that they're going to be overtaking Vexy if things keep going this way.
I mean, with 3 games at hand, I do not see how that is not going to be possible. But looking at the second half of the kill leaders, Daljit with 41, Ted and Austin are going to be content with 40 each, since this is the last. They're not going to play any more games in week 2. Smokey and Dark have a chance to capitalize on this. Smokey, of course, we saw him as the kill leader for week 1, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that for week 2, with Vexy up ahead. And Vexy is at 56. Yeah. Could be overtaken if TSM have that same game plan. Could be overtaken perhaps in a map, perhaps in 2 games. They have 3 games at hand. And Orange Rock. You had a cushion of 100, came down to 50, now you're at 32. Like I said, Play, pressure is going to be mounting up.
I've seen this happen to 2 teams. I've seen this happen to Mumba. They had a good lead. They're right now, let me open it up for you guys. The team who were first place as it resumed the PUBG Mobile Pro League after 2 months of a hiatus are right now in the 9th place as we do come to the end of week 2. Also, let me talk about TSM Entity, who were looking unsurmountable at one point, XP and Fix. You remember this. When we started off the end of first week, TSM Entity were in top. They're like, wow, these guys have pretty much won this entire thing. Then they dropped down, I do believe, 6th, 7th position, despite having a big lead. And it's now they're grinding back. And this is the same thing with Orange Rock. They had a 100-point lead, but any day, just one good day for one or a couple of teams here, and they could easily get jumped over. And that's something that's going to be in the back of Orange Rock's mind. So the thing you said earlier, Fixes and XP, about them taking things a little too passively, I don't think they can afford that anymore. Now they know they need to go for the kill. They need to go for the chicken dinners. They need to go for the high fracking games, which have been phenomenal so far, as we do have head-to-head between the 2 top players at the moment. Fixes, take me through these stats.
The stats speaks for themselves, but Vexy, he has been that lone performer for Megastars who's been, standing out from the rest. Obviously, the other players have been doing amazing, but look at those damage, 10,502. The healing, even if you compare it against Zygon, shows up. He's been in those extra duels, he's been in those extra fights, and the distance traveled. Always they've had their own share of rotations. They make those long rotations from Novorepnoy, and every map you see them rotating a lot. So kind of shows up in their performance. And yes, by the day, I predict Z-God or Jonathan, someone definitely will overcome Vexy. But what an performance by this lad! He was amazing.
All of them were, of course, amazing, and that's a cool thing. It's not about one player really standing out; it's everyone having the time in the sun. And right now, TSM Entity on a warpath. We still have a couple of minutes before we jump into Sanhok. Okay, let's get real here. Let's get real. I'm going to open up. This is real talk, guys. We're not playing favorites. This is Pandora's box opening up. Let's talk. We've spoken about the winners. We've spoken about Orange Rock. We've spoken about TSM Entity. We've spoken about Godlike. We've spoken about Megastars. Synergy, of course, not playing right now. We've spoken about Fnatic as well. IND, the usual. Let's talk about the others.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Team Thunderless. They've fallen off. They were one team I was looking forward to being very consistent throughout. They have fallen off. The performance has been on par with anything else. We've had Team Extreme looking at their moments. Again, looking rough. BSG Crawlers, they keep oscillating between the 10th and 11th position. They haven't gone above that, right? They haven't had those big breakout moments like Powerhouse had. And then, of course, we have the rest of the team. We have Gian Mara, Team Hype, INES, Team Soul. So we have a few teams to talk about who have definitely been struggling, but we do have the kill leaders for week 2. And despite Jonathan and Vexy having, Jonathan and Z-God having a phenomenal day here, Vexy, 40 kills in 16 games. 40 kills in week 2. It's gonna take a while for them to get over that particular 40-point barrier. Now, Z-God can make it happen, but it's still 10 kills. It's still quite substantial, considering a top fragger, an average top fragger in a game, gets about 4 or 5 kills XP.
Right, and the fact is that it's not like, I'm not going to say that he did it all by his lonesome, because of course his teammates contributed as well. Paradox with 22 kills to his name. Yeah. But like I mentioned, Fixes, you're going to agree with me on this, since you've been keeping an eye out on Megastars. Onko kind of was off his hinges, so to speak, in week 1. But week 2, I think they've kind of changed things around. Of course,
he clutched it yesterday.
Up until this point, I mean, of course, they're not playing games 2 to 5. Yeah. Up until game 1 of today, they are going to be the highest point takers from week 2. So, what do you think happened? How did they turn their luck around? How did they turn the table, so to speak?
I would say they did their homework right. All right. There's no other example, or there's no other thing that I can put forward here, because they realized they messed up pretty bad in week 1. Provided if they had a good run in week 1, they would have been at the top right now. So right now they figured out what their mistakes were. They were having trouble during the rotation. We saw Megastars getting wiped away always during that early phase of the game during their rotation. So that is one thing that they've really worked on, and the team synergy. That is what has kept them kicking so far.
Well, let's see. He's going to be left kicking, clawing, scratching, battling it out. It's going to come down to Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to be jumping in very soon. We still are waiting for it to really kick off here. I do see the map playing out right now. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm hearing news from production that we are having a map restart coming in. I thought we were going to be jumping in. Got excited there, man. I like Sanhok.
I know, right? Dude. You've been waiting out.
God damn it. God damn it.
Where's your pina coladas? I'm pretty sure you have that ready
in my fridge. It's ready. I'm going to be
sitting back, relaxing. I mean, I am so jealous right now. But I thought before we actually jump into the match, I want to bring up a couple of other teams. Now, you mentioned that VSG Crawlers play are not. They've been oscillating between 10th and 11th, and of course, Powerhouse had their power moments a couple of days ago, and even yesterday, we were happy seeing what they did, especially Doc getting that damage done, getting those knocks, propelling his team essentially from darkness into some sort of light. And of course, they fell to Megastars in Erangel the second time around when we played it. Could have won it. Iconic with a fantastic rotation, if you remember, on the right flank, cutting off 2 members of Megastars. But Doc, at that point, remember he went in for that revive on Nova King Fixes? Yeah. And I was very critical about that. That should have probably been thrown, because the enemy is going to rush in. And, he got gunned down before he could say, what? And again, Powerhouse, forget the fact that we have a connection or whatever. How are they going to change it around? Because it's easy to say that, you give them, you give them a win, get the ball rolling, things are going to go in their direction. that should have, had that been the case, we would have seen this in the last couple of games. How are they going to bring things around? How are they going to climb up top?
No, that's a good question. Please go ahead. Thanks.
So the only way that a powerhouse can overcome this, we know they've had good days with their fragging department. One thing that they can really work out on is the rotations. They need to make those rotations really, really quick. Nowadays you see the meta, right? Everyone's having those 4 vehicles, every man for himself. I wish if people just went a notch down to 3 vehicles, 1 vehicle having 2 players. So while during rotation, even if you're being shot, you can actually shoot back and just escape from there, right? We saw that Erangel knock where Iconic kind of just got disbalanced, and then he had to step out. Then Dark came in for his help, but Neo with that absolute stunner of a Ned kind of got both of them. So those few things, if they work out, will really help them.
See, just talking to Blake. Sorry, I know you have something to say.
Go on.
Adding to this same point, he's saying that Neo of course did fantastic, but if you remember one thing, Dark had an idea that the enemy is behind the rock, and this finger is Neo. This is Dark. He knew that Neo is over here, right? Iconic comes in from behind, parks the vehicle, gets out, and starts shooting in a completely different direction. Where is the communication over there?
Sometimes it does tend to get lost in the chaos, right? It does tend to happen. So I'm not really going to knock them too hard because they have looked very good.
I'm not knocking them.
I have a stat for you. I have an interesting stat for you.
Go ahead.
Team Powerhouse are right now 8th in the 8th position at 279 points. They are the only team in the top 12 who are yet to get 100 kills.
All right.
See, that's that passive thing that I was talking about. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you watching are going to agree with me on this, that we use words like, again, if I use these words, I'm not saying it in a derogatory way. We use words like camping. We use words like holding. Now, that is an art in itself, because it is not, I mean, we take it for granted, watching, of course, our favorite YouTubers and our favorite players.
I'm sorry. I have to put in my two cents here. Look, I've been playing competitive games for 20 years now. 20 years actually this year. Next year, rather.
Damn, you old.
Yeah, I'm old. Old. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is, I don't care what you have to do, as long as you're not cheating. Apart from cheating, you're camping, you're holding an angle for 1 hour, you're just hiding in the grass, snaking, being a coward. I don't give a crap what you do. You do what it takes to win. Doesn't matter how you want it. Just don't cheat. That's the only one caveat I have. So all the crap I hear about, oh my god, they're a camping team, I don't care. I don't care. Win the damn game.
In the words of Vin Diesel from Fast and the Furious, winning's winning. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
100%.
The first 100%. Race ever.
And Mi Familia and all of that jazz. I'm expecting a Fast and Furious Part 10 coming out right now on Sanhok. I know not many people are going to be driving around, but honestly, it's going to be fun. We're still waiting for a word from producer to see if the restart has happened. So we're going to be on for a few more minutes before we do resume with the game, but we've been having a pretty good discussion here. You had to bear with us people just rambling along. Let's talk about another team. Let's talk about teams we haven't spoken about much so far, right? One team, Janmara. Fixes, talk about Jan.
Yeah. I had a lot of hope from Sonim, to be honest. Tashala being another guy who was really promising in the scrims. But then again, getting into the main stage, getting into the league, they've kind of had their good days, but mostly on the bad side. They haven't been confident with their fights. They're looking, they're basically a ship without a rudder. Because all the time I see them, they just dropping at the location, trying to do something very conventional, but then again they're kind of failing to get their objectives correct. That's the only problem.
Okay, next week.
I mean, well, I definitely am going to have to agree with you on that. However, if I just have a look at their lineups right now, right? So we've got Extreme Gunner, T'Challa, Sonim, and Nang. And we have seen them kind of shuffle their plays around every now and then. And look, a few of them, I mean, they've had some wonderful days, especially in Sanhok in the upcoming map. I've seen T'Challa do some things which I was like, wow, this guy is literally, channeling that inner Black Panther, and he had cat-like reflexes at one point, and they were getting the job done. So it was definitely, well, they were definitely a team to look out for. But then came a couple of roster changes, a couple of switches, and I in my opinion, that kind of threw off their game. I mean, taking nothing away from the players. Maybe we throw this word around, synergy, a lot, and maybe okay. Let me ask you a question, Blair. Of course, since you've had a lot of experience in competitive esports, how important is it to be tight as a unit in and out of the game?
100%. I think that's one of the most important things in teams. Is why you might have issues in the game. Sorry, outside the game, rather. It should never, ever affect the comms inside of the game. I mean, there are so many stories and so many teams where things fall apart because they can't handle their life outside of the game, where they just look at it as a job. It's not necessarily the thing. You have to be as a tight wound unit. You have time to play in a server. You have time to relax outside of it. You got to be a tight unit. And it has so much to play when it comes to synergy, comms, understanding each other, understanding each other's rotations. The best teams in the world, their comms are minimal. They don't even have to speak because they know exactly what their teammates are doing. We do have the overall standings for you guys. Hopefully, should be coming up on the screen right there. This is, of course, for week 2 only. I'm going to touch upon this. Megastars on top, 224. Now, with TSM Entity on a tear, and there is a very high chance they're going to be kicking them down a notch. And this is Megastars on top with only 2 chicken dinners fixes.
But look at the number of kills they've had, the way they've survived, the placement points, everything is perfect. Like they've had a balance between both of it, and they've maintained it. The Miramar game, I kind of expected a little bit more. The way Vexy got knocked, I did not expect him. But overall, Megastars have been really good.
Indeed, they have. And Experiment, any thoughts on Megastars?
I think the thing is, all these teams have a lot of fans all around the world, and talking about fans play, I think we might have something coming up.
We do have, of course, the fan moments. PMPL, hashtag PMPL fan moments. I still don't know what hashtags do. I'm too old for this. But the thing is, if you have a team or a player that you are a big fan of, those of you watching right now, that's you. I'm talking to you right now in the chat, watching the game right now. If you are a fan of a team or a particular player, make a video. Just record a video. Take your phone out. You're watching this on your phone or a PC. Use a laptop or your webcam or whatever.
Creative,
Make a video. Try to be creative. Try to make it fun and pass on a message as to why you're a fan of this team, why you love them, and email it at video@nodwin.com. It'll get featured on the broadcast. If it's good enough, if it's touching enough, it's going to get featured on official PMPL broadcast right here on all the channels. Doesn't matter which language it is. And of course, will hopefully be seen by the team of your choice as well. To do that, XP, who are you going to be sending yours to? Or rather, who are you going to be sending yours about?
I've already just made my wait a second. All right. I'm not going to tell you right now. I want it to be featured on the channel soon enough. Wait, they have some patience.
Oh my goodness! You already featured, man.
What about you, Fixes? What about you, Fixes? You going to be talking about Pain?
Why not? I mean,
I thought Fixes was jumping ship.
I had my own share of
something. Which deep. I'm just kidding with you.
All right.
Anyway, you don't want to get there.
Hold on. I'm hearing word from production as to whether the game will be starting. The game is starting. I do hear production. So thank you, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, doesn't matter what your gender is, I love all of you. And we're going to be starting with the game very, very quickly, and it is going to be, of course, jumping in straight into the evergreen rainforests. It's hot, it's humid, and to bring you the action, it's going to be Fixed and Experiment. Gentlemen, we're jumping in, it's going to get hot, it's going to get sweaty, it's going to be a bloodbath, it is going to get murky over there in Paradise City. Take me down where the girls are pretty.
Oh yeah, I mean... Now the song is going to be stuck in my head for a little while. Fixes, do you want to take us through what's happening right now?
Let's see. TSM has taken the drop. They are heading out for Painan. So that's pretty interesting. And Team Elementrix, they, as usual, as predicted, they're going towards Ruins. Look at Team INES. Again, rotating around Lakavi. But this time, Team Soul sticks to the basics. I love that about them. Yesterday, if you remember XP, they went to Camp Charlie, somewhere they've never gone before. And now they're like, hey guys, we just need to calm down a bit. Let's just capitalize. Let's just force, kind of put efforts into what we have learned so far. And we know this rotation.
Whoa! I'm
And
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I have to
go
point
on.
something out right now. We have a little bit of a shuffle in Fnatic. Frankie
Okay.
787 shall be playing this game.
Oh, he was playing in Erangel as well.
He was, but I didn't see him anything. And Sanhok is somewhere where he shines. That's the thing. That's the thing I'm telling you about. In Erangel, they were too quiet fixes. They were too quiet. They did not make a splash in the pond. They didn't do anything. The moment I called them out saying that, okay, we're going to see some action from them right now, it was just pop and fizzle. That's why I think maybe Frankie playing Erangel kind of went under the radar, not just for me, but for a lot of people watching. But now in Sanhok, where that gentleman has done some weird things with the bolt action, I'm expecting a lot from him.
Oh, so that's where that fandom comes, right? He's an amazing bolt action player. But yes, in Erangel, if you talk about that map particularly, Frankie was the one who was kind of caught off guard and was taken way too early. But what went wrong really for Fnatic was one player that got knocked down. Then Scout came in for a rest. Then he got knocked down. Then Ash comes in to kind of give a res onto both of them, and you know what happened with Ash, right? So that was quite unfortunate for Team Fnatic, but definitely they will try to turn things around. But talking about all the teams, other teams, this time Team Extreme has quite a good hold on Paradise. Usually we see Team Megastars going over there, but I really love the way Team Powerhouse are located right now. They've got two players on this island, they've got two players on the main island, so that is really good, and that's working out for them. If they want, they can take a fight with Team IND, but Team IND have got a lot to do right now. They've got to instantly loot up, instantly try, kind of get inside the circle. But this game, I think Team TSM Entity might just have it in the bags, considering the way the zone is.
Yeah, the zone as well as the current form and the momentum that is behind TSM. And of course, it can go either way. But the man of the moment that I want to really watch right now is on my screen. There was Frankie. And of course, he was unable to join due to the terrible conditions down in Kolkata. I hope you guys are staying safe. It's nice to see that life is, getting back to normal over there. 2020 has been a very weird year indeed, and we've seen a lot of blows. But the fact that us humans tend to stick together and we can overcome any calamity is something to be celebrated. So Frankie is definitely going to be here in full form right now. Luckily, his internet issues have been fixed. And talking about the rest of Fnatic, again, like I said, mate, I was kind of disappointed in the last game because they could have actually made a splash, so to speak, and they might do so right now because they are in boot camp. But lurking just beyond on the cliffs is none other than Orange Rock. So a potential fight might break out at some point or the other. Meanwhile, talking about how the zone was, spaced out and everybody is placed in the zone, not a lot to worry about right now. But again, Sanhok, like you love saying, Sanhok is probably one of the maps with the most RNG, the most random factor thrown in. See, again, that is part of every single mobile game, right? Every single PUBG mobile game. But the thing is, the fact that it is such a small map, it has an extra effect. And I do believe Ash is going to rip open on Orange Rock, and Viru is the first to be knocked.
And this is the problem that has been persisting with Orange Rock for quite some time in Sanhok. Because if you remember, if you talk about the statistics, every time Orange Rock has had that trouble crossing the bridge and then again surviving, we've seen them being taken down inside the waters by Team Powerhouse, sometimes by the Nepali teams, and sometimes they engage into a fight with Team IND as well. But right now, they're in a tussle with Team Fnatic, who are absolutely well prepared, and they do know that is Team Orange Rock. So that path, they know where the cat's going to come through. So they are waiting. I just want Team Fnatic to make an extreme rightish rotation so that they can catch Orange Rock. So look at here. Wow. Look at the blunders committed by Team Orange Rock right now. Anto's jumped in. And now Team Powerhouse, if they want, they can have an easy dig at Anto.
I mean, that is exactly what I was going to bring up because you wanted Fnatic to go on that right rotation, but why would they do that when they are in the comfort of the buildings in boot camp? Because, of course, on the hill between boot camp and Paradise Resorts lie a couple of teams. One of them is Powerhouse, and of course, Team Extreme is also going to be in the vicinity. Team Tamilas over here on our screens are going to be around there too, and I think they might just have a little bit of a skirmish with the boys from Team Extreme. Kazi took a few shots just a moment ago, which he is going to react to. He is going to get down, put that first aid, inject it, and get his health back up. But the boys from Tamilas, these guys are, it's a tactical retreat of sorts, trying to get control of this compound just a bit down south, coming in from Paradise Resort. However, they do have to be careful of, well, actually, they don't really, because like you mentioned, Team Extreme was looting Paradise willy-nilly, right? And grade kind of fell over. It's all good. It's DBS. No one's really going to look at it. But you can go there for the armor and the helmet. And that suppressor will do something very nice. It's going to suppress your shots and hide you from the enemy. But having a look at the map right now, I guess the biggest question is going to come when the zone takes a drastic change in either direction. I like the fact that Seoul have also kind of moved in. They moved away from Kampong. You did mention that they dropped in at Camp Charlie in one game yesterday, but remember, we had double Sanhoks. The second game, they did go back to Kampong, and it's basically a repeat of what we saw. Well, it's a repeat of what we saw. I'm sure they don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday. But Orange Rock over here on this cliff, I feel they're waiting a bit too much. I think they're waiting a bit too much over here. I get the fact that they want to pick a fight, but have a look. He has a level 1 helmet almost gone, and they don't really have a lot of meds to boot, to back them up in a fight.
I think they kind of on a recon mission. They do not know where the other enemies lies. But we'll just talk about that a little bit later as we see VSG Crawlers kind of engaging against members of Team Extreme. We would definitely want to spot out Demon. Demon is lying inside the grass. He does not want to show up. But Utsarga takes a dig at Evo as he knocks him down. Will spot out Roach as well, almost damaging him to his, I think, 20% HP. Avi, he has to make some moves, man. He is kind of falling back. Avi is trying to rotate around. Roach has healed up, but CG, he still fights back with that Molotov. But will that be enough? That time will only tell, as Utsarga still holding through the rock. He knows that this is the moment that they can capitalize on, but it's a tad bit too late as CG takes a knockdown on him and will finish him off. But Team Tamilas going with the substitution and making things happen. As this, I think they just wiped out Team Extreme.
I am disappointed right now. I'm sorry. I mean, I was staying quiet. Kudos to whatever just happened. Team Extreme had such an opportunity to capitalize on that situation because they were trying to engulf the boys from VSG Crawlers right now. 2 of them knocked out. One of them almost bleeding out, almost getting knocked out. And Avi over here, meanwhile, getting picked up. But now they have another onslaught to deal with. It is going to be Team Tamilas who are going to be powering their way through and trying to finish what they started. They obviously got a couple of kills from Team Extreme, a little bit of teamwork from their part. But Manti OP is going to go down from a grenade from Evo. CG is trying to hold the fort down. He is trying to keep the enemy at bay. He almost gets another knock, but I think he is going to get knocked instead. He does not. Carry OP and CG on a sliver of health, both surviving. They need to pass themselves up. So we are at a stalemate again. But I do believe I might have a couple of seconds to quickly talk about what happened earlier. Do I or do I not? I think CG is going to be going back a bit smoky, trying to light up the boys from Soul Fixes.
Godlike, again, this particular fight always happening between Team Godlike and Team Soul because of their rotation collision. So Godlike always holds those higher hills, as I speak of. They love having that high ground in Sanhok, and this kind of goes on with their rotation pattern. The way they loot those houses, they have those health advantages, and they know that Team Soul will be rotating from Kampong. So I wasn't quite surprised when that fight erupted. But this is a good decision by Team VSG Crawlers as they think fit to retreat over there and not fight because they were not ready for that fight. They realized they took one fight, they finished off that squad. Courtesy to Team Tamilas, if I'm not wrong. But after that, that's a good decision because you need to go back. You need to recollect your thoughts. You know that there's an enemy in front of you who is hungry for you. and that was nice from their side.
I mean, that was nice, the fact that practically out of harm's way. But again, I am still caught up on Team Extreme's blunder. They were in such a good opportunity, and I did see someone go on that left flank. I don't know what they were thinking. They are definitely going to look at this footage, probably talk amongst themselves, probably bang their heads against the wall. I hope they don't do that metaphorically. But it's a blunder, and I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it. Mistakes were made, and I hope they capitalize from that. But meanwhile, over here, Mr. Hyozu has been knocked out by a grenade, and Clutch God is going to lob another one in 3, 2, 1. Skadoosh! And that is the end of one member from Elementrix. So TSM have already opened up, their kill tally, and they are with 1 kill to Clutch God. Again, these boys are not ones to shy away from a fight. Meanwhile, coming back to that VSG crawler situation, again, it was good. It was good. The way they cut off Team Tamilas made sure that, the enemy is literally kept at the gates, that they kept at bay, and, they made a little hasty withdrawal back down. And see, I'm skeptical about that. Like, I like my open fights. I like being a king of the hill, especially in Sanhok, because you have in the form of rocks every now and then. The houses are basically, like prime targets, because you expect someone or the other to be in a compound always. And as the zones keep shrinking smaller and smaller, it is hotly contested real estate. But talking about that, right now we have an example. Powerhouse has this compound for the taking. On one end, fixes, we have Godlike, the winners. And on the second end, on the other side, which you can see on the right side of your screens, we have Soul. And I am stepping out. I'm going. Bye-bye. This was nice. I never get an OM these days. And now we have another AWM in Sanhok. Somebody needs to pick this up. I need to see a few OM headshots. I mean, I'm sure you guys watching at home as well would agree with me. Please, 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 urge someone. Just be like, you know what? We won't shoot at you. Go pick up the OM. Bring it, come back, and let's resume the game then. Hit pause. Somebody hit pause.
I would have loved it if Frankie got the OM, getting him back into the action and having an OM and picking up a few kills. That would be really good for his fans. But getting back to the discussion that we were having, XP, I kind of, like to beg to differ a little bit, because Sanhok, yes, like you said, it has a lot of rocks, but they did not want to expose themselves to the same thing that happened with Team Extreme over there. They got third-partied. So what if VSG Crawlers went into a fight with Team Tamilas, and someone was lurking around, someone was nearby. They did not want to leave things to that. So they retreated back. They went in for a compound. Now, even if one player gets knocked down, there is still a possibility that his teammate would come and raise him up, and they can re-engage.
Looks like Team Tamilas are picking a fight with Orange Rock right now. Orange Rock on the periphery, still in the zone. The new zone, of course, is centered around the boys from pretty much Soul, Powerhouse, Godlike, and INES, just north of the quarry. So a comfortable zone, so to speak. A lot of compounds, a lot of hill cover, a lot of rocks to hide behind. So PH Dark is definitely going to be happy about that. But we are going to see now. This is now, you are right. But at that moment,
that high ground.
What's that?
I love the position. Look at how the players are placed.
True.
They have that high ground. Yeah.
That is exactly what I was coming to. But coming in from behind is Team IND. Now, IND have been out of the game so far, because we all know that they love to land on that western small island and loot up, take their time, and then come back in. I'm going to come to that in a second. They are right in action over here. Carry OP does get a knock. ID Slayer retaliates as well. Snacks is down. Let's have a look and see how this is going to turn out, because the Slayer is going in for the kill, jumping around. That was not the right call for him, because Carry OP spotted him, fires a few bullets in his direction, and gets the knock. Carry is going to go back on the revive for Mr. Spray. But Snacks, is he going to bleed out, or is Trans going to make it to him? It looks like he might actually make it to him for the revive, but Carry OP is trying his best to make sure he gets that kill. That one grenade can be devastating. If it is locked to perfection, it actually is going to be a good nade. Is it going to connect? It connects. Snacks goes down. IND, 3 members down, 1 member alive. A lot of pressure on Trans's shoulders right now, Vixus.
Yes, but I think Kratos is still alive, and he
Yep.
yes, he did get that res onto its layer. Now would have to do again that same job to get that res onto Snacks, but he will leave that for tomorrow because now Team IND knows that they need to wipe them out, and they can revive Snacks later on. As we see, Team IND Trans will definitely go in for that res, but Kratos, I love the way he's moving around. They want to take them from the high grounds, and that's a good decision. And Team Tamilas did back off, was a good decision from their side as well. Will take a few boosters, but this jumping around movement might cause in a lot of trouble as Carry, I think he got damaged by a grenade, maybe lobbed down onto him by Team IND Slayer. But Team Tamila's Carry is in a whole world of trouble right now because all the 4 players are on their footstep right now. They are moving in close. Trans will spot Carry out, but Carry was fast to react as he will knock him down, instantly popping that first hit. Slayer's really low right now. Snacks will try to pop that grenade onto him, but he will try to knock down Kratos as well, but gets stuck on that ridge and will end up getting knocked.
Gary almost getting another knock in the form of Slayer over there, and I wonder why he stopped shooting. There was a little bit of discrepancy. He did stop shooting, and he is going to pay the price for that. So Team Tamilas is going to be reduced to a one-man squad. IND, counting their lucky stars right now, are still whole and still in the zone because have a look, we are going to have a zone shift very, very soon for you. Orange Rock this time around are not the center of attention. They, in fact, are at the periphery. Like I said, we have 4-5 squads kind of clumped towards the center. I'm going to be expecting to see a good fight break out for them. Now, Mr. Spray made it to the compounds, which were evicted by Team VSG Crawlers a little earlier on. So they're lucky that he did not get shot up from that direction. Grenades being lobbed in either direction, none of them connecting. Scout taking a little bit of damage from the members of Dead Eyes Guy, that being Wadu, of course. And the zone has made another change. We are still around the quarry, just a little to the north side of the quarry, a little south of Barn. Of course, the spawn site is actually going to be in play. But coming to the fight over here, Illusion gets knocked out by OS. Fnatic is going to try and capitalize on this as Lazy and Wadu are the last 2 guys remaining for Dead Eyes Guy. He gets up top on the rock and shoots down. Ash is going out all aggressive. He wants the kills. He is hungry. Frankie making sure he gets the knock on Lazy, and I think just like that, we might be down to 1 member. Wadu's the last guy remaining. He is going to get surrounded by all directions, and with that, Dead Eyes Guy are eliminated from this game. Team Fnatic finally getting the job done in today's game and coming out with the squad by fixes.
Amazing gameplay by Team Fnatic, and especially by Ash, the way he kind of lunged over that rock and took that quick knock. But credits to Oves with that amazing play. Maxkash, however, taking down Elementrix Orange, and Poo Man still kind of dealing with the circle and taking those little bit damage over there. But he has to do something right now because Maxkash and Shadow are getting inside the circle. This is a perfect opportunity that he has. If he manages to take those 2 players down, we all know that he might just go down from the zone because the moment Maxkash and Shadow reach the circle, they will gate him out. So this was one moment of opportunity that Poo Man had, but I think he's kind of losing out on it.
But I think Pupuman might actually, wait a second, is he going to make a move right now? If he crawls up a bit more and stands up, I think he got the knock on. He got the finish on the dude. So Marcus Gaming are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. Meanwhile, IND is moving in the crosshairs of OS 027, and OS can actually do a lot of damage over here. He gets a knock. In fact, his teammate Scout gets a knock on IND Trans and is going to finish the kill. He is going to seal the deal, so to speak. Kratos trying to retaliate in kind. Did he get a knock on? Oh my goodness, OS almost getting knocked out. I'm pretty sure he tried to patch himself up. He should have gone for a bandage, and that is going to be devastating because he is going to fall to the play zone. However, I do believe he can be picked up as he is not really out in the open. He is trying to struggle his way back on his bloodied knees, trying to make it into some sort of cover. Scout obviously has had to move out altogether. He is going to leave his boys behind for the time being. there is a little bit of distance between the members of Fnatic. Meanwhile, Kratos is still fighting out of the blue. He is not stopping back. He knows he's the last guy standing. He takes a few pop shots at Orange Rock, gets a couple of knocks, but is taken out instead. And with that, IND are going to bow out in the 14th position. Meanwhile, right at the edge of the zone right now, we have a fight breaking out. Crawlers, Avi, is he knocked out or is he alive? I want to make sure I get that correct. Scout is still unloaded. Forget that. It doesn't really matter because Scout just got a knock on Avi. And IND fixes. IND is out, so is VSG Crawlers. Wow.
It's all raining bullets everywhere as we slowly and steadily proceed towards the end circles. And Fnatic, they did take a few knocks and everything, but they're losing out players on their own. Zebra manages to finish off Frankie right now. So that's an kind of an early demise for Frankie because I did not expect him to go around so fast. And Scout won't survive either because Daljit is out for looking for him right now. Daljit is going outside the circle just so that he can have Scout's kill, but Scout's still kind of juking him around, and I would be really shocked. But yes,
he got the kill because if you remember, he is going to go down to the play zone. That was a brilliant play by the member from Orange Rock, but he did get shot in the back as well. I thought Scout is going to do a major upset over here and get that kill because he was literally a one-tap finish. Well, both members were a one-tap finish, and Daljit coming out on top. Scout moving out before him, and the Orange Rock just managed to squeeze those extra points out from that little skirmish. That was a no holds barred game move right now because he knew that he really didn't have a lot to offer as far as the zone is concerned, and he might as well go and get that point from behind. Again, I would applaud that, but meanwhile we have Soul under fire. They are falling to PH. I do believe one member has already been knocked and wiped out, and the other is Viper following suit. Again, a repeat of what we saw in Miramar. Powerhouse going up against Soul. Soul have been pretty quiet so far. They haven't really taken a fight, and well, they are in the crosses right now. Regeltoss and Aman are the last members remaining for Team Soul. Regeltoss almost getting knocked out himself, courtesy of INES, but they are still shooting. They can see your feet, mate. You have to move out a bit, and he is going to go and have to lie down on the other side of the rock, right next to his teammate. It kind of looks like they are sunbathing in the distance, but believe me, they are taking cover from all these bullets that are flying around. INES fixes still a 4-man squad pushing in on the zone. Orange Rock, the guys who are synonymous with gatekeeping, as you like to call it, they are not alive anymore.
Yep, they're done for, and Powerhouse is still there. Team TSM Entity is still, and I'm a little bit worried for Team Soul as to how are they going to enter because they kind of proned in and they've been spotted. Machine getting taken down by the circle. Regeltoss, however, will knock down Budrev, but Godlike, look at him. They've got such a wonderful compound, and Team Soul does manage to eliminate Team INES. Good signs for them, but what just happened? Two players got knocked down instantly as Clutch God is the last member surviving, but Clutch God definitely will clutch it out as it finishes off Marcus Gaming in the process. Meanwhile, Team Cells entering on towards Team Godl maybe, and Regeltoss has been knocked by Ultron. Huster trying to hold off his angle right now. Smokey lobbing a nade towards Atanki. He knows that he's got him knocked and he might just finish him off, but Ultron might be that one little spike for Team Godlike right over there because MJ is still alive.
How many grenades are we going to see? I'm just seeing people in the kill feed just getting ripped apart, ripped to shreds with so many grenades being lobbed every which way. Godlike Smokey just got another grenade knock earlier and a finish. That means the members from Cells is going to be the last guy remaining. Oh, he does have a teammate in the distance, but Clutch God meanwhile is going to put down the hurt on PH. He did lose a member. Jonathan was knocked and finished by Nova King and Dark's grenade combo. Again, these boys synonymous with those grenade kills, but Dark is reduced to a lost man. He has 2 kills to his name. He is trying to lay down the hurt on Smokey, but is going to lose his life instead. Neo making sure that he eliminates Powerhouse. Good outing from them. 5th position, 6 kills to their name. That is something that they are going to be looking forward to. Meanwhile, Aman and his teammate Regeltoss are slowly creeping their way into the zone. You said that they're going to have a bit of an issue coming in, but there is no one there to check them. They can actually be in a good spot right now while the rest of the teams are going to fight it out. Cells Ultron with that Molotov. He is going to get shot from behind. However, Smokey in the corner not taking a lot of damage from the fire, but this is what's going to happen. TSM is down in the last 4 as well, and Godlike Hastar is going to get knocked out by Ultron. That is going to be a devastating blow. Smokey has a lot of work to do right now. He has to get in on the action. He gets a knock as well, and Godlike is out. TSM clutch got with that final nail in the coffin for Godlike, making sure that they get the points, and they come out with the kills. But this is it, Fixes. 2 guys remaining. We have Soul versus TSM. Aman gets first blood on Zegot. Regaltos gets a knock on Clutch God. It is going to be a Soul 2 versus 1. Can Neo, can the 1 hold off against the 2? He gets 1 knock. We are down to a 1-on-1. Regaltos versus Neo. Who is going to take out all the win over here? Who is going to go away with all the glory? He cannot go in for the thing. He jumps. He shoots. He does not connect. Neo is going to have a world of trouble right now. And will you believe this? Soul come out on top after such a long time. 5 kills, I do believe, to Regaltos' name. Amazing display by the boys at the end. Again, they changed something about themselves. Neo almost looking to finish things for them and propel TSM to yet another winner chicken dinner. But Blay, Sanhok, 3 chicken dinners for Soul. 3.
Something about that map and Soul, man. It's like they've actually find their soul in that particular map. I don't know what to say, but for Entity, the past 2 games have basically been always a bridesmaid, never the bride. Second place, back-to-back. They're still going to be happy with it, but Soul, finally, something going their way, and it was all because of Mr. Regaltos over there. 5 kills for him. Massive game coming out from Team Soul. I mean, at this point, I think almost everyone had given up on them, but they show that they still have those claws. Their fangs are still gleaming and ready, and they're still not going to go down without a fight.
You know, I mean, you can say that people might have given up on them, but this is what I was saying. They are a good team, right? They had to change a few things around, and that is what they did today. I like the fact that they didn't stick around Kampong for too long, and they didn't fix this. You're going to agree with this. The way, okay, they could have moved from east to west in a straight line. That's what we've been usually seeing them. You know, they'll go for the zone as soon as it forms. This time around, they tried that in the beginning. I do believe Sangwan and Aman, was it Sangwan and Aman? No, it was Sangwan and Viper who got knocked out earlier. So then this is what happened. Now, Regaltos and Aman were a bit to the northeast of the zone. Instead of coming straight in, they rotated a bit around north, came in. Luckily for them at that point, they had no opposition. And like I said, once they get to the zone, that is where these boys can actually hold down the fort.
Well, we do have the top 5 players coming up for you right there. Clutch God from TSM. Despite placing second, he has definitely been an indomitable force so far. 6 kills for him. Regaltos, the MVP of that game. 5. We have Max Cash from Marcos Gaming. I got it right this time. 4 kills for him. We have Aman from Soul, who has been so instrumental in keeping Soul in the game. It's not about the most number of kills he has. He's the guy who's always somehow ensuring that despite losing a couple of players early on, he's always going to ensure that his team at least sticks around for a while. And finishing it off in the 5th place is Neo. I love how it came down to a 1v1 at the end there. Oh, yeah. I think it was poetic. It was brilliant. And in the end, Soul coming out on top in what was a clutch they desperately needed to win.
I mean, considering how the chaos was everywhere, I talked with XP regarding that. I was really scared as to how is Soul going to get inside the circle. But one thing really worked out for them was patience. They were just waiting and waiting for all the other teams to fight it out. First, it was Godlike versus Team Cells. Then Team TSM Entity came into the fray. They kind of capitalized on that fight. They got the better out of both the teams. But then again, TSM Entity kind of overextended a little bit because they exposed themselves. And Regaltos and Aman were waiting, and they just instantly did what they do best. That is kill. So that's how they got the chicken dinner.
There you have it, 28 points to Team Soul. Definitely gonna hopefully move them past that 12th position where they've been languishing for such a long time. TSM Entity coming second again for 23 points. And now, if I remember my math correctly, they were trailing Orange Rock by a measly 32 points. So now that's been reduced to just 9 points now. However, we still have to see how many points Orange Rock have. And they had a rough game. Finally, Orange Rock showing that they are mortal like the rest of us. Fnatic coming in 7th, Godlike in the 6th place. Godlike not going to be very happy with that one. I do believe they felt that they could have had a deeper run indeed.
I mean, Fnatic, I'm actually kind of happy with what they did right now. They were knocked out a little earlier on. 7 kills to their names, though. But, that just goes to show that these guys they're ready for a fight. A couple of mistakes made here and there. Of course, we're going to have different versions coming out later on. But if you have a look at the bottom half, VSG Crawlers, 4 kills. I thought they're going to do something, especially when they did, take on Team Extreme, as we saw that earlier, Fixes. Yeah. And in that situation, again, Team Extreme. Why? I get it. The whole third-party thing, I get it. But they left it too late. I thought they had it. I thought they had those skills in their kitty. So that's why I was just like, Fixes was talking about it. And I was just like, I mean, without any sound, of course, because, I couldn't say anything. But I'm just like,
why? But I just want to point out as well, when it came to that final circle, everything was going the way of Entity, right? They had the circle, they had that little bit of an elevation as well. Yeah. But then you got to give credit to Soul. They saw an opportunity, they snatched it away. As we do have the overall standings coming up for you guys right now on the screen right there. Orange Rock still on top at TSM Entity. They've cracked the 400 barrier. Second team to do so. And with this, they're now 14 points away from usurping Orange Rock from that first position. 5 chicken dinners only for TSM, but they're getting close. Godlike and TSM tied for the chicken dinners. Godlike, they're slacking off a little bit, they gotta say. They're slacking off 380. Now the battle for the first position is heating up between Orange Rock and TSM Entity, and Godlike languishing on 380 points. Now you might look at it, but like, that's not that bad. They still have a pretty big lead, and that's only because Fnatic and IND have been very quiet. These last games of this day, the final day of week 2, was the opportunity for Fnatic and IND to leapfrog over Synergy and Megastars, who've already finished playing all their games. But now with 2 games remaining, it looks like it's going to be a battle of whether who's going to end up on top, Orange Rock or TSM Entity. On the second half, of course, we have Marcus Gaming, VSG Crawlers, Tamilas, Elementaries, the rest of the guys. Not much of a change here, except Soul are no longer in the bottom half of the standings. And I think that's going to be a good sign for all the fans out there, right?
Absolutely. I mean, coming top 10, top half of the table is going to be something that they are going to, make. They want to make sure that they cement their position now and work forward. But again, not a lot of points are going to be separating Marcus Gaming and Soul. Now, if I talk about Marcus Gaming right now, Fixes, I need you to take into something. They had a couple of moments where I thought that, okay, these guys are going to capitalize and come out with the kills, but they got wiped out. And, at that point, it wasn't the third party that came into effect.
It was Clutch Squad.
It was well, there you go. Enough said, right? I mean, that's it. It was Clutch Squad.
What do you do? What do you do with Clutch Squad?
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Clutched it.
I just want to say something, though. I think this is something, and right now, I know we're harping a little bit on, with the favorites at the moment, but we have to, because they're the ones performing. They're the ones performing. We have to talk about them, right?
Yeah.
We'll obviously talk about the remainders, the ones at the bottom. Bear in mind, and in week 3, the top 16 teams, they move through. Apart from the winners, that is. But if you place bottom last, you're not going to have a chance to play in the final. So there's still a little bit of a battle at the bottom over there. Well, let's not forget about that. However, Neo coming in today, something has activated in TSM Entity. Something. It's like the switch gets switched on. It's like a catalyst coming in. It's like a classic movie, right? It's like the Avengers. It's like kind of like the Avengers. Everyone's dead, and then Captain on your left, and boom, they come flying in. It's like Neo coming in, and everyone gets activated. It's been a phenomenal showing from Entity so far, XP.
It's like 2 sides of the spectrum, because initially when they did start out, so this side is super aggressive, right? And this boom, these guys are going all out. Then when Ghatha comes in, it's like a little bit of a pacifist thing, and we'll come to that in a second, because we have the Dar Kya Ge Jeet Hai moment, and of course none other than the winners are going to take it, because they did conquer their phase. Have a look, Aman is going to get knocked out over here courtesy of Neo. Neo spots him. Aman is a little bit unwary of his position, but Neo is going to go up against Regal Toss, and of course Regal Toss is going to be thinking that, this can go all bad for me, but he keeps his calm, he keeps his wits about him, shoots, connects those bullets, comes out with the win, and well, there you have it. I mean, Dar Ke Aage Jeet Hai, conquer your fears, and beyond lies victory. I mean, that's just the way it is. They have finally conquered their fears, Blay.
And Regal Toss has to be the MVP here, right? Like for this team so far. He has been the consistent fragger and player for the side of team. So I just want to say that 1v1, now taking nothing away from Regal Toss, he played that brilliantly, but do you feel Neo could have played that 1v1 better? Because it was a 1v2. He gets a knock. Onto, I do believe it was Aman. And they both of them 100 HP. maybe is there a world where if he could have played a little bit more passively, or do you feel he overextended a little bit at the end there?
Flip a coin. I mean, that's what I would do in these situations, because both the teams are I mean, see, you can't take anything away from Regaltos over there as well, because he's a good player. Neo, we already know what Neo is capable of. So literally, get a coin out, flip it, heads, that person wins. Simple as that.
What about you, Fixes? You seem to have something in mind.
Yeah, it all came down to whose bullet connected first, right? So Neo, we know he loves that aggression, so that is exactly what he did. So when two of their players were knocked down, he did manage to take down Aman. So that is when adrenaline kicks in. He was really confident that he'll get Regaltos as well. But Regaltos really held his fortress well. He did not move much. But if you see, Neo kind of came from that little dip. He just went out in the open, exposing his body again, and still took a few shots. But when he kind of jumped on that rock, right, he his gun, kind of the accuracy of that gun slipped, and the Regaltos got that first bullet, and then he registered the other few, and with that he got that chicken dinner. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, as people do like to say. And yeah, we have a little bit of a lull right now. We can still talk about a little bit more about what we're going to be seeing. Now we have 2 more games remaining to be played, 2 more maps. We have Vikendi coming up, followed in the end by Miramar. Now
I think it's the other way around. I think.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's Miramar, and then to close it off, it's of course going to be in Vikendi. I just want to say, like, this streak of Entity, I mean, maintaining this high level of consistency, it's not possible, right? At one point, they have to have a bad game. Do you think it is going to be now? Is going to be in Miramar right now, expert?
I don't think so, because I mean, again, they have the momentum. We saw that with a lot of teams. Godlike at one point got the momentum rolling and just completely obliterated the enemy. Yesterday we saw the same from Megastars. They had 3 amazing games. So maybe it could be a trifecta. It could be a game of 3s. I mean, I wonder if TSM is going to break that, because we have seen that 3 games. Actually, if I think about it, I can get philosophical about it. It has been 3 games. Do you think they're going to break that conundrum of 3 games in a row, Fixes?
They could. But I want to throw this one to you, Fixes. You spoke about the fact that Entity having that chicken dinner initially. We're like, yeah, they have a great start, and they kind of fizzle away. Didn't happen, did it, this time around?
I think they could have gotten a chicken dinner in this game of Sanhok, because they definitely finished off Team Cells. But then again, guys, it's the final circle. You cannot be in the open for so long. Like, all the players were in the open, and Neo just managed to, get down a little bit. If what could have been done is one player just rushing in, or maybe he could have gone for that recon, because you did not know where Team Soul was, and they could have been absolutely anywhere, and Team Soul capitalized on that. So it was a 3v2 situation, which we all thought it's an easy task for Team TSM Entity, provided the run they're going through. But then again, Team Soul absolutely played very, very well.
Now the big question is, can they continue this, right? We've seen them have peaks, but it's mostly been dips rather than peaks throughout. Let's be real here, XP. Like, and I mean, you're a guy who's had a history with Team Soul, and we've said this again and again. Do you think they're going to have 2 more similar performances in the final 2 map, or do you think Sanhok is just the only map that they're going to be getting chicken dinners on?
No, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They need to work on the rotations, they need to work on the transitions, and that is what favors them. So why Sanhok is actually a very good map for them is because they don't have to traverse a lot A. There's not a lot of vehicle usage, and we've been seeing them getting knocked out of vehicles, and again, like I said, while traversing from point A to B is when they are at the weakest, when they are exposed the most. So looking at a map like Miramar coming up next, unless or until they do something different, which is what I've been saying. I mean, you can't always have one game plan, and you got to listen to your critics from time to time, right? And there's something called constructive criticism, and if they pay heed to that, change up the game plan a little bit, I do not see them not finishing in the top half of the next game.
All right, and then coming into, we do have a few highlights over here. We can just let this one play out while we discuss a little bit about what is coming up after the break. It is going to be Miramar, the second Miramar we're going to be seeing for the day, and of course the first one being won in style by TSM Entity. Here's the thing. Again, it's going to be the same old question for me. Which team Which team? Fixes, this one goes to you first, right? Which team do you think is going to take the chicken dinner here? Which team do you think is going to step up? On Miramar.
I think Zone Supreme. The Zone will reign supreme. Last time Miramar, the same thing happened.
That means
that's the most diplomatic answer.
Such a cop out. Such a cop out. Such a cop out.
I mean, I can't. You in
Come
a
on,
map like Miramar,
no,
you
hold
can't.
on. I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to predict. I'm not asking you like put a prediction or whatnot. I'm just asking you like, who do you feel is going to step up now in Miramar?
Fnatic. Team Fnatic.
Okay. That's true. I think that's viable. Like they've had a comparatively quiet 3 games so far, and considering the run they had yesterday, yeah. Go on. Sorry, Fixes.
I mean, they're Frankie. He loves the bolt action. So let's just say we have to wait and watch for Fnatic in Miramar.
All right, and XP, you know the question. Give me the answer.
Orange Rock.
Ah, all right. You're playing the odds. I mean, they're a team who are so dominant that the fact that they don't have a chicken dinner yet, just by the law of averages, like the law of odds, they should be getting one immediately. Whether that's going to happen, is it going to be Orange Rock? Is it going to be Fnatic? Heck, is it going to be TMINES? No one knows, but we're going to be finding out after a very quick break. As we do resume, we will be continuing with Game 4 of the final day of Week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, of course brought to you by Mountain Dew and Airtel, and I'll see you on the other side.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता
डर सबको लगता है गला सबका सूखता है पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ
माउंटेन ड्यू डर के आगे जीत है
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया
तो
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा
मैंने भी सुना था उसने बोला किसकी सुनूं
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है देखा तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round,
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 4 of Day 4 as we are winding down to a close in the second week, which has been an action-packed week indeed. My name is Blair. Joining me as usual are going to be my compatriots in crime. It's going to be XP and Fixes down there. And of course, shout out to our sponsors, Mountain Dew and Erangel, for making all of this very much possible indeed. Now, if you guys have been sticking around today, it has been a wild ride. It has been an insane day of PUBG Mobile action. The final day heating up. And it has been insane. It's been intense indeed. We've seen Seoul get a chicken dinner after what felt like forever. We saw Entity dominate everyone in the first game, getting second place in 2 games back-to-back. They've been on a roll as well. And of course, we have had a little bit of a quieter performance coming out from the likes of Fnatic, who would be looking to definitely get, not a chicken dinner, at least have high placings in a final 2 games we have remaining here. So actually, let's start with you. It's going to be Miramar again. What did we see earlier in the first game, and what do you expect to see changing now that we're going to be seeing it for the second time here?
Miramar. So I'll tell you, I'm going to start with something that happened in Erangel. All right.
Yep.
So in Erangel, we saw TSM go guns with blaze and just wipe out almost half the server. Right, 19 kills to be exact.
Yeah.
In Miramar, they were a bit more passive, which is something that they should definitely employ again, because, like I said, in all the Miramars that I've seen so far, while traversing, they get knocked out one by one. So that is something, the aggressive factor has come back in. That thing I was doing earlier, Godlike and Neo, how they are different. Aggressive, passive, passive-aggressive. It's just that little balance that they need, which I think what Godlike has actually instilled in the team, in the boys playing with them for the last couple of days. So that is going to be the right thing for them. Orange Rock, I did mention earlier. Like you said, man, it's a game of odds, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they haven't won game 1, 2, or 3 is going to put a little bit of pressure on them, not from the outside, but from within, to perform, right? And I believe they just might steal the show over here.
Indeed, they might. And what about you, Fixes? I mean, you're obviously a Miramar specialist, as we like to call you. So
yeah,
your 2 cents.
Yep. In the map of Miramar, we have TSM Entity and Team Orange Rock playing. Both of them have drops really nearby, so we can see them engaging with themselves. And I really expect Fnatic to make some quick and early rotations, hoping that they would win this one.
Hopefully, we do see that indeed. We do have the map ready to go live as well, but before that, we have a PMPL #PMPL fan moments. If you're a fan of a team, and I'm assuming you are, considering you're watching the stream. Wow, that was poetic. You will have an opportunity to drop your mail, a video, over at video@nodwin.com. Just take a video of yourself. It could be a skit, it could be something funny, it could be something whatever you have in mind, and you can drop a mail talking about your favorite team or your favorite player and why you're a big fan of theirs. And if you do send it across, it can definitely be featured on the official PMPL broadcast on all the streams. Doesn't matter what the language is, and maybe your heroes might be able to take a look at it, and that would of course be indeed something they're looking forward to. As we're going to be jumping in straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready, and there we go. It is going to be on Miramar. XP, I'll be seeing you after this one. You have a break, sir. Grab yourself a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
Fixes this plane path. It's pretty all right, except for the fact that considering how down south it is and looking how the circle might be, if the circle ends up towards the north, it's going to be a pretty hectic race up north. And I say that, and it's going to be towards the northeast. And this is rough. Look at the number of teams, more than 50% of them outside of the safe zone at the moment.
Now I would like to take my words a little bit, because I see Team Orange Rock going to have a really, really good game. Because if you talk about the epicenter of this particular circle, that's where Team Orange Rock lands. That's where they loot around. So you've a lot of places opened up right now. Coup de Valle. I really want to see which team goes over there, because that is one place where Team Synergy loves to drop. But Dead Eyes even go there. But right now, they have dropped at Valdemar. Talking about Team Soul, classic, their lovable drop spot. But then again, Team Soul, I love the way they took things in Sanhok. They played to the textbook context, and they got a chicken dinner. And they would be trying to do that in this map as well.
Indeed, we have Team Soul. They're finally relinquishing their 12th position and getting to the top 10. And that's going to be, if nothing else, a boost to their morale. And of course, all due to Mr. Regaltos and Aman in the end. There are massive, massive clutch plays coming out from both the players, as they will have free reign of this particular part of the map towards Picado, just looting up to their heart's content. And of course, those of you probably just tuning in and wondering where are a couple of other teams? Where is Megastars? Where is Synergy playing right now? Well, they're not playing because they have finished a quota of games. They played 32 games so far in 2 weeks, and they're going to be sitting out the remainder of the day while we have everyone else looking to potentially snatch away the position from their hands. Godlike have been quite fixes. They've been compared to they had a better game earlier. But considering they're in a third position, you can see TSM Entity just kind of running away with it. The gap between TSM Entity and Godlike is slowly but surely getting wider and wider.
Yes, they did get that chicken dinner in Erangel, but then again, they've kind of been not in the zone, to be honest. They've not been very sure with the fights. The way they were fighting in week 1, I kind of missed that. The spirits are a little bit down, but I'm pretty sure they will be back strong. But Team TSM Entity, these guys are the team that we've been harping about since today's evening. And why not? Because they've been playing so amazing. But right now, I want to see what their next move is. Do they go on Godl? They know that Godl can be a good target for them, because if they eliminate them early off into the game, then that margin which you're talking about, that will get widened, and that would be a win-win situation for TSM Entity. So I really want to see if they're actually going to risk it down and go there and kill Godl.
Let's see if that does pan out later on. Of course, Vex is doing the analysis. It's a thankless task at times. You do analysis, you do your prediction, and it's all logical, and then suddenly everything goes to hell, and whatever you predicted, whatever we predicted, just goes awry. It doesn't really plan out. We do have Team Extreme. Surga, they've had a quite tournament so far here, placed 16th out of 20 teams. They've had their moments here and there, and some of them have been unfortunate. The previous one especially, getting caught between a rock and a very hard place on Sanhok, weren't they?
Yes, but let's just talk about Team Extreme for the moment right now. They've been having such a bad time. We saw yesterday they had a glimmer of good performance, but slowly and steadily they've kind of faded out. But Team Orange Rock, look at their drop location. They've gotten all the weapons in, and they're looking so good. And why is Mavi sleeping?
I mean, might as well. I mean, he's more like, all right, guys. So the circle's going to be on us. The drop, we're going to get another drop probably. I'm going to take a nap. Just wake me up when we're in the final circle. We'll be fine. And honestly, might as well take a nap. They've just been so fortunate by the PUBG gods, like XP mentioned earlier, that they can just chill out. They don't have to worry about much. We do switch over to Powerhouse, who have had a powerhouse of a week 2 so far. A little quiet start to the day, though, and considering they're in the 8th position on 292 points, they would be looking to have at least close out the day, the week, with a couple of banger games, so as to kind of get above the likes of a Team IND and Team Fnatic. They're actually trailing Fnatic just by 19 points.
See,
or rather 21 points, I'm sorry. But go on.
I have to accept with what Experiment just told earlier when we were talking about Powerhouse. They've gotten those placement points, but they're kind of lacking in the kills department, which is, to be honest, really true. Because Zebra hasn't been able to do much, provided his network conditions in Kolkata. Like, we know they've just been struck by a cyclone. But apart from that, a Team Godlike, a Team Powerhouse, right? So what are the things that they really need to work upon? One thing I told, quick rotations. Second thing, they need to have Nova King playing on the front line. They need to have Nova King taking those quick knocks. And Dark has always been very, very immaculate with his cover fires, with his knocks, with his grenades and everything. But at the same time, I really want Iconic to step up as well. He's done that with the bolt action. I want him to do the same with his assault rifle.
Hopefully, we do see more of that coming out from him. And yeah, I completely agree with you. Dark is, I mean, his name is not Clutch God, but the number of clutch plays I've seen from the man, all he needs is a rock. Always survives. All he needs is a rock. Somewhere, it's like, it's like a Sahara Desert, right? There's nothing but sand for miles as far as I can see. And you see a rock, and guess what's behind the rock? It's Dark. We do have Team Thumblers, who have been in the midst of the action quite often as well, but Thumblers they've fallen off, man. Compared to the first 2-3 days I've saw of them where they look very promising, they seem to have a little bit of bad luck here and there, a little bit of some team fights not going their way. What are your thoughts on them for the team from down south?
Team Tamilas, the Nepali teams, they're all having that same problem. They are all good individual players, but as a team, that is not sticking up for them. Like they're lacking team game essentially, because most of the times, every fight you talk about the team extreme fight we saw against VSG Crawlers where they got wiped out. That was them lacking teamwork. Same thing with Team Tamilas. If you get an enemy in front of them, they will easily knock you down. But when teams are playing those mind games, when they're making those rotations, that is when I feel they get outplayed. So that is the only problem. If they work on their synergies, if they kind of spread out a little bit and go on that aggressive front, which I always want to see Team Tamilas in, they might just improve right now.
Let's see this play out. Tear! Oh!
Okay, all right.
No! Okay, good landing. He stuck the landing. He stuck the landing. 10 points to Tear. He's gonna, just... I don't think he needs more adrenaline after that. If my vehicle, if my car was rolling down the side of a mountain, I'm going to have enough adrenaline to stop my heart. So Tear is going to be off on a tear. It's a little bit of a heart-stopping moment there, but he will manage to survive that. As we do see the circle closing in further, and it's going to be ending towards, it could be towards Cruz del Valle, it could be towards Tierra Bronca, it could be to El Azahar Junkyard, or Minas Generales, or it could be just north of Impala. I want to see it end towards, I want to kind of see it like end towards the water, a little bit of a cliff fight, a little bit of a beach fight. But hold on, speaking of fights, a fight is breaking out right now. Marcos Gaming against Team IND, and it's going to be Snacks. He's down, and there's no one nearby to get the res on him. He might just get murdered here. Shadow sneaking up, and he is going to get a drop indeed, and that's a free kill for him. On the ground, no mercy being shown, and IND down by a man early on. That's an unfortunate start for Team IND.
Obviously, that is not how they wanted things to roll in for them. Marcus Gaming's, they all the time drop near Impala, and they know the ridges very well, and they're using that to the advantage. And Marcus Gaming Shadow still has that high ground which he wants to capitalize upon. And the other two players are kind of rotating from the right hand side, but Frankie, he gets knocked down by falling. I am really, really worried about him right now. I just hope there's no squad lurking nearby Team Fnatic, but yeah, I was just right. Ash will give him an easy ref, and he'll be like, mate, you really, really need to calm your horses. You really need to drive well. Because look at that bike. I think he was trying to pull off some stunt, and he just fell off.
Have you ever driven off-road? It's hard. It's tricky. No, I know, because I've messed up many a times in my time driving around and being an idiot back in the day. But nowadays, I just catch a cab. I think it's safer. We do have Surya. He's raining down a lot of bullets on his Slayer, and I'm just very confused of what's going on for Team IND, because they're spread so very far away. Now, Kratos is quite a distance away, so he should be fine, and he's going to be coming in towards Slayer. But where's the third teammate is the question. They've already lost Snacks, as Kratos will be dropped down. The dude from afar, that was a very, very far shot, and the Lebowski's going to get the kill, and IND, my word, they are in a world of pain. In the meantime, we're going to be switching over towards Orange Rock. We're now caught in a fight within Team Tamilas, and it's Daljit with the Mac 10, the Mac Daddy, the run by is going to drop one, looking for more. TT, Manti, OP can't do anything. He's going to get taken down, and there's only one player remaining standing for the side of Team Tamilas, and for Orange Rock is Mavi and Anto looking for the final player for Team Tamilas, and it's going to be Karaoke. He's going to be dropping in Raven, dropping the Molotov. That's going to not quite land on the player who was crawling around on his knees, and he's trying his desperate best to find the kill. It's a 1v2. He can somehow win this if he somehow times this right, and is looking for one, but dodging him is Mavi. And now Anto going for the res, as Mavi's going to keep Raven at bay. And this is a great move from Orange Rock. Mavi holds his attention, the res comes in, and now Karaoke is just going to run away. Looks like he is. He's just going to head for the hills by the looks of it. He just left everyone. It's like, all right, guys, sorry, I'm out of here.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about, that team Tamilas are lacking. What they could have easily done is kind of rotated around a little bit on the right hand side, could have caught off the members of Team Orange Rock, and could have piled a few bullets down and knocked the players. But right now, Viper, as we speak of, has taken down the members of Team Cells and Team Soul, with yet another squad wipe going into their hands right now. And Team Tamilas and Team Orange Rock, yet the fight is still continuing. I have no doubts on these players, the way they fight face to face, But when it comes about the mind games, that's how they get outplayed
I just
Yeah.
want to point this out right now. Oh, the Mavi, that play was amazing. They baited him out. Orange Rock baited out Team Tamila. Team Tamila's thought that is no one in the vehicle carried everyone else, and they were continuing to shoot at the vehicle which had Mavi, completely unaware the 3 members of Orange Rock were still nearby. They pounce on him, and Team Tamila gets wiped out. Orange Rock, stellar play, stellar wipeout. My God, take about Mavi. That was a genius move. 10,000 IQs. I don't even know how he walks around with a brain that massive.
Look at the risk they took. Mavi still there was this still small glimmer of a chance that he might have been knocked and things could have gone south for Team Orange Rock. But he knew. He trusted his teammates. He knew that his teammates will provide him that perfect cover fire, and that they did. There you see, they got outplayed. Team Tamilas, again, the same mistakes. They should have anticipated Mavi trying to pull off something like that, which they did not, and they had to pay off.
They did indeed, and it just blows my mind. It just completely blows my mind how good Orange Rock is, right? Sometimes they don't have work going their way, but Mavi, man, it's not just about the kills, which he does deliver in Oodles. It's also the fact that he is just so goddamn smart. Like, is he one of the guys who gets like A plus grades in all his exams? I don't know. Anyway, we'll get back to that later on. It's going to be Surya. He spots out a player on the horizon, a silhouette against the skies, and that should be a very scary proposition for Team Extreme, who have had a rough day in the office so far today.
Definitely. Surya needs to work things out with his players. But we did see some good amount of kills coming in from Team Marcus Gaming. The way they took that fight against Team IND, I love that rotation and that long range knock on towards the members of Team IND. That was brutal by them, and that was coming. Team IND should have expected that, but right now we could just see a head-on collision between Team Marcus Gaming, but no, they decided to go away. But Max Kash gets knocked down by Deadeye's illusion right now, and Max Kash has his own world of troubles.
Yeah, vehicles blowing up left, right, and center. This is a demolition derby, but we do have Wadu sir. He's gonna go res himself, but Utsurga from the distance finds Illusion. Illusion will unfortunately meet his grave. A snowman on the screen is something you don't see in a desert, as we do see the circle shrinking in further, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be ending either towards Al-Azhar or Junkyard or somewhere in between. Res going to be coming in for Max Cash, but Marcus Gaming, right now, they're good. They're taking a bit of damage from the circle, but they have enough time. And if you look at the circle, it's going to be ending towards Al-Azhar, a little bit south, and a little bit of a rocky outcrop out there for a lot of cover will be provided. Shifu is still in the zone, and he's going to... Is he... What is going on? Shifu gets destroyed by the Lebowski. Out in the blue, the car blows up, and with that, his soul's going to be reaching all the way to the heavens, gets catapulted up, and now for Marcus Gaming, they're in a wall of pain. The dude, despite getting that kill, he's now knocked on his knees, and it's all on Surya, the god of the sun. Can he shine down some light for his team and make something work? A shadow will meet his maker. The dude bleeding out. I think it's done. I think it's going to be all on Surya to just to stay alive and keep the dreams and aspirations of his team in the running for this particular match.
Look at the position of Team Powerhouse. They're absolutely gating Team Marcus Gaming right now. They know that a lot of teams are going to close in. Meanwhile, Sangwan takes down Godlike's Smoky OP and will finish him off. So this is kind of a revival play by Team Soul. They've carried on that momentum and they're looking really good. As Daljit takes down Hassar and will instantly knock him off. And he gets finished down by Anto, if I'm not wrong. But right now, Cordal are in their own world of trouble because Team Soul is also surrounding them. Team Orange Rock has also spotted them out. Now they have to move away from here. They need to find a better place to hide. They need a better cover. If they do not, they might just get finished off way too soon.
This is one thing I've always worried about Soul. Either they're really on point or they're all spread apart. They're very widely spread. I say that they're finally teaming up together. Viper and Sangwon. Viper's got a vehicle right next to him as well. And they're taking pot shots. Rekolov's taking pot shots. But the problem is he's exposed. While he takes a fight towards Orange Rock, he's getting shot at by other players. But Clutchshot's going to get a kill on the tear. Venom chiming in with a frag of his own. Viru joining the fray. Rattling off bullets. Almonds on his knees. Utsurga's going to get blown up. And with that, Deadeye's guys are dead as again. Clutchshot's going to find tear. And INES getting knocked out as well. Back-to-back knocks coming out for two teams. And Soul are in a world of pain. Almond on his knees, and he's getting hounded with bullets whizzing past him. Nades galore as well. Rekolov's trying his very best to somehow try and help his teammates out, but Orange Rock in such a good spot, just laying down the pain onto Soul, and Soul have to be careful because guess where they're stuck? They're stuck between Godlike, a rock, and Orange Rock. This is not looking good at all whatsoever.
Godlike might just throw one grenade if Kill has that grenade. If he lobs it on towards a Regeltos, Aman and Regeltos, both of them can get knocked down. And Sangwan and Viper, I doubt they would come to help them, because then the tables will turn in the favor of Team Godlike. But as we speak of, Iconic takes down the members of Team Hype as SK49 slowly and steadily charges onto him. He would have to rely on Dark to provide him that cover fire, which he does, giving him enough time to heal himself up. As Gurkha wants to make that rotation, he did pull off an amazing clutch, but will he repeat that clutch? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. And look at who else has joined the fray. It's going to be Surya coming in from behind. He's at the edge of the circle, skirting it. He doesn't want to show himself, and he's going to smoke himself off, trying to play a little bit of a distraction. But this fight right now with the Powerhouse and Hype, this is where everyone's eyes are on. Dark is going to get a kill. Now Nova King charging up as well to help bolster the defense. Sangwan's going to find Gil in the meantime. Sangwan takes down Gil, and Godlike, I do believe, are now down to one player in Hype. This stuck between the Zone and Powerhouse, and Powerhouse are having none of it. They're like, you will not pass. They're doing the best Gandalf impression, but Prototype doesn't care. He's gonna push on in, and Godlike in the meantime getting eliminated by Team Soul. Prototype out in the open, proning, hoping not to get spotted out, but he's going to be found out. Nova King comes in with a vengeance, and it's now all to the final two members of Team Hype. And Nova King, he's not stopping anytime soon. He's going to get two to one more, looking for another, but he gets taken down. And with that Hype, Gurkha, Ayo Gorkali indeed. He keeps his team in the running, and they have two players surviving, knocking out Powerhouse. And what an impossible fight that was for Gurkha to clutch, but he does make it happen.
I mean, time and again, so it looks very good for Team Hype in the map of Miramar. But then again, I would like to question that decision of Dark to leave his cover, go towards Iconic and try to revive him. He could have just waited, because these guys were outside the circle. But as we speak of, Viru knocks down two members of Team Fnatic. And with that vehicle explosion, Anto will definitely finish one member of Fnatic, which I think is always. So two members survive right now. And Fnatic, oh my goodness, they're in a lot of trouble right now.
They are in a trouble indeed. The black and orange struggling as TSM. They're not stopping. Jesus Christ, someone call the Red Cross, the Geneva, someone bring out a Geneva Convention, because this has to be a war crime. You're not allowed to take so many kills. TSM, 5 kills already to the name, and they are indeed on a war path. They're not stopping anytime soon. We're like, they've had 3 games back-to-back, one chicken dinner, and one game where they got 35 points coming in second, got another second place finish, and now we're like, there's no way they're going to have a top placing here. They don't care. They're still going to take on everyone. And Soul down to 2 members, Regeltos and Aman. We saw what they did earlier. Previous game, there were only 2 of them alive, but they managed to get a chicken dinner, so you can never count them out, as Marcus Gaming are going to hit the ground, finally getting knocked out, but not before they get 7 kills.
But look what we've got here. Regeltos dead spot out. SK49 will take him down. Jonathan blows out Scout OP's car and will instantly finish him off, as Fnatic fall down to that last member. And Gurkha Whitey finally meets his demise. But well played. I love the way Team Hype is playing in Miramar. 7 kills. I'll take that. But VSG Crawler's Avi does manage to knock down Regeltos, and last surviving member of Team Soul is Aman right now. He is heading into doom as we speak of, because Orange Rock are waiting for him inside that little shed. But he might just turn things around if he throws that one grenade to perfection.
Indeed, it is. And this is hard indeed. Orange Rock, they have a little bit of a cover, and Aman now all by his lonesome. Now, for his job at the moment is stay alive. Just stay alive. And now Viru has no idea. Look at him out in the open. He's like, okay, there's no one there, but he's completely unaware that Aman is in the vicinity, unaware rather, as Orange Rock now, they have to make a move here. They're outside of the zone. They have to make a run for it. But then as they do the Evo from the distance, VSG Crawlers on top of the hill. They have the upper ground advantage as well. They spot them out, and a bullet's flying in. They're stuck inside of that hut. And the moment they run out, the bullets are just flying past them. Reload comes in for Evo. A little bit of respite. In the meantime, Aman's going to strike from behind. And Orange Rock, they were supposed to escape here. They were supposed to be the favorites with 4 alive, but now they're stuck in a terrible spot. But the clutch got from behind. He snatches the soul away from Aman and TSM. They just might have saved Orange Rock.
Absolutely. And VSG Crawlers as well. Now Orange Rock is in a lot of trouble as they have to revive two of the players. But Avi kind of smell down Nico lying down, and he does not want to move. He does not want to give away that sound cue towards VSG Crawlers right now. Evo still spraying down onto his members of TSM Entity, but they've gotten the smokes of their own. But Avi, being a beast, will finish off Anto, will finish off, I think, Viru in the process as well. Evo still spraying down onto its members of TSM Entity. It's a good thing that they're not fighting back because they've deployed the smokes. They do not want to give away the sound cues. What VSG Crawlers are doing is absolute genius, and it pays off because he knocked down two members with one single grenade as he will slowly push in onto the members of TSM Entity, trying to finish them off. Jonathan might just get caught off guard, and he's very low on his HP. CJ does not look like he wants to stop over there. He switched to FPV mode, spots down Neo, sprays him down, and will take him down, and will also fall back in the process.
They're not done.
Yes, Roach will spot Jonathan, and they will wipe out TSM Entity. What a heck of the fight we just saw right now.
That was incredible for VSG Crawlers. They were the gatekeepers, and they finally had enough. They had enough. They had enough of TSM Entity to put their reign of terror finally to an end. And Jonathan, for a moment there, I thought he had a chance just to somehow manage to clutch it out. And the problem for VSG Crawlers is that 3 players literally crawling around at the moment, so the res has to come in. They have a little bit of time, but Mavi, he knows this, and he's looking for more. He's a sole player alive for Orange Rock. And look at the player from Team Extreme, just around the skirt, just skirting around that little bit of a mountaintop. Now, Mavi is curious. He's like, what do I do right now? He knows a lot of players nearby, but he's completely unaware where everyone else might be. He's got his few vehicles for a little bit of cover at the moment, and this little bit of a nook there might really help things out as VSG Crawlers. The zone getting the knock again, despite the res just coming in. They're in such a world of pain. And for Team Extreme, they have 2 players alive. It's down to 4 teams at 8 in the circle. Fixes.
Oh my goodness, things are looking really, really good for Team VSG Crawlers, and I really want them to win this one. With the way they have played, they deserve this. That grenade, that was a beauty. That was an absolute beauty. But Team Elementrix, do you think they can actually climb that, that huge cliff and get inside the circle? I doubt. As on top falls down. He tried.
Well, there we go. There's your answer. They can't. And unfortunately, they're outside the zone.
Yeah.
They can't make their way back inside. They're out of the fray here. But you know who's still in the fray? Orange Rock. 12.5% of chance of making it happen. But now VSG Crawlers, they have all 4 players alive. And it just might be down to Mavi. I don't see a world. And Mavi, did he just drop down? He dropped down as well.
All right.
They won this.
They're
the king of the hill. They are the king of the hill. As the circle closes in, VSG Crawlers will probably be winning this game without having to take a single fight. But of course they're going to go for more. They have 10 kills. It's going to make it 11 as they get this kill here. They spot another one downstairs. No, they don't. But they're looking for more. They're hungry. They want those points. They want those kills. And for Orange Rock's Mavi, it's about trying to stay alive for as long as possible to try and get that second position.
Oh my goodness, as things have started to heat up, Team Extreme's Niku, he is still surviving. We have ignored the fact that there's still one member of Team Extreme that still survives and lives as we speak of. He might just, spot out Mavi. But does Mavi know about his presence? Is he aware that Niku is kind of still surviving beneath him? But VSG Crawlers, they are not pushing things out. They're not jumping. But will they right now? That is a question to be answered as they finish off Mavi. They're looking good. They also would love to finish down Team Extreme's Niku, but on top gets finished down by Roach, and things are looking really, really solid for VSG Crawlers as they slowly and steadily head out for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is done. This is an over. This is a donezo, as we like to say. And the king of the hill, ladies and gentlemen, he has been finally spotted out. And, well, he at least gets a knock. But then in the end, the play zone will have the final say in the matter. And VSG Crawlers, they fight, they struggle. But I do believe XP, considering that fight in which they were the difference between TSM potentially getting another chicken dinner or not getting knocked down. What a fight that was. They held on, they held the ground, and the sheer aggression, the bloodlust on the side of VSG Crawlers. You got them, kudos to them. Great game. I think they finished up with 14 kills in the end there. Massive, massive game for VSG Crawlers.
I think 13 kills. But out of those 13 kills, 8 out of 13, 8 kills go to CG. I mean, let's just talk about the TSM, and of course, he has to be the MVP. 8 kills.
1277.
1,277 damage. That's 1,277. You are reading this correct. You are hearing it correct. This guy just went ballistic.
Is that a record? Can we get production to probably just just trawl through all the games we've had so far? We've had a lot of games, mind you.
We had 1,600 in one game, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. I think we did have. Yeah.
Was that Vexy or no? I think that was Jonathan or Neo, I guess.
Well, whoever it was, this is nothing to shy away from. 1,277 damage, and coming into the last few fights, I mean, I was just watching. It was tables getting turned all around. The way Aman almost would have devastated Orange Rock.
Yeah.
He was lying like a pit viper in the back, just waiting to strike at the right time. And TSM finally ended his misery, so to speak, because he was the last guy standing. But what a commendable effort by the boys from Seoul. Man, oh man, VSG Crawlers, they needed this win. And did they do it in style or what? And talking about the top 5 players from this game, Mavi, of course, you called it. I mean, I wonder I'm surprised how he doesn't keep toppling over every now and then with that big brain as he's walking around with play. But that was an amazing moment. That was an amazing
genius.
play.
That was genius. The moment I saw him drive, I'm like, wait, what's happening there? Completely, utterly bamboozled Team Tumblers. We have Z-God, the dude, of course, topping off the top 5 over there. But VHG Crawls, a moment there, bear in mind, they had 3 of them in the zone, close to the zone, on their knees bleeding out. For a moment, it could have turned around.
Just before that little skirmish with TSM Entity, I thought that TSM, the way they deployed all their smokes, gotta give them credit. Amazing play, right? All the smokes. That one grenade. When I saw CG walk up front with that grenade, came a lot of points. 33 points to be exact.
Tasty. And you know what's interesting? TSM and Orange Rock get the same number of points as well. Interestingly enough, Team Extreme, who came in second placement-wise, only had 2 kills, so they come in 4th overall, tied actually, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that means with TSM and Orange Rock, nothing has changed in the first 2 positions. They go ahead, but they're still separated by the same amount of points. Sol, though, Aman doing his desperate best to keep his team in the running. 13 points for him. Hype and Marcus having a great game as well. Elementrix 2. Despite Elementrix not getting a single kill, they get 10 placement points, coming in the 3rd place. That is wild. Have you seen a team come in 3rd but come in 8th in the overall placings because they had 0 kills? I mean, have you ever seen that? I haven't seen that so far. At least in the
there
PMPL.
you go. That is why every single kill matters over here. That's the beauty. That is the beauty of this, the way the points are spread out. The placement points, they do help. 10 points for coming in 3rd, but if you don't have the kills, you are going to drop down to 8th. Another thing that stands out for me over here, except the fact that VSG Crawlers absolutely dominated towards the end and wiped out squad after squad. Seoul in the last 3 games have been a top 5 squad.
Oh yeah, 100%. They have looked very, very good. It's like a resurgence coming out from them, and that's going to definitely feel good for their side. Fnatic, Powerhouse, Godlike, Deadeye's Guy, INES, IND, Tumblers, and Celts. Rough day in the office. Fnatic especially, alongside Powerhouse as well. They have been quiet. And today was the day. Today was the day where they had a chance to make it to the top 5, which I don't believe they are. No, they're not right now. And they have been flat. Pretty flat.
I expected a lot more from Fnatic, so to speak, because Fixes, you got to take us through that. But of course, let's have a look at the overall standings play. 438, 424.
14 points separating 1 and 2, and we're going to come down to the final game. Can TSM Entity end week 2 in the first place? I think that's a question everyone has on their minds at the moment. Godlike languishing in the 3rd place. They haven't really moved much, but the good thing for them is the teams right beneath them, Megastars and Synergy, have finished their quota of games. They're still
holding 4th and 5th.
The unfortunate thing is, and that's the thing, Fnatic and IND, I mean, it's only 1 more game remaining. They have to be kicking themselves. Even Powerhouse, they have to be kicking themselves that this was a God-given chance for them to leapfrog over those 2 teams, Synergy and Megastars, and they haven't done it. Marcus Gaming getting dropped down to the 11th position, swapping roles, positions with Team Seoul, I do believe it is. And of course, we have Yu Mumba there on 12. They had their moments, XP. They had their moments with a free fall from number 1. From number 1 to number 12. that, no more excuses. We can't say it's a bad day. We can't even say it's a bad week. Now it's more like, what the F happened to them?
I guess they're probably wondering that, maybe that 2-month break has kind of put a kink in their gameplay. Maybe it could be the scrims. Maybe they burnt themselves out playing that. You can come up with a number of excuses, but it's right. I mean, you can't really say anything further on. But coming to Fnatic right now, again, Fnatic IND powerhouse had a chance to catch up, basically be top 5. Fixes, you were hoping for a lot more for Fnatic. What went wrong over there?
We did not get to see those fights, but I'm pretty sure.
This date,
we have to see.
Wait for it. I jumped out of my seat. 3, 2, 1, kaboom! Oof.
That's insane. The Dard ke aage jeet moment right there. Perfect nade. And just CG was a beast. He was an absolute beast. And he just didn't. He's like, all right, I got 2 knocks. Time to go in for the kill. I'm a shark. I'm a great white shark in the desert. I know it doesn't make sense. Just roll with this. Roll with me here. I can smell the blood in the water. I want it. Yes. There we go. But for a moment there, Jonathan, man, he was not done yet. He was still fighting it out. But in the end, it was not to be. And VSG Crawlers decimating who would have been the favorites? Let's be real. If TSM Entities won that fight, they would have won the game again. But there you have it. VSG Crawlers, 32 kills for Evo. Avi on 30, CG 29. It's been no one really carrying the team, so to speak. We have Roach and HP playing as well, but everyone's been putting in their work, right? Roach a little bit more quieter than the rest of them, but if you look at the kill spread, it's not like one player just going ham like we have Vexy from Megastars.
You got to keep one thing in mind as well. Have a look at Evo, Avi, and Siege. They play the maximum number of games, whereas HB and Roach have been kind of shifting in and out. So, again, keeping in mind the number of games each player has played, they are, carrying that weight equally on their shoulders. But I've got a quick question for the viewers watching at home. That little thing I was humming, do you know what movie that's from?
I don't think anyone will. I'd be well, maybe a couple of people here and there.
I'll give you a hint. The Great White Shark is what kind of set it off.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Okay, maybe we're highlights. The highlights are coming up right now. There we go. The producer in my ear, he got it.
You get it. Yes.
Mr. Producer got it. But I'll be disappointed in chat. No one gets it. No one gets which movie that is from. It's a classic. I'll give you another hint over there. It was the first movie. It was the movie which broke all box office records and held on to that for, I do believe, like almost close to a decade or something. It broke a lot of records, was that movie. But this is the play. Team Tumulus with its orange rock. It's back and forth. It's looking shaky. It's looking rough. I guess we're going to be switching away from that PoE. But Mavi with that 20 million IQ play where he just gets there we go in the distance, and then the 3 orange rock members are still there, and then they go in, and then Mavi drives back. It's like, all right, gotcha, baited, baby, and takes them down. What a play. That for me was a play off the game, at least for me personally.
Absolutely, because at that point I think they just thought that, wait a second, whoa, bikes flipping all around. They thought that the guys are pulling out. They came out of their little bit of cover and well paid the heavy price. But I enjoyed the game, to be honest with you. But it has to go to the way Crawlers completely dominated at the end, right? I mean, the way they held their ground, and the way they were patient, because one slip and it could have gone completely in the opposite direction.
Indeed, it could have. As we will be wrapping up here, but gentlemen, I mean, it's been a hell of a week, and we are down to the final game here before we have a little bit of a break, 3 days breather, and then we're going to be starting off with the final week of the league stage. Week 3 is going to be coming up starting this coming Thursday. But as we head over to the final map today, it is going to be the one map we haven't seen all day. It is going to be on Vikendi. And that, for me, listen, the thing is, Vikendi's not a really favorite map for a lot of players, or rather even for some of us in the talent pool. But let's be real, we have seen some of the wildest endgames we've witnessed so far, primarily thanks to the fact that the circle is just a meme at this point.
It is a meme, and I think like you said, the endgame action has been amazing. It's been pretty much every single game has been nail-biting action, because you're like, oh my god, this team is going to take it. Nope. This team is going to take it. Nope. And it's just a topsy-turvy event, so to speak. And of course, well, the zone and the meme and Fixes, you called it out a few times that I just want to see the zone be half in the water, and boom, there you go. Everyone's game plans goes for a 6.
It has happened twice till now. Can happen for the third time. But let's see.
Are you gonna get your connects in TSM and PUBG to make it happen again today?
No, man. I think today we'll have a center circle. I don't think we've seen a lot of those extreme circles. Today, PUBG gods will be favoring all this team. They'll be like, we have put you through a very rough time. You guys can chill and enjoy this game of Vikendi.
I'm going to call a 60% water circle. Boom, there we go. I called it. Vexy still on top, 56 kills, and we do enter the final. This is the kill leaders overall, but it's entered the final game. Can Z-God do it? Can he get 4 kills to tie things up, or maybe 5 kills and be crowned the kill leader, the king of the kill leader table overall? They're going to be finding out after the final game. We have Jonathan, Mavi, and Daljeet. No surprises. TSM Entity, Orange Rock, and of course Vexy from Megastars, who has been just so sexy. Don't make it awkward silence, sir. Please don't make it an awkward silence.
I was like, I'm sure that I'm taking.
Listen, man, he makes me feel. He makes me tingle in my special parts. All right, the way he plays the guy is the beast.
Your special parts, man.
All right. On that note, speaking of special parts, speaking of special things, shout out to our sponsors. We have an ad coming up for you guys. A very quick break before we head straight into the final game of the day. It's going to be Vikendi, the final game of the week as well for week 2. And we're going to be seeing who is going to be running away with a chicken dinner on this fine Sunday evening. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता
डर सबको लगता है गला सबका सूखता है पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ
माउंटेन ड्यू डर के आगे जीत है
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा
मैंने भी सुना था इसने बोला उसने बोला किसकी सुनूं
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है देखा तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The 2 sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own Cheer Parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now. Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets.
We're down to the final map of the day, down to the final map of the week as well, and it is going to be ending in the cold fields of Vikendi. And of course, bringing you the action is going to be two lads who are not really dressed for it, neither am I, to be very honest. It's going to be XP and Fixes. It's been a hell of a week. It's been a hell of a ride so far. We're now down to the final game of Day 8 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Fuel the Mountain Dew, brought to you, of course, by Airtel, as well, the preferred network partner of the PMPL Pro League South Asia. Boom, nailed it. XP, final game.
Wow,
Speak.
you actually that was perfect. That
Thank
was
you.
perfect. What does Blay win, Mr. Producer? Anyway, so coming here, final game, Vikendi, thoughts. Victor says it's going to be a central circle. I hope it's not, because
me too. I agree with you.
We want all that juicy action right at the beginning. I want it to be towards the Cosmodrome right now, because again, we did have the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch yesterday, so that is going to be pretty much empty, and everyone can chill over there now. I mean, it's going to be pretty much deserted, but I want to see a fight over there, because we've seen a couple of intense fights break out over there. TSM Entity, anyone Fixes? That is,
Yes,
they
dropped it. Yeah, they dropped.
I just want to ask this of you, Fixes, right?
Yeah.
TSM Entity have done something I've never seen even Orange Dog do.
Okay.
In a day, getting chicken dinner, second place, and I think there was a 5th position there at the end. I think that's insane, right? The sheer consistency they've had so far today. If we can make that happen in the final game, it'll be great. But I'm going to ask you to hold on to that thought, because we do have a shout out to a fan moment, the PMPL, #PMPL fan moment right there. You know what to do. If you have a team you're a big fan of, or a player you're a big fan of, make a video saying how much you love them and how much they mean to you, and drop a mail at video@nodwin.com. Fix's final thoughts before we jump into the final game here.
I think
yeah, go for it.
Entity. This time I'm going for TSM Entity. I think the gods are going to be like, you've won all those games, you've just barely missed out. You did win the first game. You should end the last one with a chicken dinner.
Well, let's see if they do manage to end in a chicken dinner, Fixes. I'll be seeing you right after this map, but it is going to be in Vikendi, baby! It is going to be heading from Dobro Mesto all the way towards Trevno, and it's going to be at the plane path right there for each and every one for you to take a look at. The final game, that's the final map that's going to be played for everyone here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. The 30-second map for everyone now on your screens, XP.
Something interesting that I'm going to pop off right at the beginning. It is going to be all land, not a lot of water in contention this time. We are going to go down south of Mount Kresnich, all the way down to the Vinery and Kantra towards the southeast. Something I want to point out right now. Gronton is going to be playing instead of Hastar. So I think, the fact that Godlike is again doing a little bit of a shuffle in the roster is going to be something to look forward to. And coming to something that you said earlier, we haven't seen teams do what TSM did today. That chicken dinner, second, 5th. But do you know what we have seen? We've seen OR take 3 chicken dinners in a day, my friend.
We've seen that happen. We've actually seen that happen. Indeed, I agree with you. But just a sheer consistency for TSM is something I'd be looking... Because OR did drop off in one of those games. You got to remember that, right? They had 3 massive chicken dinners, but they did drop off in that one particular game. The circle, it makes me sad, XP. I want chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. I like when things go all right and everyone's like, well, why is the circle screwing us once again in our backsides? But we have a pretty safe circle for most teams. However, a safe zone it is not indeed for Celt and INES. A fight is about to break out.
And for all you guys who want action right off the bat, stay tuned, because Rox might have an idea with Badrev is, and Badrev, I don't think he has a weapon. He is going to be running around trying to make sure he gets to the opposite end of the compound. But Rox has to be careful, because he is going to get pincered in between Evil Eye. He has a weapon. He has an SMG in his hands. Rox, I think he just gave his footsteps away. this can be quite interesting if he holds his own against an onslaught of INES members coming up the staircase. Then I'm pretty sure we already have our Dar ke aage jeet hai moment set for this game. But that Bison, 53 rounds. I'm pretty sure it can fend off an entire squad, can't it?
Yeah, it can, 100%. And here he goes spraying in. He finds one. Switching weapons, gets caught out though. And he's got a double Bison setup here. This is insane. He doesn't have a reload. He's got so many bullets. He's got to keep spraying 1 HP on the one player. He doesn't get the knock though. He's still holding the line. And he's doing so much damage. Gets a knock. He makes his escape. Rocks! You're such a god. Badrev barely alive. Look at him. A sliver of health. And he doesn't have the bandages. He's got to pop an energy drink. And that's going to take quite a while. And Rocks, now comes the reinforcements. The cavalry has arrived. And MJ walking in. And he's going to be moonwalking in and wiping out the remaining players. Atanki joining in as well. INES. It's all gone wrong.
And I think only one member is going to be escaping. Nope. Badrev thought he was going to get away, but he gets caught off with the cavalry coming in just in the nick of time. But by the looks of it, Rocks is rocking on. He did not really need that help. Ultron and the boys, Rocks and the boys, MJ are going to be elated right now. They have a squad wipe essentially to their names, courtesy this gentleman on your screens. And well, the Bison is, like I said, it can take down an entire squad. Good ammo capacity. And Capshi is going to be out in the open. And last guy standing for INES. This week play, they started off good. Day 1 was something to write home about. The last day of week 1, they did amazing when they got that chicken dinner. But the last 3 days, including today, I mean, nothing really to talk about.
Nothing really to talk about. 100% agree with you. And that's a difference you see between the top dogs and the minnows, some people might say. The fact that the top dogs is about consistency. They might have a couple of bad games here or there, but you'll never find them at the bottom, ever. Like, you'll always be like, okay, 1 or 2 games that come at bottom last, but apart from that, it's either chicken dinners or it's being in the top 5 or 6. And that's the difference. I think end of the day, look, I'm not one of those who's going to give, participation awards to everyone. Not everyone's equal, especially in any sport or esports for that matter, which is what we're talking about right now. There are those who are better and there are those who are worse. And in this case, unfortunately, they just aren't there quite yet. But still, early days, right? It's still have a week remaining. And even beyond this tournament, we still have a lot more PUBG Mobile action that's not going to be going away anytime soon. So hopefully, you live, you learn, as we do have the live standings for you. XP, you can take us through this, as we do have a little bit of a skirmish in Powerhouse and IND, and that's unfortunate. A team getting taken out a player from IND getting taken out very early indeed. They've been having a rough time so far.
I mean, IND expected them to, bounce back a bit. And like I said, like we actually were talking about earlier, that Megastars they're in 4th position right now, right? And IND and Fnatic, and in fact, even Powerhouse to that extent, if you have a look, they are in 8th position with 296 points. They had a chance to overtake Megastars and Synergy. Fnatic definitely need a good game. And talking about a good game, they are going to move away from Powerhouse, who was kind of, they had their crosshairs lined up. They are definitely going to play for position, because I haven't seen that confidence coming in for Fights and Soul Armor backing that scheme wheel up a bit, almost getting knocked out. That would have been detrimental to Soul's efforts of trying and getting another win possibly in this game. But Regaltos and Armor taking a few smacks over there, courtesy of Team Hype. And Team Hype have actually been doing well today. Gorka, as you said it, even in that last game, that guy just... it needs a lot to take him down, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, indeed. He doesn't seem to just go down without a fight every single time, right? We do have Team Hype now. 4 players together. And nearby in the vicinity, there is a team. You can see there on our radars. Of course, Hype are completely unaware of that. It's on the other side of the compound as to where SK49 is looking towards. And I say that, you can see there on the horizon. There we go. It is
for
Fnatic.
anyone who's new to PUBG Mobile, I'm pretty sure that's not true. They cannot see that on the maps. Let me just point that out. They can only see themselves.
You know what? There are actually quite a few people who get confused, and I've seen this. Like when I used to commentate or talk to many people who are not involved in esports about other games,
Right.
I'll be like, all right, they're like, but they can see each other through the walls. What's the point? I'm like, no, they can't. It's only for us. And, okay, that looks impressive. As we do see a little bit of a skirmish breaking out there. gotta make escape there. Lazy Sir. And he will indeed, getting behind a little bit of a cluster of rocks for the time being. But that was a little scary. We've seen too many vehicles getting blown up and too many players dying to the vehicular explosions today.
So, just a little word on Godlike King XZI. So, we didn't know whether to call him King, whether to call him King X. So, just a little background on him. He goes by the name Existence. And since, he couldn't shift it all, and since, he does wear a crown, so to speak, he is a king in his own right. So, just a little bit. So, King XZ, or can we still call him Existence? Either or, right? Either or will actually work over here. But TSM Entity. Now, these guys are super consistent today. Chicken dinner, second, fifth. And Jonathan has been on a rampage. Neo, the one, has been doing his bit and, just raking in the skills and making sure he propels his team right up to the top. But the fact that they are moving around again, and if I have a look at the map, they are somewhere towards the northeast, just outside Port Vostok. They are going to have to make their way to the center of the zone. There you go. You have a look at the map right now. I think the first roadblock essentially is going to be Godlike at one end and Dead Eyes Guy at the other. What do you think is going to happen over here, Blay? Are they going to play periphery to periphery, or are they going to go dead smack center?
I think playing the periphery makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you look at the lay of the land, there's a river right there. Is it really worth going in this early when you don't even know where the circle's going to be shifting in? Especially, depending on the lay. Imagine you take a high risk to get in a little bit of a centralized position, and then you realize after all the risk you took, you have to backpedal back. I don't think it's going to be worth it. And I think that's one thing we've been noticing, at least in Erangel earlier today, that most of the teams were playing the periphery, as the Lebowski, Mr. Dude, is out in the open. Dude, it's notification spot. Oh, no. Ash finds him. He's down. And he's dead. There's no way surviving that one. Wait, what was going on there?
He almost made it too. He almost made it too. Again. It's just that, when you are this experienced at shooting at a distance, right? You don't let something like a smoke plume cover your vision. You know where the bike or where the snowmobile is going to go. And, the dude, the Lebowski, has fallen. And that is going to be a major blow for Marcus Gaming, because with that, they are going to be reduced to a two-man squad, and Scout OP trying to capitalize on this. Well, of course, his teammate did get the knock earlier. They're making sure they get the job done because they need all the points they can. Remember, Team Hype is nearby, and we've seen this happen before. Suppose I knock a guy out, and you very cheekily might come in and actually take that kill away from me.
And it could happen indeed. Hold on, Frankie. This looks a little tricky.
Venom's already knocked.
Yeah, he is. Is he knocked? I don't think he's knocked yet. Venom, though, getting knocked out. They're taking quite a bit of damage despite having the high ground advantage. But look at Always and Ash coming in from behind XP.
They are going to try and literally surround the enemy and, like an amoeba, engulf the prey, so to speak. Gurkha, of course, we know that this man can hold his position, but can he do that against Scout and the boys? Scout and Frankie at one end, Oasis and Ash at the other. Venom's teammate is going to have a bit of an issue. I do believe he is moving around. Prototype letting off a few shots, just a few warning shots, making sure that nobody comes in the window. They have an idea. They are pretty much against one another. Always has gone down. Prototype almost getting a couple of shots on Ash. Ash is going to go in for the revive. Wait for it. Prototype might go for it. He is loading up that Uzi for that rapid fire. On the other end, however, Scout is trying to put the pressure on. Oh my goodness. Is he going to go in? Gurkha is going to hold his position. Prototype heals himself up. I think Ash is going to pick up Oasis over here. So Fnatic is still going to be a whole team going up against Prototype. Look at Venom's health. Venom on a sliver of health, on a sliver of HP, makes it to his teammate, and he's going to get picked up. Scout laying down the lead and gets a knock on SK49.
Yeah, it's basically a 2v2v2 fight, and unfortunately, Prototype is going to be the last man standing, and he might just have to run for it. He's running out in the open and trying his best. He gets a knock onto Ash, going in for the kill, but he will not find it. Always saving his teammate. Rather, I do believe it was Frankie or Scout. Scout actually saving his teammate over there. And Fnatic, they wipe out Team Hype. And more importantly, I do believe they keep everyone alive. That was very scary for Fnatic because they were split in two. I like the idea there, but in the 2v2, it's whichever team wins the first fight, they pretty much have won the entire fight, right?
But then again, it's about a coordinated attack. That's where the communication comes in. It's like, all right, ready? 3, 2, 1, breach, go, 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 go. And you're like, oh my goodness, where am I supposed to look at? So I think that is something that, they might have tried over here. And well, they came out on top. But meanwhile, in the kill feed, I did notice TSM getting a few kills on the members from Dead Eyes Guy. And that is something I'm surprised about. Not surprised, actually. Right now, what I just saw before we go on to the map view, Fnatic, they have 6 kills to their name. So off to a good start. That is something that I'm sure a lot of their fans were waiting for, anxiously waiting for, so to speak, because they do need a good kill game if they want to overtake Megastars, who are right above them. Megastars and Synergy. Basically, positions 4 and 5 are up for grabs for Fnatic right now.
Oh yeah, indeed it is. And if you look at a circle right there, we're just still waiting for the shrink on down, which is going to be happening in the next couple of minutes here. And Celton are in a very good position in Hot Springs. The circle does favor them. If it does somehow gravitate towards the right side of the safe zone towards Cement Factory, Celton are in a pretty good spot. There's no one going to be heading in that direction. No one has any needs to be heading in that direction. Soul smack in the center towards Volnova. We have TSM Entity, who are just like floating around north of Castle, and IND. Right now, they're
haven't heard a lot from them today, have we?
Whom? IND?
IND?
We haven't, but right now they are playing. They're playing King of the Castle at the moment. They're inside the castle. No one's there. They have the fortress and the fortifications to hold off.
You said it. They're playing a king right now.
But the real kings at the moment are still very much in the running. Orange Rock haven't lost a member yet. We of course have TSM Entity, who haven't really had much of a skirmish either. Fnatic, though, if they can get a good win here, a potential chicken dinner, it's going to be real good for them. Especially, they might be able to get into the top 5 position, maybe knock down. I do believe they should be able to knock down team. Let me take a look at the standings here real quick for you guys and let you know what it is. Yeah, they should be able to knock down Synergy. But meanwhile, the circle closing in.
Let's see. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm just looking at the top right of my screen. Where are we going to go? Not too bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
I like how, have you noticed how Celts have already left the Hot Springs even before the circle moved?
I mean, they had to get out of those jacuzzis at some point or the other. And
it's such a great feeling, though. Like, it's a jacuzzi out in the open, like in Hot Springs with snow around.
Goodness. I mean, all right, we need to plan a holiday soon enough. Anyway, talking about, yeah, definitely. We've got a lot of work to do right now. PMPL, let's go. But week 2, this is the last game on day 4, and I'm just excited to see who is going to come out on top. And this is something nice. The boys from Team Extreme just chilling, just out on their snowmobiles. They're having a good time. And a DBS and an 8X in the drop. I wonder what the PUBG gods are thinking. Shotgun with a scope. All right. Maybe we can try that. Maybe we can try that.
Why not? I mean, if you're going to shoot
get those
someone...
long distance engagements.
No, just go into someone with a shotgun, stand right next to him, use the 8X scope. You can literally look into his soul as you pump his body full of pellets. What more do you want?
I love that is something. I want to actually see someone do that. But Godlike right now... Godlike. I wonder if Cronton is going to make a difference over here, because he's got to keep his team level-headed. They have been on a little bit of a downslope, and that can have a detrimental effect mentally if you think about it. But right now, they are holding their position just northwest of Tovar over here. And down below, we have Marcus Gaming. Now, Marcus Gaming, of course, I do believe, did they lose 2 members early on? Because I only see... Wait a second, Capshi, the last remaining member from INES. He's still in there. He's made his way to the Abbey, and just a little short of the Abbey. I'm pretty sure he wants to get to church and just pray a little bit, making sure that he gets those top placement points and helps his team. Just make a statement, because at this point, if you are in the latter half of the second half of the table, it's going to be difficult coming in. But then again, the top 16 positions play and a chance to fight out for those 2 slots for the World League, that is something that they can actually go for.
That is indeed. That's definitely something that definitely would be on top of the minds here as the Daljit and TSM Entity. I love how they can see each other across, but they don't know who is who, right? They're like, I wonder who that Daljit's like, listen, guys, there's a team over there. I wonder who it is. They're like, yeah, probably someone else. But if they knew, okay, all right, hypothesis right here, right? We just theory crafting.
All right, let's go.
Let's say a little bird flew, 2 little birds, one towards Orange Rock's bootcamp and one TSM's bootcamp, flew and said, hey guys, it's Orange Rock on the other side. And to Orange Rock, the bird says, hey guys, it's TSM Entity on the other side. So now imagine they know where both of them are. What do you think they would do? Would they just not fight? Would they run away? Would they actually go for the fight?
Looking at TSM's position, they don't have to move at all. So they'll be like, hey, what's up, guys? Oh, so you're top of the table? You top of the table? Well, we are going to topple you right now. I think it could be a little bit of like a face-off of sorts. I mean, like, just imagine an old Western movie right before the gunslingers actually whip out their pistols and take that shot. That's exactly what. Wait for the clock. The clock is still ticking. Tung, tung, and whoosh, boom. That is what's going to happen. Basically, it's a face-off between the two big bad teams.
Oh no way! Orange Rock smack center again. TSM, like you said, they're not moving at all. But you know what the problem is right now for Fnatic? They're not going to have to move either. But they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 teams. 6 teams around them, and they're going to be coming in.
Hot property.
100% indeed, and considering how cold it is right now, they'll be looking for that hot property. But we're talking about TSM and Orange. They're taking a few pot shots at each other, like, hey, we're here. Here are a couple of bullets to say hi. And I like it. Early fights, but no one's going to move at the moment, at least from these two compounds, right?
And the fact that Jonathan just looted that crate next to him, I wonder if it was a DBS, so I'm sure they're not going to pick it up. But he is... he's wearing a level 3 military vest, and he's got the level 3 Spetsnaz helmet on. So, he is ready to take a few shots. And just look at him. He's just trying to bait the enemy out that, come on, let's play peekaboo, boys. Let's just show me your face, I'll show you mine. It's basically that's what's happening right now. And he's trying to get them to... He knows. Look, both the teams know that the compound's beyond this little... big white in between, and you see the way the tracks of the vehicle that they drove earlier are kind of like splitting it right in the middle. It's like on one end you have Orange Rock, on the other you have TSM. I think they don't know that the enemies are the teams per se, but they know it's occupied. Meanwhile, coming to a fight, which was there was quite a considerable lull in the game after quite some time. Normally we've seen action right off the bat, but Demon over here, is he going to get a finish on Orange? He does, and his teammates are just going to glide right by.
Yeah, they will indeed. The VSG Crawlers, the champions of the previous game. Oh, that is so close by a sliver. He survives, but no, they're not quite done yet. CG still out in the open, and he's going to get them knocked onto a player there, and Kazi trying his best to stay alive. Just one bullet, a breath, a little bit of a sneeze in his general direction, and he'll get taken down. And Regaltos now, he's going in for the kill. He's like, oh, hi there. Thank you. That's a free kill for me. And Regaltos picking up the kill onto Demon. Team Extreme down by a man.
Well, whether you get a kill on your own accord or you get a free kill, a kill is a kill. That point is going to be added to your tally. So Soul is going to try and rack up as many points as they can. But I do see they got a member knocked out courtesy of VSG Crawlers. Now, VSG Crawlers, these boys are going to be on a high. They did amazing in the last game, and they needed it. Regal Toss under fire from CG. CG trying to get a few knocks here and there. Again, the point is going to be that this fight right now, Play, is taking place outside the zone, towards the southwest of the zone, just a little to the left of the T of Tovar on your maps over there. So it's going to be essentially they are trying to cut off Soul from coming in, and Viper with that Car 98 8X can be a deadly combination.
I'm a little surprised he missed that shot. It looked like it was almost on point there on the body. However, Viper, he's had his ups and downs, but one thing you can be certain about this player is, like his namesake, he will lie coiled and ready in the grass, and when you least expect it, it's going to strike deep and it's going to strike hard. And before you know it, you're going to be meeting your maker. As I say that, Soul have sent a couple of players out in the vehicle. They've gone on a tour very late in the game, but they've managed to find themselves in a pretty safe zone. This is pretty good, but hold on. Capshi taking a fight with Scout. Scout's going to get knocked down. Capshi's going to finish him off. Scout trying his best to stay alive. Cover coming from a Frankie, but Frankie is not Frankie. It's going to be Soul Almond all the way from the distance. And he saves Fnatic. Does he know what he's done, XP?
I mean, Capshi was doing so good. He got a knock on Fnatic, and Solam was like, hey, what's up? Again, like I said, forget how you get the kills. Just get the goddamn kill, and, GGWP for you. But Soul Sargon right now finding himself against the enemy. Of course, Fnatic is going to be the roadblock in front of them. Nova King with that Uzi gets a knock on Mr. Spray. Mr. Spray goes down. Team Tamalas in a world of hurt. I do see 2 members knocked out. I see a guy prone right beyond the wall. Nova King might hear it. He can be in a bit of a spot over there because he is the window. The window does have bars, and you can see the window. Nova King explodes.
Oh my god, that actually happened.
that happened, and you know, Team Tamalas went out along with that, but he was going to go in for the kill, and well, I mean, he didn't have to. He didn't have to. I think that was a bit of a self-inflicted injury on part of Team Tamalas, but well, the credit is going to go to PH, and they are going to come out with the kills. But OS over here, meanwhile, he knows that someone is nearby. Well, he knows someone is nearby. He's trying to fish him out. A lot of smoke. Wait,
what?
What?
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Someone's going in for the kill, and it's going to take him down. He wipes them out. Fnatic, good night. Goodbye, sweet prince. You're out. They get 6 kills, but Soul have destroyed Fnatic. And Fnatic, oh man, that's got to be gutting for them. They've had a terrible day. They were looking for something at the very end, but Soul say, no, son, you got to sit down this time around.
Not on my watch. And Aman said, you know what? We helped you out against INES, but that is as far as our help is going to extend, because now we are coming for you. And the fact that Sangwan actually went up ahead, it was a questionable move earlier, but they had to get in the zone, right? And the way he played it out, he does get taken down by Surya. And I want Nova King and the grenade. It's a love story, mate. I mean, let's not even talk about it right now, because
listen, they have a better relationship than I've ever had in my life. All right, I have not had a better relationship than Nova King and grenades. I wish I had that level of love. It's insane. I agree with you, 100%.
It's not happening. It's not happening. I mean, they are on a different level altogether. It's a better, you know that meme going around that it's a better love story than Twilight. That is what is happening with Nova King and his grenades. We can never match that level. But Ultron over here is going to get the finish on Snacks, and IND are going to find their numbers dwindling. Ultron chasing up ahead. I think he might get an idea that Kratos is somewhere in the distance, but Kratos, of course, is the last member remaining from Team IND. Soul on the meanwhile, 6 kills to their names. These boys are here to play Powerhouse. Again, Powerhouse and Vikendi, they've had a good history. 6 kills to theirs. TSM is still in the fray with 4 kills to their names. Play.
Yeah, but Soul on top, Powerhouse on top. This is what we're talking about. We've been speaking of Powerhouse being quiet. Soul, you know, they had a chicken dinner. Apart from that, they have been a little quiet as well. Finally waking up, but TSM Entity, all 4 players staying alive is massive. I say TSM Entity, Clutch, what are you doing? What are you doing, son? Like, wait, what? How do you fall to your? Do you run? Did he run over himself? Did he get off the car or something? Something went wrong there. That was unfortunate.
Something. It was something to do with the vehicle. I was actually just looking at the map at that time. I missed that on my kill feed, but. OR Viru. Now Orange Rock again in the zone. TSM Entity again in the zone. They are going to but right now, what's going to happen? Wait a second. Forget that. Orange Rock's Viru has spotted TSM. You got to aim up a bit. All his bullets are hitting that ledge. He is going to be really annoyed with that. TSM, can they revive themselves from this? They will. That would have been a free kill of sorts for OR Viru over there, Blair.
Yeah, indeed it would. But I'm just going to be switching attention over to this fight between Marcos Gaming and Soul. Now, Aman's on his knees, he's bleeding out. And meanwhile, Zegor getting dropped by Team Extreme. Team Elementrix. It's just chaos now. The circle is definitely shrinking in. And despite the fact that Orange Rock and TSM Entity had such a good spot, they are taking some damage here. Now, Neo always knows him. He's got a little bit of a smoke wall to prevent any more bullets coming his direction. It's Regal, Soul, and Viper as well getting a drop. Viper gets a kill on Iconic. And it's going to be Zebra replying back. He's going to file Sangwan, and Team Extreme meantime getting eliminated, and it's all on Zebra trying his best to stay alive, do something. Regal's pushing in, and he's gonna get the knock, and there's one more player remaining, and Zebra falls. Powerhouse Gaming gets destroyed. Get out of the server, says Soul, and Soul out of nowhere. They have only 2 players remaining in the server, but they're sitting pretty on 11 kills. Soul have come to play today.
They have come to play, indeed. 11 kills. Squad wipe after squad wipe. These boys are making a statement. And Elementrix, I was just going to say, they've got to be careful of Mr. Huyozu in the background, but I think Neo does take him down. So the thing is right now over here is Orange Rock has that cover, but they have to move out because the zone is going to force them to go out again. But TSM is under fire from Godlike. Godlike managing to get a knock. The cells are going to be in play as well. Soul at the moment have a good chance because they are outside the zone. 40 seconds on the clock. They need to recuperate. They need to reassess the situation and make their way to the zone. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, Godlike currently have their position cemented inside the zone. I think this is the last compound remaining, and it's going to be exciting to see where it goes from here on forth. But Gronton, again, he is making quite a difference today. And wait a second, OR Mavi with a double knock again. That guy and his grenades are wrecking havoc as we speak. TSM Entity down to 1 man standing.
They are down to one man standing. Of course, the res can definitely come in. They have a little bit of cover, but Neo, once again, it is all down to him. The one, the only. And he's away. He's far from the rest of his teammates. Now the call is being made. And one by one, they're getting knocked on. Celts, they're actually coming in and taking away all the kills. Celts, thank you very much. I'm going to take all of that. As Mavi blows up a vehicle, finds 2 players as well. And now Orange Rock. They are in such a good spot. Neo left alone, and Mavi knows. Mavi knows. He can smell his prey. The hunters have become the hunters. Regulars is going to get dropped, but the nade sails in, and Neo, can he survive? It's a little shy of his position, but Mavi, he knows where he is, and he's not going to let this go away without a fight. The circle closing in, and this is looking very rough indeed with TSM Entity, but Orange Rock, all 4 players alive alongside Godlike, who now have 4 kills, XP.
And the fact is, Godlike and Orange Rock are on either side of the zone. So they are going to have a skirmish probably towards the end. Meanwhile, everyone else is getting picked off one by one. VSG Crawlers has 2 members alive. Soul, Cells, Entity, Marcus Gaming at 1 people. And talking about TSM Entity, they have been eliminated in 7th position with 6 kills to their names, or are moving into the zone. They don't have a lot of issues right now. They have that zone. They have that little bit of wall cover. So it's not going to be a problem down to the last 6 teams. And this is going to just keep dwindling as we speak, because except Godlike and Orange Rock, everyone is survived by just 1 member play.
And you say that as Marcus Gaming gets knocked out. VSG Crawlers, the heroes of the previous map in Miramar, they're down to 1 as well, like you mentioned. Celts, they've got 9 points, especially the 3 kills they got in the end. Viper trying his best to stay alive. He heals in time and just playing a heal game. But Croach from VSG Crawlers, he gets a few kills before he gets taken down by Daljeet in the very end. And like you said, it's down to a 4v3, v1v1. Orange Rock with 3. Godlike, 5 kills and 4 in the server as well, XP.
Roach knew that as soon as he made that knock, he had to get that kill because his position was exposed. And he does go away with that 1 extra point, reducing OR down to 3 members. Mavi has been knocked and eliminated. Viper down to his last first hit. Is he going to make a last hurrah? Is he going to run across the wall, try and just spread a few bullets? He gets a couple of connects on Existence. Is he going to knock him down? He does knock him down. Tries to finish it. However, he gets eliminated before that. But what a wonderful, wonderful outing by the boys from Team Soul. 11 kills to their names, getting knocked out in 4th position. Cells out with 9 kills. 9 kills play. Cells are they finally wake up. It is a bit too late, but they are making quite a spectacle. Down to the last 2 teams. Orange Rock versus Godlike.
This is it. This is it. The final fight. The final fight. And it's going to be Daljeet. It's going to find Cronton. He equalizes things. He neutralizes the man advantage that Godlike had. Godlike 2 players on the knees. And Orange Rock 3 players pushing him. But Daljeet's going to hit the ground. And Smokey's going to get the kill onto him. And now it's a 2v2. Godlike with 2 alive. 2 standing around. Smokey's trying to finish up Daljeet. Daljeet just getting underneath the ridge. In the meantime, Angel's going to strike. Cronton's going to fall. Cronton's going to get taken down, in fact. And the Smokey gets knocked. And it's all on the 2 players standing alive now for Orange Rock. Make that a 1v1. Plays on Daljeet, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. What is even going on?
However,
I don't know what's going on. But
the Reses are coming in.
I'm sorry, you're saying?
It's pandemonium. The Reses are going to come in. We saw this happen again. Remember when we thought it was going to be a 1v1 between PH and the boys from Dead Eyes, and it suddenly became a 3v3? We are back up, baby. 2v2 again. It is going to be Viru and Anto taking on, I do believe Smokey has been picked up, and Gil. So again, these guys are high fraggers. This can go either way. They both have 1 rock for cover. All a bit, the Orange Rock's rock is a lot bigger. I've said rock way too many times, but it's not the size of the rock, it's how you use it. So this is going to be exciting. It can go either way. 1 mere smoke grenade between the 2. Nothing else for cover.
All right, this is it. This is it. The play zone is going to get restricted further. And now Gil, he's going to go for it. He's going to make a run for it. He's running around. He spots out Gil on the ground, but Gil's going to get the drop on him. And that's going to be Orange Rock coming second. Godlike coming on top. They steal it away from right underneath the nose of Orange Rock. Winner, chicken dinner indeed. Godlike. It took a long goddamn time, but finally, they make it happen, XP. Fixes, are you with us?
Not the size of the rock. It's how you use it.
Oh my god, what a nail biter of a finish that we got to see. And especially the last 2 kills that Gil got on the members of Team Orange Rock. That was fantastic finish by Team Godlike. The way they held themselves off, they knew things were not going in their favor. They knew the other rock was bigger, but you know, they outshone them.
Yeah, I mean, Orange Rock, it was orange, but then Godlike, I mean, kudos to them. You have the MVP coming up for you right now on your screens, and very, very deservingly so. Smokey, OP. I mean, in the end, it all came down to these clutch plays coming up from the members of Godlike. 3 kills for him, but it's more than that. It's the placement points that matter. Bear in mind, Godlike were languishing in the 3rd position. They had not really got many points to work with, but TSM Entity were running away with it. And of course, this chicken dinner and the kills they got is going to catapult them into the 400 club. It's a very special club. It's even more elite than a Miles High club, if you ask me. And it's going to be only 3 teams crossing the 400 barrier now, and thereby solidifying the place on the 3rd spot. But let's talk a little bit about Team Seoul. They woke up. They finally woke up and they came to play. Fixes, your thoughts?
Absolutely correct, as you said, Blay, because that was needed from them. They really worked it out this time, and they have succeeded. Look at Regular Toss, that damage, 624, 4 kills. What else do you need? Not just Team Soul, even Team Cells. I'm really happy the way Team Cells played this game as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really put up a show. But again, I think Blay, you're going to agree with me. Last night, towards the end, we kind of were being real about Seoul and you know how they need to actually take a little bit of criticism and change things around. And this is what they did. Fixes, you saw it. Their game plan was they did drop at the binary, but they moved almost immediately. We normally see them just wait a bit too long. This time they were going in for the fights, and Song1 was leading from the front. Aman stepping up to the plate. Regal Toss, Viper, all of these boys finally getting the job done. If they keep this going into week 3, they are going to slowly and steadily climb the table. Will they get 1, 2, 3? Maybe not, but they are setting themselves up very, very nicely for
the finale,
the finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talk about momentum, right? And even if you don't manage to make your way to the top 3 in the league standings, if you manage to get rolling to the finals, it's going to be great. We do have the final standings for you over there, ladies and gentlemen, and we have Seoul 11 kills. They came in 4th position, but they got 11 kills. 19 total points, coming in second. Godlike on top at 29. They're going to be very happy with that. Cells coming in with 9 kills. The cheeky 3K on a 3-knocked member of TSM Entity, and they're going to be thanking the lucky stars they got that. Tied with Orange Rock, who despite coming in in 2nd place, they did only get 5 kills. They're uncharacteristic showing from them. TSM Entity coming in 5th on 11 points. And listen, TSM have got chicken dinner, 2 2nd place positions, and 2 top 5s today. That is nothing, and I mean nothing to scoff at. It's a very impressive showing indeed. Powerhouse, 7 kills, but they had a low placement, unfortunately. VSG Crawlers, high placement, but low number of frags. So 10 apiece there. Fnatic coming over there, you can see at the bottom, getting destroyed by Seoul earlier. I mean, that was surprising if you ask me, XP.
You know, that was actually quite a surprise. Came out, not really. I mean, we expected that from them, but I just want to talk about Godlike right now. We obviously have the lower half of the standings after this game for you guys. IND in 12. That is something that is sticking out like a sore thumb for me, because today has not been their day at all, and that is something that we don't see from IND. And I'll tell you why. Because IND is kind of synonymous with their rotations, with the fact consistency, yes, but the fact that they plan out ahead. The fact that they will rotate around and be like, okay, IND's over here. A few seconds later, you get shot from this direction. It's IND. You know, that's what they are all about. I'm sure the viewers watching will agree that they are good at the creation fixes. You know what I'm talking about. Yes. Today was not the case. Today, I didn't see that happen.
Well, we're going to be seeing what's happening as we end week 2. We had the overall standings for you, gentlemen, right there on your screens. Boom, there you have it. Orange Rock, 457, closely followed by TSM Entity, trailing by 22 points, and now Godlike breaking the 400 barrier. Now they are in 6 chicken dinners, Godlike. You can't forget that. 6 chicken dinners, just one shy of Orange Rock's record of 7, 411 points for them. And I think it's very clear right now who the top 3 teams. These are the guys who have a massive target painted on their backs, especially Godlike, because they are still a distance away from Orange Rock and Team TSM Entity. Megastar Synergy, they didn't get much done because they obviously played only one game today. Now, Fnatic and Powerhouse, man, today was the opportunity for them to get closer, to get that 4th and 5th position. They're going to be disappointed, and so are IND. Powerhouse, though, I think they're going to be comparatively a little happy. They're able to leapfrog over IND. Soul, an upward trajectory, 12th at the beginning of the day, and now 9th position is the way they close it out. VHG Crawlers as well, they were in 11th, all this while languishing over there, and now they are in the top 10. So some wins here, a lot of positives, but I do believe the biggest disappointments, as you pointed out so often, time and time again, are Fnatic and IND. Today should have been their day.
It should have been. They had 4 games to make a statement, and unfortunately, they did not act upon it. But then again, you have good days, you have bad days, and if you have a look at the lower half of the table, Mumba steady at 12th. Well, of course, we've already talked about this, a free fall, and maybe they might just grab a ledge here or there and propel themselves back up again. But I think what they should focus on now is that grand finale and try and get a kickstart to the day, get a kickstart to the game, and maybe just book a slot for the World League. But I am going to talk about Team Hype, man. They have made quite an impact today. They were lost with Dead Eyes. I mean, a few points separated them. I do believe when we started out, Hype was at the bottom, but Gorka, man, I think he stole a lot of hearts today.
Team Tumblr's Hype, John Mar, and Dead Eyes Guy, I do believe are the only teams who haven't got a chicken dinner yet out of the 20 teams. That's rough, right? Like almost everyone has had an opportunity to sink their teeth into it.
Dead Eyes getting super close twice though. Super close twice.
Well, it was close but no cigar, right? I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And unfortunately for Dead Eyes Guy, for a moment there, a couple of days back, I was like, yeah, they're coming back, they're grinding back, and then they fall flat again on their faces at the bottom blast. It just sucks to see, man.
Now, one thing about Godlike, again, this is going to be taken probably out of context or whatever, but a lot of fans are not really have high regards for Cronton for whatever reason. Now, I'm just going to spit some facts right now. Right?
Go for it.
Now, he is a passive player according to a lot of people. Right, because you have the likes of Gil, you have the likes of Hastar, who are out there gunning people. And wait a second, Vexy is still going to be the top kill leader for week 2 with 56. But let's not take anything away from Zegod and Jonathan. Jonathan's damage, 11,487.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? You know what? Just don't comment on it. It's 11,000 for let it just sink in for everyone watching the stream right now. It's a ludicrous number, but please finish your thought about Cronton not being aggressive player.
All right. So we saw this happening in the last couple of days. That Cronton initially, when he was actually playing for the team, they were doing good seconds, and again, I'm not saying that they're doing bad without him, but I think. It's that Godlike with Cronton as well have been a little bit shaky. Hastar has been a cement block of sorts in Godlike, right? And right now, this game, he was not playing. My point is that, again, there's no one way of winning it. You have to shuffle it up from time and again, right? You have to keep shuffling up the roster because each and every member brings something different. I think everyone brings something extraordinary and something unique to this team. Right, and it just all worked out for them at the end. Like today, they've had a good day. Today, I would say, barring like maybe a game or two, they've had a good day. And I think one of the days of the whole substitute.
I just have to pause you right there, Rex. I'm really sorry, but this was without a single doubt. The Gagajite moment right there. Sold Sungwon. He spots. He saved Fnatic for a moment. He saved Scout earlier, if you remember it. I think it was Aman who saved Scout, who saved Fnatic earlier from one of the players
Scout
there.
From yes, sir.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh crap, we saved you. Well, not anymore. We just got to make up for it and just completely push in and wipe out Fnatic. And what a disappointing end. And it's kind of
it
like
a temporary truce.
Yeah, and it's kind of poetic justice as well, considering the history behind his two teams. Regal Toss, 42 kills. No one in his team has even 30 kills yet, and he's at 42. Albeit, he has played 30 games, Viper and 31. Everyone else a little bit lesser games over there. And Mortal not playing today, it has worked out.
Yes, definitely. It has.
Absolutely.
It has.
Fixes, talk to me about this.
Because yesterday they looked very underconfident. They were not sure, and today we saw a new version of Soul. We saw them, kind of rising from the ashes. They learned their mistake. They took the criticism really well. They worked out where they could have done better, and my oh my, they went all aggressive, something that we do not see every day. But if this is the thing that they have to keep continuing also in week number 3, because now let's be honest, right? It's too much far-fetched if we have to say that they might make it to top 3, but definitely they can keep the spirits high for the finale. That is where they need to shine, and let's just agree, Soul has always done that. So I have high hopes. Let's see how they do.
Let's see how they do indeed. Well, we do have a few highlights for you guys, but with this, we do come to a close. We do come to a close here of week 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. I wanted to thank everyone for sticking around. And week 2 has been, we thought week 1 was insane, XP, but week 2, it has delivered. My word, has it delivered.
I mean, we just saw a complete change in the meta. I mean, the biggest complaint that we have is we want action. We want action. We want action. I know that this is an action game, but then we are always hungry for more, and we have not been disappointed this week. This is that moment. Capshi trying to finish Scout. Will he get that finish? Wait a second. No, he doesn't, because from behind, Soul Almond Spray not only finishes Scout, he steals that kill. He also gets Capshi. So I mean, that was quite a moment. But right after that, Sangwon going right up to Fnatic and saying that, hey man, what's up? How you doing?
This was most brutal, guys. One thing you all forgetting, all right? We are heading to week number 3. I mean, those are the closing phases, and like I reminded you guys yesterday, a lot of targeting to be done. So the action that you were expecting, that multiply that with like twice or thrice, maybe. Why not?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like as we are down to the final 16 matches, the pressure is going to get to a lot of these teams. Even some of the favorites are going to be like, just like 10 points separating us from our position. We need to hold on. And I'll tell you one thing. I promise you one thing. We're going to be seeing some weird action. I don't think it's going to be clean fights. I don't think it's necessarily going to be very logical fights. It's going to get a little panicky. It's going to get a little antsy. It's going to get a little messy. And you know what? That's the way I love it. That's the way I love my video games. I want it to be chaos. I want it to be a bloodbath. I want it to be pure, 100% adrenaline and excitement. XP, I mean, you should agree with me on this.
I mean, I'm totally agreeing with you. And I don't know. I'm just excited to see what happens now, because it is so close at the tippity top. And anyone can take it, because up until now, Blay fixes, we thought that Orange Rock is untouchable. Like, you can't even touch them. It's like, back off. But now, all of a sudden, somebody poked them, and blood came out, and they're like, oh damn.
For me, TSM Entity's resurgence today, it feels like you have one of the sports movies where you have the superstar player who's sitting out, that's Neo, and he comes back in and it just like decimates everyone. The week 2 standings, TSM Entity stealing it away, 3 chicken dinners, 108 kills. The only team to get over 100 kills in week 2, 241 points there. Take a bow, TSM Entity. That was a phenomenal week 2 and an incredible, a godlike, a god tier, a fantabulous day they had today. Megastars as well getting knocked down for a moment. It looked like Megastars are going to run away with the first place for week 2. Orange Rock coming in 3rd, but the fact that they had an equally good week 1 means that they will hold on to the number 1 spot. Fnatic, though, they had a great week so far, but today, let's be real.
Not a great day.
It wasn't a great day. It was a great week, but it wasn't a great day. But then the way they're building up their momentum, it's going to be definitely a good sign. Soul coming in 7th out of 20 teams. Considering they looked pretty much done and dusted earlier, today's performance is definitely going to be giving them a little bit of an oomph that they've needed, a little bit of wind in their sails that has been lacking for them so far, Fixes.
Yes, of course. But right now, they're doing really well. They should keep this momentum going. But talking about Team Fnatic, to be honest, Play, I really wanted to see more out of Ronak, because let's just be real. He has been delivering. There was a time when people were questioning his capabilities, his abilities. Then he answered back. And he has been doing that so. with his statistics talk about it. He's always provided that cover fire. He's always been that very pivotal player who has been always trying to take those knocks, giving those perfect covers, getting those clutches, keeping him out all the games. I really felt he should have, played a couple of games today.
I just want to point out one team that just jumps out to me. You Mumba on the 19th position. What the F happened to them in week 2? XP. The country wants to know.
The country wants to know. Well, I mean, I don't want to say anything too rude, but they just didn't show up. They just didn't turn up. And they did that same thing again and again. And again, I mean, I've seen this time in and time out. They were slow to the rotations. They let off things a bit too late. And they were too predictable, so to speak. And the one thing that really shines out for me is the fact that, like I've used this particular phrase for them, that shock and awe in your face against them just kind of got them down. So they need to work on a lot of things to come back stronger in the finals.
Hopefully they do, but there you have it, Vexy. I mean, look, listen, man, I'm just going to say this out right now. I'm going to put it out right there, okay? Firstly, kill leaders for week 2. Z-God, Jonathan, Clutch, Erangel Toss as well for Soul doing a phenomenal job. I don't know much about the inner politics and the roster changes and the history of many of the rosters of these teams as the two of you do, but I kind of feel like Vex is going to get picked up by one of these teams after PMPL. I have a feeling this guy's something else.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and watch.
I mean, that's what happens in every other esports out there.
Yeah.
Or a big organization just might come in and pick up all of Megastars.
all right. You're heading somewhere.
That can happen as well. Is this confirmed, sir? Is this? I mean, you have said it live on the air.
Right now from Blay News, we have XP online. I'm sorry, no comments, sir. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Listen. We are a much more civil panel than many of what you see on TV. Let's be real here. We all agree. We can have a healthy discussion and reason with each other without having to yell at each other and, shout at the top of your voice. I think that's the way things should be conducted. But gentlemen, on that note, we are done with week 2. Ladies and gentlemen as well, thank you for tuning in. It has been a hell of a day, but I do believe we have a little bit more stats available for you guys. Yeah, fun fact. I love fun facts.
Okay, fun facts. Yeah.
Go on.
TSM Entity are on 194 kills, just 6 shy of the 200 mark.
That's
That's a lot of kills. That's a lot of kills.
And you know what the crazy thing is? Vexy has 50. But more than 50, in fact.
Z-God has 52. Jonathan has 50. Wow.
That's insane. 52, 50. Well, I mean, apart from Vexy, Z-God and Jonathan have just been indomitable, right? Neo as well. Considering he's only played 21 games. He's only played 21 games compared to 32 that Clutch God, Jonathan, and Z-God have played. And despite that, he's on 40. That's how much of an impactful player this guy is.
He's the one, man. I mean, can we just, forget the whole Matrix thing. He is the one. I mean, the fact that he is keeping up with Jonathan and Z-God with almost, 11 games at hand. I mean, this guy is skyrocketing right now, to be honest with you.
Indeed they are. And TSM Entity, I mean, they stolen my heart. Orange Rock getting denied a chicken dinner today. They came very close a couple of times. It's interesting how close they came. But that goes to show you that we're surprised that a team's not getting the 8 chicken dinner. That's how consistent they are, and that's how they've drilled into our heads that we're a team who are here to win. And that's an insane thing for me. The fact that in a genre like Battle Royale, where you might be the best team in the world or in the server, but there are moments where things just are not in your control. That it should be something else coming in and being an outside influence. But Orange Rock don't care. And on that note, if you're an Orange Rock fan, or if you're an Entity fan, or if you're a Soul fan, or if you're an INES fan, drop a mail to video@nodwin.com with a video if you're talking about why you're a fan of this player or that team. And of course, we should be showing that for you on the stream as well whenever we do receive it. But yeah, Orange Rock.
Yeah.
The fact that they put it in our heads that they're favorites every time they get a chicken dinner, the fact that they managed to do that, I think it's a Houdini. It's incredible. And I have to give kudos to them not getting a chicken dinner, but being on top. And they end week 2 King of the Hill. Although TSM Entity are just nipping at their heels, Vixes.
So guys, I have to put this question to you. Do you believe in something called cold hands? because this is what I think, that if we stay at a constant position, if I hold a constant position for like say like 5-10 minutes and do absolutely nothing, my reflexes kind of tend to get slower compared to some other team that is, constantly engaging in with a lot of fights. Let's get back to the first match we saw in Erangel today, right? So we see Z-God wiping out entire Orange Rock, but then again we saw the zone favoring Orange Rock. They were absolutely doing nothing. They were just chilling around, right? But then again, is that a factor? Because most of the time the zone has favored them. Orange Rock has been playing a little bit passive, to be honest, and then trying to go aggressive. That can be the reason why they haven't got a lot of chicken dinners.
I don't know about that, but talking about cold hands, when I'm streaming, I'm sitting right in front of the AC, so I definitely believe in cold hands, my friend.
I do agree with you. I feel like I think Fix has a very good point there. It's just the fact that when you're playing safe, when you're playing not to lose, I keep repeating myself off time and time again, but when you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win, there is a mental difference. TSM Entity today, they were playing not just to win, they were playing to destroy everyone.
Yeah.
And that has given them not just a chicken dinner, but those high places. For Orange Rock, it's like the reads are perfect. The team fights are good, but they don't go above and beyond, if it makes sense. When they see a team, they're like, you know what? Do we have to take the fight? No, we don't. TSM Entity, on the other hand, they're like, do we need to take the fight? We don't. But you know what? We're still going to do it anyway. And I think that is the mental edge that TSM seem to have today in the server. However, whether that's going to continue in week 3, we're going to be finding out later on. But we're going to be off for a little bit of a break, a 3-day break, and we're going to be coming back on Thursday with day 1 of week 3. The action is going to get even more intense, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, I'm going to be bidding goodbye. Of course, shout out to Experiment and Fixes. You guys can follow them on their Instagram handles right there below. You can see it. My fingers are all over the place. You can follow them on their Instagram handles. Thank you for tuning in. Stay safe. Stay safe. Practice social distancing, yada, yada, yada. There are a lot of people who said better stuff than I have on that particular topic. And of course, do play your video games. Have fun. I'll see you next time. Shout out. And this is it from us here from the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Of course, fueled by Mountain Dew and sponsored by Airtel. And of course, our collaborative media partner, India Today. Nailed it again. I'll see you on Thursday.
Goodbye.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला, उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा, उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है। और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।